Chapter 551 Factory and Farm. These are all economic issues and they are very difficult to deal with, because Shang Wen is not from an economics major. For economic issues, Shang Wen can only rely on history, not the economy itself. In desperation, Shang Wen and Meng Yi, who was working hard to solve the economic problem, discussed how to solve the current problem. But Meng Yi pointed out some problems that Shang Wen did not see. With the influx of a large amount of new labor, the light industrial commodities produced in Qin's factories have already accumulated somewhat, but only accumulation. As the war between Qi state and Yan state unfolded, this situation eased somewhat. In addition, according to Qin's security situation, there are many ethnic minorities around Qin, and Qin cannot blindly use force, which is very troublesome for diplomacy and intelligence. Feng Ji made such a request. His people's inability to enter these small countries, or to spy on intelligence within the nomads, is not only a language problem, but also more troublesome. The two sides have been in a state of hostility. The state of Qin can use force to destroy them, but a certain price must be paid. And dealing with these minorities will consume a large part of Qin's energy. The situation of Qin's garrison is already somewhat out of balance, because a large number of armed forces are gathering on the border of Qin state. Yao Jia put forward his own views. His view is to use the huge domestic productivity of Qin, adopt a commodity foreign policy. His idea is very simple. That is, with the rapid improvement of Qin's production capacity, some factories in Qin state began to have a backlog of products. He believed that these products could be sold to these minorities, and these minorities could use the various resources in their hands to exchange them. If not, war can be used. Shang Wen synthesizes various feedback questions. These questions are too tricky. Shang Wen had to explain the situation of capital export. This is not just a judicial and technical issue. Exporting equipment is a serious violation of the law. Meng Yi also felt that the matter was a bit serious. The more serious ones are in the back. Qin's country will definitely experience a crisis in a certain local industry for the first time, mainly light industry. Shang Wen used his scientific thinking to clarify this relationship temporarily. But after sorting out, he found a major problem. The first is Qin's domestic light industry production. With the influx of labor, Qin can produce a large number of leather shoes, leather bags, wool and linen blended fabrics, which are good materials for making clothes. At the same time, wool is also one of the important raw materials for a large number of blankets. There are a large number of sheep in the north. They are no longer the supply of meat, but the main source of supply of wool. This time happens to be winter, and people's needs have accelerated this figure. Major manufacturers are frantically processing these things. But some other things are burying some hidden dangers for Qin state. For example, capital export. Some of Qin's capital has already begun to be restrained. It is not appropriate to say this. It should be said that Qin has developed to this point. The emergence of a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises makes them eager to release the capital in their hands to find the easiest a profitable industry. The favorable conditions for South Korea are there. Capital is also willing to go, but Qin state does not want to see it appear so soon. The problem is not over here. Although a factory is established, it takes a certain amount of time to produce goods. But the emergence of these factories is enough to trigger a crisis in the production of these light industries in Qin. When these factories appeared, the price was first of all cheap. Then they will quickly seize the original market of Qin state, the two major markets of Qi state and Chu state. This is a big test for Qin. But there is also some good news. As the situation in Zhou, South Korea, and Yan improves, they are actively engaged in trade with Qin. People have some money in their hands, and they have certain purchasing power for these products. This is the power of emerging markets. Thought of this, Shang Wen believes that the export of capital should be shifted in one direction. Instead of temporarily moving to South Korea, it is better to move these light industries of Qin to the north and west first. There, Qin state opened up a new market, but when the market was large enough, It could feed the power of these domestic factory owners. But then a new problem arose. And this issue is probably a big thrust for the abolition of the slave trade. If the state of Kin builds these factories to the west and north, there will be some favorable conditions in the region, where there are a lot of leather raw materials. But there is one biggest disadvantage. Market. Kin state has no market at all. The impetus for the foreign war was actually very simple: grabbing slaves and looting large amounts of property. This is the driving force of Kin's primitive capital accumulation, especially now that gold is discovered in the West. Kin's enterprises have already begun to invest heavily in the West. It can be said that the West and the North cannot be stable. Only war can accelerate Kin's primitive accumulation of capital, especially the slave trade issue. Many people get rich because of the slave trade. Moreover, the farmers are not allowed to abolish the slave trade. There are a large number of slaves in their fields to help them work. If they lost the slave trade, it would be hard for them to imagine what would happen to their farms and pastures. But what the factory owners mean is stability. Kin state needs a stable condition to sell their products. They need local people to have the purchasing power to buy their goods so that they can make money to expand production and sales of goods and then expand production. However, there is obviously no such situation in the Western and Northern problems. Even if it is to induce capital to be exported to the West and the North without market attractiveness, these factories will still be pulled to South Korea. The state of Kin needs a complete and independent industrial system, rather than a single industrial system. This is vital to future development and is one of the important reasons why Kin can complete its reunification. If you really want to move these factories, then you have to end the current foreign warfare situation and actively develop a certain peaceful trade strategy. However, if the problem is handled in this way, it becomes even more difficult. There are wars on the periphery of the situation, except in the south. Kin state almost beat all the neighbors' ethnic minorities all over. I'm afraid some have already made a deadlock. At this time, I am afraid that a peaceful trade strategy will be launched. Shang Wen thought about it and shook his head. Is it possible? Impossible. Shang Wen believes that there is no possibility of even 0.1%. You hit someone, but at this time you want to do business with someone else. However, Shang Wen still wrote down this seemingly stupid idea. He needs to see how much diplomacy and military efforts can be made. Chapter 552 Trap in transition. Just when Shang Wen and Meng Yi were nervously discussing a solution to Kin's economic development, Kin's Marine Corps brought a transitional gun. This gun is a transitional type trap gun. Kin's gun shooting competition has made more and more people begin to participate in the research and development of new types of guns. Especially the use of smokeless gunpowder allows people to see the existence of powerful weapons. But in fact, smokeless gunpowder has strict requirements on steel. At present, Kin can only produce such guns in small quantities. These guns can only be provided to some specialized people, such as King Kin and Princess Wen Yang. They are all special holders of these guns. But another situation is that Kin's army is equipped with a large number of front-loaded rifled guns. The Six Nations is equipped with a lot of muskets. Based on various data, Kin currently conservatively estimates that he has more than 2 million guns. And this number has been increasing crazily by 200,000 a month. This is a considerable expenditure on arms. The munitions factory is busy with this. However, with the emergence of new technologies, especially the appearance of fixed ammunition, people are more and more satisfied with the front-loaded muskets in their hands. They need a simple musket that can be locked like a rotating backpul type. But that kind of musket is very expensive, so a middle-aged watchmaker named Bei Ixin proposed his own modification method. Throttle musket. The trapdoor musket is to modify the original large number of Lee-style rifles, and change the front-mounted musket to the rear-mounted musket, in order to solve the current large-scale demand for AR-mounted muskets. The trapdoor rifle is actually a locking device. It is like a door that can be opened, so this rifle is called a trapdoor rifle. There is a protruding bamboo shoot at the tail of the valve, which is used to jam with the gun body when the valve is closed. The firing needle of the valve rifle is tilted into the valve. After pulling the trigger, the hammer rotates to strike the needle. Fire the bullet today. Such a modified shooting is very much in line with Kin's current needs. The people of Kin had long been dissatisfied with the front-loaded rifle. They are willing to use lever-type shotguns and are not willing to use front-loading rifles. But now this design completely solves this demand. However, if placed in the long history, the emergence of the trapdoor rifle is only a transitional type of gun. Because this is an emergency method that Kin State Steel has temporarily thought of because it has not yet met the growing demand of Kin State. Barracks's trap rifle was quickly spotted by the Marine Corps. Because the number of Marines is very small. There are only 6,000 people. But they have to send more than 1,000 people to maintain the safety of Kin State and Yan State and the Korean concession. The problem of secondary reloading of bullets has caused a headache for the very few Marines. The new rifle cannot be installed on a large scale. But now with the valve rifle, at least it can respond to an emergency. So Wang Ben quickly fell in love with this rifle, and refit all the 20,000 rifles that were first reserved. This Baeksin is a big hoarder. Just when Baeksin was excited, a news quickly stunned him. After the army heard of this rifle, it also requested it to be modified. The total scale of the modified rifle exceeds 650,000. Not only that, the Air Force's defense forces have also begun to use this rifle as their standard rifle, although the number is only 10,000. But it is also a large enough market. Not only that, after many folks heard of this rifle, they also began to look for him to modify it, or pay a certain patent fee to modify the valve rifle yourself. Baeksin is unimaginable. I accidentally encountered such a large order for a small invention. This made him dare not even think about it. Thus, he founded the Baek Gun Manufacturing Company in his middle age. From bank loans, set up factories, recruit some workers to transform a large number of military orders. Not only that, he proactively cooperated with Wenyang Military Factory to give up part of the orders in exchange for the other party's support in funds and technical equipment. For this reason, Wenyang Investment Bank reached a commercial cooperation with Baeksin in the form of investing in stocks. This is a brand new cooperation model. A healthy model for the healthy development of large enterprises and small and medium-sized enterprises. Large enterprises can provide capital and technology advantages and can quickly launch new products on the market in a short period of time. However, small and medium-sized enterprises have flexible technological advantages. They can sell part of the distribution rights or other rights of their products to obtain opportunities for their own development. Such a model provided an innate advantage for Kin's economic development. None of the 6 countries can learn this advantage. The significance of the trapdoor rifle is not only here, but its significance is that it will provide a powerful weapon for Kin's subsequent wars. The refitting of the trap rifle proceeded fairly quickly. When Yang Military Factory began to refit all the weapons they received on a large scale, and the production schedule was filled with working hours. First of all, they need to use the shortest time, about a month, to modify the rifle in the hands of the western regions, and give them 2 months of application time. Then came the refitting demand from all over the Kin State. While refitting, some of Kinsum's experts concentrated on metal research and the development of firearms. They hope to develop new metals and new guns to occupy the market, especially after the emergence of the valve musket. They noticed the increase in the speed of weapon launching. The machine gun, a rapid-fire weapon, began to be on their agenda. Watchmakers began to become the main force in gun research. Some watchmakers began to abandon the making of clocks. You know, the watch industry is quite an amazing industry in Kin. They can use clever mechanical principles to record time. Moreover, the demand for this kind of time machine is particularly strong everywhere. Even the Queen of Korea loves it very much. She was the first country to order an hourly system across the country. In this regard, South Korea is ahead of Kin. Kin's current time system is a bit chaotic. Factories, railways, governments, military schools, etc. use the hour system, but some small towns still use the hour system. This is mainly due to the rapid economic development of some localities. The economic development in some places is slow. South Korea can use centralization to achieve this very quickly. The Qin state did not enforce it. However, the addition of watchmakers began to enter the age of firearms, especially after the introduction of smokeless gunpowder. This prepares for the next faster machine gun. The premise is that Qin wants to solve their biggest problem, the steel problem. Wait for this problem to be resolved. Qin's weapons will suddenly rise to a new level. The emergence of machine guns will make the cold weapon a thorough summary. The era of hot weapons will begin to divide their historical stage. Chapter 553. The Huns beat the Huns. The trap rifle is undergoing intense transformation. But Shang Wen's problem is still unresolved. Shang Wen had a determination at this time, that is to introduce think tanks and consultants to help the country solve major decisions such as homeland security. The situation is clear. The development speed of Qin state has surpassed Shang Wen's imagination, and the speed of development is unusually fast. Many things are on the road to integration, development and refinement. The close cooperation relationship after the great division of labor forces the country to make an operating system similar to that of a factory. After a brief conversation between Shang Wen and Meng Yi had the same system, so he searched for newspapers to publish such news. And Shang Wen had a headache to solve this problem. He can only mark these problems one by one on the map, and then use his free imagination to divide these problems. The economic problem seems to be nothing, but you must effectively grasp the line of interest behind it. If you can't grasp it, the situation will become very bad. For this reason, Shang Wen sent someone to find relevant documents of the northern economy. He needs to understand what happened in the north. The little things helped him. The Yangtze concession is very good. Many people began to trade, but the type of trade was still individual and beneficial to Qin. The country of Yan imports a large amount of arms. Logistics supplies and raw materials are exported. Good wood, medicinal materials, fur, ginseng, native Koreans, and gold. Shang Wen checked a report from the concession governor. His report is very detailed. Even the local food prices and the salary of Yan Guo's employees are mentioned. But this gave Shang Wen a headache, because from these information, if Yango continues to import on such a large scale, it will soon attract a large number of investors to enter the concession to set up factories. This is another typical case of capital export. Shang Wen does not want to see capital appearing on other countries' native land prematurely. It is not the time yet. The following information is very boring. Most of it was related to the fighting. How many troops the Qin army sent, how many enemies it fought, how many enemies were destroyed, how many prisoners of war were captured, what was the situation of the Xiongnu, etc. These materials did not give Shang Wen the slightest enlightenment. Mr. Qin, Shang Wen was looking at the information. Wei Liao and Wang Jian hurried in with a report. Sir, take a look at this first. He handed it to Shang Wen. What is this? Shang Wen took the battle report and saw it. There is also strange text in the above paragraph. The Xiongnu envoy wants to come and seek peace. Wei Liao said, pleasing for peace? Shang Wen looked at Wei Liao and asked. Wei Liao and Wang Jian nodded together. The Huns have sent 3 groups of envoys. The first group was killed by our landmine border guards. The second group encountered trade armed men. More than half of them were killed, and all the rest were arrested, being slaves. But now these people have been sent to build roads in the south. I am afraid there are not many people left. Wei Liao said. The so-called southern road construction is on the road from Qinling Mountains to Basu. The Qin army engineers used explosives to open the road. These slaves had to clear away all the big rocks on the road. In this way, the Qin army would build 3 highways leading to Basu, completely solve the problem of traffic in Basu. This is a huge project, which is expected to take 3 years. However, King Qin asked for it to be completed as soon as possible. For this reason, a large number of northern slaves began to go south, enter the Qinling area to build a highway, because the engineering is very difficult. Therefore, the number of casualties among slaves is high. Many bones were burned with diesel fuel before they were buried. The residual symptoms can be seen bleeding from the report. This group of King Yuan, who are the Huns, brought out more than 2,000 people. It was not easy to enter the defense zone of Qin. After a lot of painstaking conversation, more than 2,000 people were in exchange for such a situation. Wily I explained. In fact, the actual situation is worse than this. The local garrison of the Qin army has only 500 people, while the Huns have more than 2,000. Considering that the number of people is not dominant, the local military chief took the initiative to launch an offensive. After more than 700 people were killed, the Huns kept asking for peace and barely exchanged for the trust of the Qin army. But Qin Jun's request is that all people must be tied with wire before they can believe it. In desperation, he agreed to make peace with King Yuan. In this way, more than 1,200 people were all to spread the letter. Except for King Yuan and others, the others were secretly sold to slave traders by the local master. And they did not remove this point from the report figures they forwarded. This is really a great mistake. King Yuan, Shang Wen said while looking at the report. Pleasing for peace. What do you want to do now? What they have left is just a breath. Next year, we can join forces with Zhao Jun to drive them into the Arctic Ocean, Shang Wen said disdainfully. Arctic Ocean? Wily Ao and Wang Jian asked together. It's a cold place in the northern polar regions. As long as the climate maintains the current situation, there is a sea of ice all year round. The thickness of the ice is as high as several feet. To the south is Siberia. The summer is very short. There are swamps and quacks everywhere. The environment is harsh. In winter, the temperature is usually -40 degrees, Shang Wen said. A thermometer appeared at this time. This also allows Qin State to grasp the secret of temperature. Shang Wen said that these made the two people feel the coldness in Shang Wen's north. More than 40 degrees below zero. The temperature is now around -10 degrees, and they all feel cold. More than 40 degrees below zero. It's hard to imagine. Wait. Shang Wen suddenly realized something. It is difficult to survive in such severe cold weather. The Huns must fight desperately. Such a situation is not good for Qin State, because the next battle will be cruel. The number of casualties will increase a lot. The value of the Qin people is much higher than those of the Huns. This is very uneconomical. The war is to be fought, but it is hoped that the cost is minimal. This is often the result that the civil servants most want to see. The two looked at Shang Wen together. Shang Wen thought a triangular trade. Replace cold bullets with commodities. Maybe the effect will be better. Use commodities to support one of the Huns and let that party expand its ambitions. Then control the Huns to attack other tribes. Of course, Qin's ultimate goal is very clear, is to greatly weaken the opponent's strength. This power is horses, cattle and sheep, and population. To make this purpose, Shang Wen's idea is to trade commodities for population, cattle, sheep, and horses. This kind of trade in Qin State is not at a loss, and it can greatly expand a potential market. Think about it. Qin can use canned food and other food in exchange for the other party's cattle, sheep, horses, and population. Especially for the population, internal struggles are bound to be and cruel. In order to weaken the opponent, the captured captives are very willing to exchange goods from the Qin State. This has been proven by history. It is feasible for the Huns to beat the Huns. Chapter 554. Optimistic King. At that time, the triangular trade was very famous. In order to obtain huge slave resources, the colonists tried their best to obtain slave resources. Slaves existed in tribal wars. Colonists exchanged prisoners of war with local tribes for a small amount of wine and light industrial products. Sometimes, the colonists participated in the war themselves. In this way, the current contradiction between farmers and factory owners in the Qin State has been resolved. Also temporarily let the slave system survive. In fact, Qin's current large-scale agricultural equipment still cannot meet the production needs. It is either too heavy or technically unclear. These reasons lead to the necessity of the existence of slaves. Moreover, the relations among the surrounding ethnic groups in Qin are extremely complicated. It is necessary for him to do so. Shang Wen told the two of this idea, but the two obviously disagree. There are specific considerations for disagreement. First, the state of Qin does not understand the situation of the northern Huns. As for the specific situation, he does not know what is going on. Second, the Qin people have always distrusted the Huns. Moreover, the Huns were also rebellious, and they could not understand each other. The power gap between the two sides is extremely wide now, especially since Qin's national strength is increasing at an alarming rate every day. Coupled with the Qin people's mastery of advanced weapons, the Qin people believe that all problems can be solved by force. This situation exists in every general in the Qin kingdom. This is not only the generals who think so, but even the ordinary people think so. Peace. Peace if you want peace. The power of peace is in the hands of the Qin people. The people of Qin don't want peace, and the people of Qin hate the ugly-looking people who have scattered hair next to them, and never take a bath in their lives. They think they deserve to die. In the end, the state of Qin took the initiative in all surrounding situations. The state of Qin does not need to grant them peace. The stimulus of war is far greater than peace. The prevailing militant mood in the country. After listening to the analysis of the two, Shang Wen was helpless. Even if Shang Wen forced it through, how to implement it? The intelligence personnel were restricted by the Qin state's war operations at all. Qin state didn't even know the specific situation of the other party. How serious is this? In the western regions, Qin only knew that there were small countries such as Lulan and Cheshi, but what was their king's name and how many people were there? I don't know what the weapon is. Qin Go only knew where they were probably. I don't know anything else. Foreign trade. Tapping these potential markets does not seem to work. Shang Wen had a headache thinking about these issues, so temporarily put aside these problems to the future advisory group to solve. Hope they have a good view. At this time, it has entered the beginning of December, and the state of Qin has not sent troops to the 6 countries for 2 years. For the surrounding ethnic minorities, Qin actively adopted an expansion policy. For this reason, the 6 kingdoms has enjoyed a peaceful life that is rare for 2 years. But Qi and Yan couldn't fight each other. But the scale of the war can still be controlled. King Yan also announced that he would return to Yandu from Western Lining. In order to alleviate the adverse effects of the rush when escaping, he definitely made the entrance ceremony very huge. He spent 200,000 gold to build a road from Western Lining to Yandu. Then the roads in the city were also repaired. Not only that, the palace was rebuilt. Unlike the past, Yan State Palace spent a huge amount of money to build a palace made of glass. The huge floor-toseline glass made Qin's engineers and workers spend countless brain cells to make for their thinking. The size of the glass exceeds the Xianyang Palace of Qin State. Many things appear for the first time, such as street lights. Because of the curfew in Qin, street lights have not yet appeared specifically. However, King Yan spent a huge amount of money to erect street lights. The street lamp is a special large kerosene lamp. The appearance of kerosene lamps allowed Qin to replace the small oil lamps of the past, and the brightness of the lamp exceeds that of a small oil lamp, and he has a glass lampshade on his exterior. In this way, the kerosene lamp can be hung outside. The reason why King Yan uses streetlights is because he can show light effects at night. The appearance of paper, especially colored paper, can make lanterns have various artistic effects. King Yan just hangs up all kinds of lanterns after he enters the city, then release fireworks to increase the effect of entering the city. The ceremony was very pompous, and he planned to let his army enter the city in neat steps during the day. Cavalry, infantry, artillery. The neat uniforms of the soldiers surpassed the previous generations of Yan Wang. Such a feat is unique. Kingo reporter was also invited. The latest camera technology has also been applied by reporters. Although the newspaper is developing a new printing method, but it does not prevent Kin from taking these photos to record this moment. The 5th day of December, King Yan's army and relying team drove into the city with confidence. On the main road in Yandu is an asphalt road that was first paved by the engineers of the state of Kin. The paved road is very complete and clean, but it does not match the dilapidated houses on both sides of the capital. In the capital that has experienced war, the houses of civilians have been severely burned and looted. Even the palace is not immune. But even so, King Yan did not repair a house for his people. He only repaired palaces, roads, and bare lamp poles. The soldiers of the Yan army wore neat uniforms, and their boots looked very bright with the help of shoe polish. Some people of Yan country who looked at them stubbornly couldn't help raising their arms to block the sun. Yan Jun's temporary military strength did not make Yan Min, who seemed numb, to show a trace of joy. On the contrary, what is more revealing in their winks is a kind of helplessness in life. Gao Jianli was also in the crowd. He was delighted to see such an army, but saw the contrast between the dilapidated houses on both sides and the show-off of Yan Wang. He shook his head and left with a helpless sigh. Pop. A reporter captured the moment of Gao Jianli with the camera in his hand. Although the camera is still a bit cumbersome, it captures this moment. It allows reporters to use their imagination to write the stories they see. Gao Jianli obviously didn't adapt to Qin Guo's actions. Hello, sir. We are reporters from Express. Can you tell me what you just thought? The reporter asked. This. Gao Jianli was a little dazed. It doesn't matter. Tell me the true thoughts in your mind. Say boldly. The reporter encouraged. Well, I am puzzled by Wang Shang's approach. Yandu is in ruins. Why not spend a little money to build some houses for us Yan people? Alas, I won't talk about it. Gao Jianli wanted to say, unable to speak, then turned and left. The reporter expressed helplessness. When they interviewed, this happened frequently. But it also reflects the fact that King Yan is a bit arrogant. Chapter 555 Flying Race. King Yan's actions, only he himself could understand what he thought, but to Qin state, it didn't matter, because King Yan paid a huge expenditure of up to 500,000 gold for this. Except for the gold payment, most of the rest is in exchange for exporting raw materials to the state of Qin. Not only these, he also misappropriated part of the military expenditure. There was a payment in arrears in his army. This is not a good sign. In contrast to King Yan is King Qin. King Qin expressed his keen interest in aviation, especially when the Air Force established the club. King Qin gave great support. Qin's aeronautics also started with the production of hot airships, and the King of Qin issued specially for the aviation industry. Special treatment by King Qin. Qin's aviation industry developed rapidly. In this matter, Qin's airship is no longer the same kind of hot air airship as before. Although the operation of the hot air airship is simple, it cannot carry out long-distance sailing. Hydrogen airships using hydrogen as the filling gas began to take the stage. At the beginning, Qin's pilots and flight engineers were unable to solve a problem. When the airbag is filled with hydrogen, the airship rises slowly. As the altitude increases, the atmospheric pressure gradually decreases, the hydrogen in the airbag expands, and the airbag expands more and more. Later, a pilot survived intensely and pierced a small hole in the hydrogen. This action added a deflation valve to the airship. In this way, the airship can fly safely. If this action were placed earlier, it would definitely be a loser, because it was very difficult to obtain hydrogen at the beginning. But with the emergence of power plants, Qin began to use the method of electrolysis of water to obtain it. This method consumes a lot of energy, but it is much easier than using a chemical reaction to produce hydrogen. However, hydrogen airships also have accidents. The airship was equipped with a heavy steam engine. The fire line from the steam engine collided with the hydrogen released, and the hydrogen airship burned in the air. However, the pilot succeeded in parachuting. His arm was severely burned, and he could no longer fly. With the occurrence of the accident, the hydrogen airship was improved again, and a man named Li Kong invented the air room. This Li Xin's distant relative is very capable of flight modification. He made a kind of balloon with an air chamber. It is shaped like a spindle, very similar to a modern airship. This kind of balloon has a large silk capsule on the outside with a small airbag inside and a gas valve on the small airbag. The outer capsule is filled with hydrogen to make the balloon buoyant to rise into the air, and the inner capsule is used to fill the air. This small airbag is called the air room. Before the balloon lifts into the sky, the air room is filled with air. When the balloon rises to a certain height, it opens the air room and releases a part of the air. In this way, after the outer bag is inflated, the air chamber shrinks due to being squeezed, which reduces the pressure of the outer bag to inflate, so as to ensure that the airbag does not burst. This invention solves a major problem of balloon liftoff and is another major breakthrough in the history of airship development. After that, the air room was quickly used on all airships and has been in use ever since. However, the pace of flight improvement has not stopped here. The establishment of the Celestial Army relied on huge technical support, and King Kin's attention made these heavenly patriots even more let go. They were the first to use internal combustion engines on airships. The internal combustion engine has undergone a simple modification. The sealing effect is strengthened, and a water tank is added, used to cool a cylinder. What's more, the Heavenly Army has more diesel, which makes them even more let go. To this end, the airship initially carried out a long-distance flight. Without any landing in the middle, they actually flew for more than 100 miles. When King Kin heard the news, he was extremely happy. Except for the airship, another absolutely exciting flight made King Kin a little obsessed. Not only King Kin, but even Yin wanted to try. Glider has become another way of flying, although the flight conditions and flight range are really unsatisfactory. But he has an absolute advantage over the airship. That is speed. King Kin and Yin were naturally interested in things with speed. The speed of the glider exceeds that of the airship, especially when the wind is suitable. The glider can fly freely. This new way of flying made King Kin and Yin eager to try. But the officers of the Celestial Army tried their best to dissuade them. They thought it was too dangerous. Under the persuasion of the first officer, King Kin stopped his adventures. However, King Kin did not give up this attempt, and so did Yinu. Her mind had already begun to construct the idea of airlines. The flight race has begun. The competition seemed a bit boring. Mainly all kinds of airships participated in competitive flying. There are more than 20 airships of various sizes floating in the sky. They are like fulfed sheep in the sky, slowly and very leisurely. But there was a strange thing lying on the ground, a new type of aircraft. Wang Dao is a poor boy from Taiyuan. He worked in a bicycle factory, very familiar with various mechanical principles. He was interested in flying since he was a child. He dreams of flying like a bird one day. Therefore, he came to Xianyang to see the world. In a bicycle factory, he found a job where he learned to read newspapers. From the newspapers, he learned that Qin had established the Celestial Army and later established the Aviation Club. He paid an expensive fee to join the Aviation Club and became a pilot. You know, flying is a game for the brave. In addition, an airship is expensive to build, which makes flying a kind of entertainment for upper-class children. And they have a monopoly on all flying projects. It is difficult for ordinary people to enter, because the cost is really expensive. The cost of an airship exceeds the savings of 5 middle-class families for 20 years. But Wang Dao didn't care about it. He cared about flying. He is the best flight pilot, with a high level, and many people are willing to find pilots like him to fly. He can solve all kinds of problems. He also enjoys this treatment very much. The flight is very beautiful. The feeling of freedom. Just like a bird. He always thinks so. But the airship is too slow and too heavy. There is no such lightness as a bird. At this time, the appearance of gliders allowed him to see the opportunity to fly like a bird. Internal combustion engines, mainly diesel engines, are a bit cumbersome but lighter than steam engines. What is the situation if the diesel engine is mounted on the glider? This idea prompted him to develop the Kin-State, the first aircraft in all China's history. His aircraft will launch a new era in aviation history. The era of airplanes will replace the dominance of airships. But now he needs to shake the handle desperately to start the diesel engine. Chapter 556. He is flying. King Wei needs to manually ignite the aircraft's diesel engine. He does not have a mechanic. Shang Wen stepped forward to help. Need help? Shang Wen asked. Oh, thank you, great man. Wang Dao looked at this kindly helpful person with some surprise. Come on. Shang Wen stepped forward and said to help. Does your plane have a braking system? Shang Wen asked. Yes. There are two corks, which can be removed after the engine is started. Wang Dao introduced. When asked about the plane, he felt very relaxed. Very good. I'll start the plane for you. You sit on it, Shang Wen said. It's lying. Wang Dao introduced. King Wei's aircraft is a 3-layer wing design. There is a duck-tongue shot like the Wright brothers but a double-layered shot. There is an identical double-layer rear fin and a single-layer vertical rear fin at the back. The design of the wing is made of thin wood. There is no skin without any. It looks like an iron shelf. People doubt whether he can fly. Did your plane fly? Shang Wen shook the handle laboriously, and Shang Wen felt that he was shaking a heavy tractor. This thing is very troublesome to start, and it's still a physical job. He never flew. This is the first time. Wang Dao said. Good luck. Shang Wen shook his handle vigorously. It started to spin slowly. The 4-cylinder diesel engine started to emit asthma. Explain that he can move as long as he works harder. Boom. The engine finally caught fire. The sound was a bit loud, but Shang Wen immediately threw his hand away and went to the side of the flying bracket to take the cork off. Shang Wen made an okay action. Although Wang Dao didn't understand the meaning, he did a similar action. Shang Wen nodded and immediately moved the cork. The aircraft began to move forward, and the sound of the tail fins rubbing against the ground was very harsh. A new page. Shang Wen watched the flight trying to crawl. The airplane needs to gain a certain speed to get enough lift for the wings. The spectators in the stands have already noticed such a weird aircraft, but they like weird because they feel that this may be a brand new thing. Because the Prime Minister showed great interest in him. Fly up, fly up. The audience in the stands encouraged loudly. Shang Wen returned to the stands. Do you think that thing can fly? Ying Yu asked. Yes, I think it can, Shang Wen said. Yin nodded. But Wang Dao was already sweating profusely. The airplane had crawled for more than 100 steps, and the airplane still couldn't get enough lift. He was very anxious, so he started pushing the throttle. The plane began to accelerate. Accelerate. Can he fly? King Qin said to himself. Wang Dao has done many flight tests for airplanes. Although this is only the first time, he believes that his ideas are correct and completely correct. In his constant refueling, the lift of the aircraft has been accumulated. Slowly the plane began to jump. Wang Dao noticed this, and he started to get excited. This shows that he did it right. The aircraft began to change from beating to takeoff in the constant roar of the engine. The fixed landing gear began to leave the ground. Oh, he's flying. The same cry came from the stands. Such calls can be made without any prior notice. Good job. King Qin praised loudly. The plane began to climb to a distance of only about 15 steps, which was too low. The plane began to slide, and everyone's throats were caught in their hearts. After a turn, the plane began to circle around. The plane did not land, and everyone began to cheer. The plane turned and flew towards the spot. The reporters quickly pressed the camera in their hands to capture this moment. The plane flew over slowly. It seems that it may fall off at any time, but he is very strong and still maintains a flying attitude. Hold it, shouted loudly from the stands. The plane continued to fly after passing the origin. After crossing a certain distance, he turned and flew back and forth. People began to applaud. They saw the new aircraft. They applauded and shouted for the pilot. King Qin watched intently as the plane turned and flew towards the same place. However, This time the aircraft lowered its altitude and started flying along the ground. The landing wheel began to touch the ground gradually. The plane started to stop after taxiing for a certain distance. The appearance of airplanes attracted everyone's attention to airplanes. Although there were many airships, his aura was snatched away by the plane. People cheered up to see this new aircraft. "Mr. Kin, is this the plane you are talking about?" King Kin turned around happily and asked after seeing the plane landed. "Yes. His speed will exceed the airship," Shang Wen replied. "Go. Let's go and take a look." King Kin waved happily. Then King Kin began to enter the crowd to check the new plane. King Kin learned a lot of flying knowledge. For example, airplanes use a new type of internal combustion engine. This kind of engine is far lighter than a bulky steam engine. King Kin also asked why the plane flew. Wang Da explained excitedly. Because his hands kept shaking. The secret of the plane lies in its wings. The special wings of the glider made them notice changes in the airflow. The airplane relies on the change of airflow to fly. King Kin knew at this time that the wings of the plane were somewhat the same as those of the bird. After learning about this, King Kin wanted to give it a try. But all the ministers opposed it. King Kin had no choice but to give up. However, he made an important statement. That is, to vigorously develop this fast aircraft. Of course but Yin has already made people take the first step. She wants to open an air transportation company, and he has sent people to negotiate with Wang Dao on the purchase of patents for internal combustion engines, aircraft patents and many other patent rights. The reporters scrambled to report. In order to have a detailed report effect, the newspaper was equipped with pictures for the first time. Although the pictures were drawn, but it gives people an intuitive understanding. And some people engaged in transportation are beginning to notice the internal combustion engine. Although there were cars before, but people did not attract much attention. The airplane is different. The plane was the most important thing to King Kin, especially in the aviation field. The internal combustion engine greatly reduces the size and weight of the engine. This paved the way for further expansion of the car, and all investors are beginning to notice this. Soon after the newspaper news was published, many investors began to develop a new industry. The automobile industry. The first specialized transportation company was established in the field of air transportation, Wenyang Air Transport Company. Although the airship is used, but it allowed flying to take the first step towards commercialization. Chapter 557 Chatkin's aviation industry needs to be gradually stimulated by the development of airline transportation. If there is no expanded demand for commercial use, then an industry in Kin has no room for growth. With the strong support of King Kin, Kin State began to open up a series of companies in aviation. Aviation leasing has also become a new development. Aviation aircraft require high manufacturing prices, but leases can cost very little. However, Yini doesn't like any leases. She likes to have her own airship or plane. She began to build her own airship manufacturing plant and aircraft-related workshops. Stimulated by Kin State Bank's low-interest loans, many people began to flood into this new industry. In fact, it is not only airplanes, but also cars. It's just that I haven't seen the results yet. Many new things in Kin State are constantly pouring out, but some old things need to be dealt with. For example, the relationship between Qin and Zhao. The Battle of Baki Chenping that year cast a kind of hatred on the civilians between the two countries. This hatred is very subtle in the context of economic cooperation between Qin and Zhao. However, the soldiers of the two countries took such a step first. In the temporary barracks in Longxi, a large number of troops are stationed here. Qin Army, Marine Corps, Qin armed personnel, and some South Korean cavalry units. There are many types of troops. Not only these, the supply of the military needs to be completed by commercial transportation. A large number of civilian commercial convoys entered the barracks. The military police shuttled back and forth with white armbands. Temporary train stops are set up in the barracks. The trains stopped next to the tracks one after another. All the people who got on and off the train were the Zhao army who had just arrived. They were constantly transferred to Kin. They have no weapons and no clean uniforms. Even their hands are stolen. But the military camp was full of soldiers from the Kin state wearing all kinds of uniforms. The train wagons began to unload a large amount of military materials, most of which were modified trap rifles. This rifle will help them win the western regions. Qin Jun's uniforms are very diverse. The Marine Corps is the Army's black shirt, but the next generation is dark blue pants. They are wearing leggings, wear military boots, wear a boat cap. Apart from the Celestial Army, only the Marine Corps wears a boat cap. Army styles are different. They are allotted berets and mountain hats. Mountain hats are generally issued by elite troops, or it's only a sergeant major and the like. The officers are wearing big caps. Their uniforms are ironed. It only costs 5 cents. The Korean laundry will sizing and leveling their clothes. This way the uniform won't become crumpled. Although the military uniforms of armed personnel are a bit messy, but they still have uniform armbands and military flags. Under normal circumstances, they like to wear mountain hats with their own metal badges. The armband is also their different distinction. The military police wear white badges, and the white belts they wear are very eye-catching, especially their white gloves. Make them look like they are not at war at all. They are maintaining discipline. The barracks facilities are very complete under the construction of engineers. There are toilets, restaurants, various service places, restaurants, where you can spend a certain amount of money to have a big meal, and pubs, which provide a variety of drinks. Laundry. There is also the artisan modification shop. Usually those armed personnel will manually modify the weapons in their hands according to their own requirements. But the price is negotiated at will, except that it is the loot trading center. There are specialized commercial organizations to buy all kinds of loot. However, the war did not start, so it was not lively. There is also the postal department. You can reach all parts of the Qin country there. There are also Xinjiang of South Korea and Handan of Zhao Kingdom. In addition, Qin can do nothing. After getting off the train, Zhao Jun's head kept turning and looking at everything. The ground was hardened. It looks very dry. Qin Jun just looked at them weirdly. Life in the barracks is very boring. Billiards or other sports events make them consume a lot of time in their hands. It was the first time that Zhao Jun entered the Qin state barracks so close. They couldn't believe it. Soldiers of Zhao Jun need to wait a while, because the Qin army officer with them needs to find the camp commander. They will arrange the accommodation of Zhao Jun. Hi, would you like something to drink? A Qin army non-commissioned officer took the initiative to step forward. They think all those who come here are friends. Even Zhao Jun will be a comrade in arms to the western regions on the battle scene in the future. Oh, thank you, Zhao Jun said politely, with the appearance of a small officer. Sergeant Qin Jun handed him a bottle of liquor in a glass bottle. This is really exciting. The officer Zhao Jun took a sip and said, "Do you know what you are doing here?" The sergeant said with a slight smile. Officer Zhao Jun shook his head, and some Zhao Jun soldiers behind him surrounded him. Sergeant Qin Jun kindly gave the wine bottle in his hand to the Zhao Jun soldier. The soldiers finished a sip and another soldier finished a sip and handed it to the next. A sip of wine made these Zhao Jun soldiers show a strong affection for the Qin Jun sergeant. "We are going to the western regions to fight the western regions. They are all cavalry. We have a variety of arms. It is estimated that you will also go with us," the sergeant said friendly. "Western region?" Zhao Jun soldiers shouted. "Yes, western regions. We are going to the western regions. Kick the western regions in the ass," the sergeant said with a sip of wine. "We don't know where it is," Soldier Zhao Jun said frankly. "In the west, there is a desert over there. There are beauties with doll eyes, and countless gold. You hold the same standard cheap rifles like us. Kill those poor westerners. then with their beauties and gold. After the war, I retired. I will take the gold to buy a large piece of land in the western regions and buy a few slaves, many horses, many sheep. There are also many cows. Drinking wine is so beautiful. The sergeant said. The gold you robbed is your own. Zhao Jun's soldier couldn't believe it. Silly boy, of course it belongs to him. Qin Jun has long stipulated that the spoils belong to him. Have you seen those guys with revolver? Said the sergeant. They fought for the purpose of making money. Many of those guys have bought countless fields. One person has more than 1,000 mu of land, more than 100 horses. The sergeant said. The soldiers of Zhao Jun turned their heads to look at the guys who were drinking and chatting with the revolver. They are discussing how to divide the gold after the western regions are laid down. Chapter 558 Big Breakthrough in Steel-Making Technology. The soldiers of Zhao Jun were stunned. What they saw and heard along the way made them unable to speak. Especially the clothes of the civilians of Qin State were very different from theirs. This gap makes it difficult for them to start a conversation. In particular, there is still a history of war between the two countries. But here is different. Everyone is a soldier. And there is a common relationship between soldiers and soldiers. Don't look at people having beautiful military uniforms. But that kind of generous relationship between soldiers cannot be separated by military uniforms. There will always be common topics among soldiers, especially when it comes to alliances. The first thing they talked about was their enemy. With a common enemy, the subtle estrangement between the soldiers of the two countries disappeared without a trace. What followed was the kind of ease. What's the reason for being a soldier? It's not just for that little salary. The sergeant is a veteran. The veteran knows how to get around in the barracks. Military pay. The soldiers asked. That's right. We all have to pay to work. The sergeant said. Oh, we never pay military pay. We just take care of one meal. Their Zhao Jun soldiers immediately complained. The world is most afraid of having a comparison object. Because of comparison, we know that we are backward and advanced. Yes, we have always been in charge of the food. Not even the little leaders. The soldiers said. Oh my God, I really don't know how you came here. The sergeant said sympathetically. We can't post much. The above only gives me 50.5 tals every month. You know. A worker in Xianyang can make 5.5 tals a day. I don't know how much more than I can make in a month. So, we all rely on the spoils. The sergeant said. Yes, veterans, you are right. We should also grab more loot. Zhao Jun soldiers began to make a sensation. They began to figure out how to the spoils in the next battle. Snatch back a woman by the way. The sergeant said jokingly. Ha ha ha. All the soldiers burst into laughter. Many people smiled slightly. They fought for a lifetime and many people have never even touched a woman. This joke gave the two armies a common topic. Everybody, come with me. Officer Qin Jun, the soldier in charge of Zhao Jun, shouted at this moment. They were placed in the number 3 accommodation area in Ding district. They will receive the basic training of the Qin army there. All Zhao Jun left with a smile. They are friendly to the sergeant. From the conversation of the sergeant, they knew what they were doing next. That is to abandon the prejudices of Zhao and Qin. Everyone is here to make a fortune. And there is no need to why Zhao and Qin are in trouble. There are women. They began to inquire about anything about the western regions, especially the matter of Qin State buying land. They are particularly concerned. They hope to have 1,000 mu of land of their own. As Zhao Jun's thoughts began, they merged into the military cultural tradition of Qin Jun. They got the stiff military uniforms they had long desired. And then advanced trapdoor rifles. Then the sergeants of the Qin army led 5 of them to train them personally. The sergeants always teach them patiently. In the spare time of training, the sergeant chatted with them and bragged. The soldiers of the Zhao Jun always hope that the sergeant can talk about the experience of the Qin army in foreign warfare. Then there is the story of getting rich. The barracks are boring. The sergeants who meet the good Zhao Jun veterans will treat guests to the tavern to sit and drink a few glasses. Zhao Jun has no source of income without military pay. They very much hope to go to war early. They are not afraid of war. The fear is not to fight. It's hard not to fight. State. The relationship between the two armies is very harmonious in getting along with each other. However, Qin State has made a major breakthrough in metallurgy. The metallurgical major of Qinghou University has explored the acid steel making method and the alkaline steel making method. And on the basis of blast furnace and open hearth, a kind of converter has also appeared. Although I tested it on a small scale in the laboratory. But this invention is enough to change Qin's current serious steel demand. With the rapid development of the Industrial Revolution, the demand for the quantity and quality of steel is getting higher and higher. People began to seek new and more effective steel-making methods. Qinghou's engineers also continue to do research. However, when the pressurization test was constantly inquiring, some people began to think of using a pressurized device to blow gas in the molten iron to make steel. This method has existed for a long time. Chemical experiments are always carried out in bottles and cans, because liquids can always speed up the reaction. Then, molten iron is also a liquid. Why can't you do that? Therefore, some military engineers began to take the initiative to study. Nupin is such a person with a unique idea. He proposed to put molten pig iron into a converter and blow high-pressure air into it to burn off the silicon, manganese, carbon, and phosphorus contained in the pig iron, thereby making steel. His son Nuxiwa also invented a shaped movable converter for this purpose, which can make 1,000 pebbles of molten iron into steel in just 10 minutes. If the mixing method is used, it will take a few days to complete. But what Nia's father and son researched is an acid converter. In the environment of the acid converter, phosphorus is difficult to remove by oxidation. In this case, the requirements for beneficiation are too high. The iron mines in the north cannot accept this. This also makes this steel-making method just invented, not approved by Wen Yang Company. Although this method is not feasible, it is not without room for improvement. Another metallurgical engineer at the university improved the acid converter steel-making method. Leake proposed the alkaline converter steel-making method, which uses clinker fired at high temperature of dolomite, mixed with tar to make an alkaline refractory brick lining, and air is blown in and quicklime is added during the smelting process. In this way, the entire reaction is carried out under alkaline and high temperature conditions, and the oxidized phosphorus is combined with lime and remains in the without returning to the steel. Therefore, the problem of dephosphorization is solved. His method soon obtained a technical patent, and it was adopted by Wen Yang Company in the north, and Leake also got the position of metallurgical consultant for Wen Yang Company to know steel making. Soon, the north sent back news of the success of steel making via telegram. This news was immediately notified to King Qin. Qin Wang's repeated explanations by the relevant technical staff finally understood. Qin State has mastered a method that can smelt 1,000 pebbles of steel in 10 minutes. King Qin was extremely happy. The demand for steel has always been a concern for King Qin, because the Qin needs very high-quality steel to be strong and reliable. There are also a large number of guns that require steel. So much steel can now be made at once. King Qin was so happy. Soon he asked the Royal Bank to invest in the construction of a steel plant to speed up the smelting of steel in order to increase steel output and meet Qin's needs. Chapter 559 Cruel Fight. Qin's steel-making technology has been greatly improved. For example, oxygen and hydrogen are blown into the bottom. But being able to smelt steel is already very difficult. The emergence of steel making began with coal, and the iron ore mining industry began to develop rapidly. Following the discovery of an open-pit coal mine in the north, Qin also discovered a lot of open-pit coal near Guiyang. The mining volume of iron ore has also begun to increase, and beneficiation has also begun to become one of the indispensable steps in the mining industry. It's not just north. In Taiyuan County, which is now Fenyang, Shaanxi, Xiaoyi generation, Qinghou discovered coal mines of better quality than those in the north by drilling. The open coal in the north contains a lot of sulfur. The coal mines shot from Taiyuan County contained a little sulfur. As a result, Qin State has a second coal mining area. The demand for coal mines began to increase. At the same time, Zhao Go also sent additional manpower to search for black soil. Their targets are mainly concentrated in the two counties of Dadi and Yunzhong. South Korea, located in the center of the Central Plains, cannot prospect for minerals on a large scale like Qin and Zhao, but it can do business well. They began to sell coal purchased from Qin to Qi and Chu, and coal has also begun to be recognized by the 6 countries. Just when the 3 countries are actively developing commercial trade, the battle between Yan and Qi began to heat up. King Yan was very dissatisfied with the stagnation of the battle between the 2 divisions. What he wants is Lindsay from Qi state. Lindsay, instead of stopping in front of trenches. So the offensive order was issued. It was not only King Yan who issued the order, but also the winner. He also had to issue an order to regain lost ground as soon as possible, and began to deploy a large number of reinforcements northward to launch an offensive. Under the calendar, this Qi state is close to the border cities of Zhao State, Y State, and South Korea. His location is far from Lindsay. However, Yan Go chose this place as a breakthrough, because no one cares about someone trying to launch an offensive from this inconspicuous place. But both sides thought of going together. Yan Go thought this was unexpected. And Qi Go is not the case. They are also in this idea when they choose here. They wanted to attack from the calendar, bypassing the Yan armies back and attacking. Because of the emergence of trench warfare, the forces of the 2 sides gradually began to spread out in a line. This has become a long snake formation. Qi Jun also started to pinch one end from the snake's head. To this end, the 2 sides began a large-scale assembly of forces. The enlistment of the Yan army was a bit slow, with only 2 brigades, but the number of artillery is very large. There are more than 100 guns of various kinds. For the Qi army, 50,000 people gathered here. Half of them changed into muskets, although the operation above is not very skilled. But that is enough. The first to launch the offensive was the Qi army. At night, Qi Jun used iron scissors, similar to modern wire pliers, cut off the barbed wire they had set up. And then a small group of people they organized climbed over the barbed wire and crossed the Niman's land to reach the other side's barbed wire money. Because of the cans that Yan Jun hangs on the barbed wire, this kind of thing will make noises as long as it is not handled properly. As a result, Qi Jun's team severed the barbed wire very slightly. Even so, someone still accidentally touched these cans. Bang! A gunshot broke the calm of the night. Yan Jun discovered the situation. On the Qi Jun side, an officer waved his arm. Numerous siege equipment began to ignite the tung oil filled with earthenware pots and pulled them up vigorously. There is a circle of linen in the clay pot, and the flying clay pot rises into the air like a huge fireball. 1, 2, 3. Countless clay pots suddenly appeared on Yan Jun's head. The fireball kept hitting the Yan Jun's position. The clay pot broke and tung oil splashed. The Yan army who stood in the trenches ignited one after another. Yan Jun rolled around trying to put out the fire on his body. Taking advantage of this space, the team began to cut all the barbed wire desperately. Although the Qi army had a small number of cannons, they had a large number of siege weapons. These siege equipment are not accurate, but the firepower coverage is pretty good. Most importantly, his trajectory is curved, similar to a howitzer. The Qi army made sufficient preparations for this offensive. They first sent a team to break down those barbed wire fences, prepare for a large-scale offensive by the army. Then, start the attack with the siege equipment. A fire coverage was carried out on the Yanjin's position. The flat shells could not hit the target below the ground, but the curved siege equipment can attack the Yan army from the top of the head. This is the secret weapon for the offensive that the Qi army has prepared. The Yan army's position was a sea of flames, and many people were no longer able to take care of them. Instead, he blindly fled, avoiding the flying cannonballs. At this time, Qi Jun, the drums of war began to boom. The offense began. The Qi army began to rush out of the trenches, but they did not attack in a certain formation. It's a team of 100 people. Launch an offense. Some of them have spears and some have muskets. They are about to break through the line of defense of the Yan army. After the team responded well, Chi Jun immediately entered the Yan army trenches from the team's breakthrough. The Yan army in the trenches was caught off guard. The power of the musket in the trenches suddenly diminished. They can only fire once, and they cannot fire a volley. But Chi Jun is good at fighting. Yan Jun suffered a lot in hand-to-hand combat. Hurry up, load the shells. Rapid fire. Rapid fire. Yan Jun's artillery position discovered an unexpected situation. They began to reload the shells quickly. Sir, where to fire the gun? The artillery asked. No man's land. The artillery officer simply replied. The night is nothing short of a disaster for the artillery. They can't see any goals at all. Helpless can only shoot blindly. Boom. The artillery began to fire at no man's land. Then the dim light of the fireball, they could still feel that the no man's land was densely packed with people. What they want to fight is these dense crowds. The shells roared. A shell accurately exploded in the attacking Chi army crowd, and many people fell to the ground. But the subsequent Chi army still moved forward. They knew that only rushed into the trenches of the Yan army, they will be victorious. Charge. The war drum kept urging the soldiers to charge. Although Yan Jun is artillery, but the power is not as powerful as the fireball sent by the opponent's siege equipment. They all had muskets in their hands but couldn't repel the Chi army soldiers who charged. Shooting. The officer kept yelling loudly. They tried their best to shoot in the trenches, but the approaching Chi army quickly smashed them apart. Then came brutal hand-to-hand combat. The corpses piled up in the trenches and couldn't move forward. The Yan army can only temporarily mobilize the offensive troops. They did not enter the trenches, but waited before the next line of defense. The officer knew what his advantage was. That is platoon gun shooting. Knock down multiple opponents at once. Eliminate the opponent completely. Chapter 560 Bloody War. The garrison of a battalion of the Yan army was defeated by the Chi army. The front line simply cannot be held. This approach is very similar to the German offensive in the First World War. Send a smaller commando team. They are responsible for clearing the roadblocks. Then came the bombardment. It was only changed to an incendiary attack launched by siege equipment. Then came a large-scale offensive. However, Yan Jun is in an offensive preparation state, and it is easy to be caught off guard by the opponent, because they are preparing as if they were wound up. This time the offense is undoubtedly the best time. This timing is for the Kijun. The follow-up troops of the Chi army were strongly suppressed by the Yan army's artillery, but they still maintained a strong will to fight, and the Chi army occupies a geographical advantage. The commanding height is in the hands of Chi Jun. The Yan army's artillery placement points were not at the commanding heights, which was very unfavorable for the artillery. Boom. When the soldiers of the Chi army charged, they were constantly attacked by the opponent's artillery. The casualties were heavy. Many people were blown up and unconscious, and there was no one from Chi Jun's side to rescue. The Yan army concentrated all their artillery and fired. Even with the cover of night, they couldn't bring the injured down in time. The second wave of the Chi army's offensive was temporarily suppressed by the Yan army's artillery. But this cannot be suppressed for too long. The Yan Jun's artillery fired quickly. The duration cannot be too long. In the trenches, Chi Jun continued to wipe out the Yan Jun with cold weapons and muskets in his hands. Kill. A Chi army rushed forward with a halberd. A soldier of the Yan army hurriedly pulled the fire door to aim and shoot. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the Chi army soldier covered his chest and fell. The soldiers of the Yan army just breathed a sigh of relief. A soldier of the Chi army rushed over from the trench. The two sides scuffled together. The soldiers of the Yan army did not know what was going on. The soldiers of the Chi army ended the opponent with a short sword. Then climb into the trenches to find other opportunities. Yan Jun knew that he could not beat the opponent in close combat and immediately retreated. They crowded in the trenches. The musket in Chi Jun's hand began to show off. Hit, kill these Yan dogs. Chi Jun shouted, waving the short sword in his hand. Bang bang! The soldier with the musket quickly stepped forward to aim and shoot. Yan Jun was knocked to the ground. The battle lasted for half an hour. The Yan Jun's forward position was breached across the board. The Yan Jun defensive troops retreated to the second line. There is no barbed wire on the second line, because they never thought that the other party would rush over. Quick! Quick, push the machine gun over. Let them take a good look. A Lieutenant Colonel Yan Jun commanded with a pistol in his hand. In order to win, Yan Jun used all the 6 Vulcan spears aided by Qin Jun. But this time it became a defensive weapon, because the Qi army is organizing a second offensive. Stop firing. The artillery unit already had an artillery that exploded due to the rapid firing, so they had to stop the suppression of the second wave of the alignment army. Now Yan Jun doesn't have many trump cards in his hands. Their artillery units cannot launch artillery attacks for a short time. Everything depends on Yan Jun. The Yan army urgently transferred the offensive force as the final reserve team. These troops originally attacked after eating breakfast, but now they have to participate in the battle directly from their sleep. The Qi army began to rectify a bit after occupying the opponent's trenches. They want to keep moving forward. Subsequent troops began to cross the no man's land into the Yan army's frontline trenches. More and more people. The trenches will become overcrowded, therefore, they need to launch an offense. And the power is enough. But it was unable to get fire support, because the range is not enough. The Qi army also adopted breakthrough tactics. They sent their commandos to attack the opponent's artillery positions. Then the large forces attacked the other side. The battle begins. The artillery positions of the Yan army have retreated urgently. They can't bayonet the artillery. They are very unwilling to be close to Qi Jun. The commando did not attack the opponent's artillery position. The main force of the Qi army launched an offensive. There is still an hour and a half in the night. They will occupy the opposite position within an hour and a half and drive away the Yan army. Kill! Qi Jun shouted loudly and rushed out of the trench. There are only 300 steps from the trenches to the second line of defense. This distance is neither far nor near. Qi Jun let his team attack on a large scale. This approach is really incredible. The large crowd quickly rushed to the Yan Jun's position. Papa! The 6-barreled Vulcan gun began to sound. Within 100 steps, the 6-barreled Vulcan began to spit out his life-threatening Vulcan. Qi Jun kept being shot and fell down. The people behind didn't even know what happened before, and they continued to charge with their weapons. Then they felt a pain, and then they fell. 6-barreled Vulcan improved his ammunition supply mode, changing from a 45-round magazine to an iron ammunition chain. The operation is operated by 3 soldiers. One is responsible for feeding bombs, one is responsible for shaking the handle, and the other is responsible for shooting. The role of the machine gun played a significant role at this moment. There are running rakes everywhere on the unobstructed ground. The rate of fire of the machine gun, coupled with the use of fixed ammunition, everything becomes so efficient. The bullet shells and bullet chains gradually piled up into a hill. The 6-barreled Vulcan does not need to consider the issue of barrel heating. The rotating barrel solves the problem of barrel overheating. Although inconvenient, it is powerful. Qi Jun didn't know what was happening ahead, and he was still desperate enough. 6-barreled Vulcan guns kept emitting the flames of death. Encouraged by the 6-barreled Vulcan, the soldiers of the Yan army also began to join this undecided massacre. They had rifled guns in their hands, and Qi Jun's hand is an old-fashioned musket. The high and low of the two sides have a high and low theory at this moment. Bullets kept whizzing past, and many people fell. Those who were not killed fell into the pile of corpses. Under the crossfire of the machine guns, the corpses of Qi Jun began to pile up. Many people were beaten and couldn't hold their heads up. Qi Jun couldn't resist it at all. Start to retreat. The Yan Jun shot frantically. The bullet chased Qi Jun to fight. They will stop shooting until they feel that there is no one. The next day, Yanjun's second-line defensive position was in front of him. The soldiers of Yanjun were all frightened. The body of the Qi army soldier is piled up by Gao. The bloodshed has stained the ground red. The sky doesn't seem to bear such a massacre. The sky became gloomy. A heavy snowfall is coming. It seems to cover the killing with snow. On a low hillside outside the battlefield, a man and a woman looked at the piled-up corpses and said nothing for a long time. Horror, it's too scary. Chapter 561. Sawtry brother, Yanjun is really cruel, killing so many people overnight. The woman in brown clothes wore a hat, and the veil covered her face very well. Yanjun. It was not Yanjun who killed Qijun. It was the weapon in their hands. It is said that this weapon can be fired continuously and is much more powerful than the crossbow. The man looked at the corpses in the distance with no expression, said, "These are all good things Qin State has done. Although they haven't been out for 2 years, they drive away wolves like tigers. They put cannibal fangs on Yanjun. They turned Yan State into a tiger wolf." The man said fiercely, "Then we will kill those tiger wolves." The woman followed. "No, well, start with the person who supplies the weapons." After that, the man turned and left. In the distance, the Qijun sent people to move the piled bodies away and bury them. The sky couldn't bear these lives to leave, and snow began to fall. To show mercy, Qijun finally met in front of advanced weapons. Although the Yan army was unable to regain the position, it completely destroyed the opponent's offensive morale. Over 10,000 people were killed by machine guns overnight. Not only these, many people are still injured. Due to underdeveloped medicine, coupled with improper treatment, many people are dying. Some people are suffering tremendously. The Qi army's rear was full of wounded soldiers hit by bullets. A doctor saw off the calf of a Qi army soldier with a wounded leg with a saw blade in his hand. The soldier passed out in pain, and the wounded soldiers resting on the side looked at everything in fear. The doctor's hands are full of blood. "Flush with hot water," the doctor said helplessly. "Since there is no medical device to take out those bullets, the doctor can only use amputation, and there is no guarantee that it will be better. Because if the wound does not have a good wound medicine, it will soon become purulent and cause sores. Then the wound will rot. If you want to save your life, you have to amputate again. But the doctor can't do it anymore. The degree of decay of the wound varies from person to person. If the life is not good, the second decay will come quickly, and the person will lose too much blood, and the vitality will be greatly injured. There is only one way to die. The Qi army's attack was completely shattered by the opponent's machine gun. Qijun began to fear that the opponent had such a powerful weapon. But in Qin State, a more powerful machine gun was developed, and the rate of fire and range began to surpass the former. At the moment of launching the water-cooled machine gun, the machine gun and barrel are buckled together, and the gunpowder gas energy is used as the power to open the chamber through a set of mechanism. Compress the recoil spring, and under the action of the spring force, the bolt is pushed into place and fired again. In this way, once you start shooting, the machine gun can continue to fire until the bullets on the bullet belt are finished, which can save a lot of time for reloading. And his principle is very similar to the Maxim machine gun. The development of Qin State has laid a good foundation for the emergence of Maxim machine guns. Steel can be smelted on a large scale, and some special steels have also appeared. This will lay a certain material foundation for the machine gun. Not only these, but the most important thing is that smokeless gunpowder gradually began to become the mainstream charge. The temporary solution of fiber materials allows smokeless gunpowder to be produced on a large scale. The power of smokeless gunpowder is several times that of black gunpowder, and it burns fast. This laid the most important thing for the appearance of the Maxim machine gun, because the Maxim machine gun is powered by gunpowder gas. However, the Make-Kin machine gun is not called Make-Kin and Kin. It is called a Li-style water-cooled machine gun. The full name is Lilin water-cooled machine gun. He was invented by a watchmaker named Lilin, which is similar to Maxim. They have all worked as watchmakers. Has a deep research on mechanical principles. The name of Li's arms production company, Lee's armory was reorganized and was responsible for research and development. With the Kin States' foreign warfare, the demand for rapid-fire weapons in particular is growing. The 6-method runner shotgun has been unable to meet the needs of foreign operations. The 6-barreled Vulcan is too bulky. It's as heavy as a cannon, only a little lighter than a 3-inch gun, and the operation is very inconvenient. The Lee-style water-cooled machine gun boldly adopts new technology. The whole body of the machine gun is stamped and it adopts a tube-retracting type, and uses 100 rounds of ammunition chain for the ammunition. Because the rate of fire is greatly increased, the barrel is easy to hit red. Therefore, a square water tank was wrapped outside. But later it was replaced with a round shape. The caliber adopts a larger caliber .50, shoot with two-handed grips. This gun was first shown to King Kin. The effect of the show is to saw a big tree. Lin and Liu showed this terrible weapon to King Kin. The venue for the exercise was Kin Jun's school ground, and there was a big willow tree in the school ground. It is growing well and can produce a lot of catkins, but today the life of this tree will be summarized here. Bang bang bang. Under Lin's operation, Lin's machine began to emit dazzling flames, and the distance at this time was 200 steps away. Liu served as a bomber to deliver ammunition to Lin's machine gun. The bullets whizzed past, hitting the ground, and dusty bullets continued to fly by. King Kin stood up in surprise and watched the machine gun performance. The willow tree was hit with bullet holes everywhere, but it still stood tenaciously, and its lone leaves that hadn't fallen out also began to fall under the blow of the bullet. The tree kept trembling, the machine gun kept ringing, and the Kin soldiers onlookers watched the machine gun shooting in surprise. They could catch up with such an intensive launch anyway. 100 bullets, it takes them an hour to complete, but in less than a minute, 100 rounds of bullets were all shot out by Lin's machine gun. The water in the water tank sneered hot. It is very eye-catching in the winter, and the big tree stood there, and the stubborn one didn't fall down. Lin was in a hurry. He skillfully pulls up the chain to make a second shot. At this time, Zhao Gao cried out for the second shot. Lin was puzzled. King Kin excitedly ran down from the stands to look directly at the willow tree 200 steps away. The bullet had broken the willow tree into a piece of rotten wood. As Wang Ben looked very dangerous, he hurriedly persuaded King Kin to leave. Not long after he left, the tree collapsed. King Kin was not angry at the sight just now, but looked at Kin's new machine gun with joy. With the Lin machine gun, thousands of troops and horses are like dead trees and leaves. King Kin said confidently. Subsequently, King Kin personally issued a patent certificate for this machine gun, and at the same time ordered the purchase of a large number of machine gun equipment. Kin Jun. Liu was so happy to forget King Kin. But King Kin is not surprised. After all, there is a weapon that can sweep thousands of troops. Chapter 562 Navy Building. The Kin State Staff's schedule for attacking the western regions was set in early April, because at this time, the western regions melted and entered the summer after a very short period of spring. At that time, it was very conducive to offensive operations. It's only mid-December, excluding 2 months of training preparation time, plus 2 months of assembly time. Kin State had a lot of time to speed up the production schedule and equip Lin-style machine guns. Not only that, Kin will send his Heavenly Army troops to participate in the battle this time. The Kin Heavenly Army was newly organized into 2 airship bombing groups. Each brigade has 3 airship bombing squadrons, 2 heavy and 1 medium bombing squadron. Kin's arsenal used casting method to cast a 6-stone iron casting bomb. It contains nitroglycerin that has been carefully compressed and added with diatomaceous earth. Use a detonator as a starting fuse. In order to ensure that the bomb exploded, a clockwork-timed fuse was added to the end of the bomb. The clockwork will trigger the tail detonator when it reaches its final position. Then the bomb will be detonated. This is Kin's first aviation bomb. To this end, Kin will send an airship bombing team as the main force to participate in the battle. A medium and a heavy airship bombing squadron will be used as a reserve force to intervene in local battles at any time. The state of Kin had obviously used the western regions as a place for testing new weapons. This time, because of the participation of commercial organizations, the National Army intervened as an auxiliary force. There are few troops involved, so they have sufficient funds to purchase new weapons. For example, a new type of artillery, a new type of 6-inch artillery with a steel frame. There is a threaded rifling in the artillery, and the rear is filled. The shell uses a whole charge, and the propellant uses picric acid. The shell uses a detonator to act as a fuse, and the fuse component needs to be installed on the top of the shell when it is launched. In this way, the impact point and time of the projectile can be determined without calculating the distance. But unfortunately, the gun mounts at this time did not meet the requirements of later generations of artillery. The main reason lies in the output of steel, which was also just produced at this time. Although the artillery is powerful, it does not use flexible gun mounts. In other words, there is no hydraulic buffer device, and the artillery has great power after using picric acid, which is completely supported by the rigid gun frame. And the overall artillery is a bit cumbersome. It is also for this reason that the old artillery is still used on a large scale after being modified and reloaded, while the new artillery is rarely used. Weapons are not as new as possible. Soldiers want a reliable weapon, not a new weapon. However, the government's procurement of new weapons has not yet relaxed. After mass layoffs, the army has a lot of money to buy new types of weapons, so major weapons companies are racing to develop new types of weapons and provide them to the army for free. It is hoped that the army will recognize this weapon in this war, so that a large military order can be obtained. The National Lieutenant Mansion is the main department responsible for military procurement. They will evaluate various new weapons. It is this assessment that makes the National Lieutenant Mansion busy. Every day, personnel from major companies submit applications for military personnel to enter. Shangwin has to deal with some economic issues, because the Queen of South Korea sent a letter. The content of the letter is to introduce Kin's-related technology, and there is no problem with funding. Shangwin did not rush to answer her question. Instead, check a newly sent report. This report is about naval construction. Kin's navy had to move south due to the export problem of the Yellow River. Although the water source of the Yellow River can allow some wooden ships to sail, it is difficult to reach overseas, and even if it reaches overseas, it is very difficult to return to the home base. Taking these into consideration, Shangwen decisively let the navy move south. But Zhang Han sent a report soon. Shangwen is a little worried. The navy moved south quickly. They set off from Shanghai, passed through Hanzhong and left Yugwan. After leaving Yugwan and entering Nanyang County, he crossed a section of Chu State occupied by Qin State in the Beike era to the Yangtze River. In an unknown place, that place was very close to the old capital of Chu State. There is a mountain to the north, and there is a large amount of wood on the mountain that can be used as a timber base for building ships. It is also conducive to the defensive placement of the fort. There is the Yangtze River to the south, which can be used as a port for naval berthing. The report also drew a sketch for Shangwen to see. As for ships, since the south is a relatively low level of development, the fastest growing state in Qin is Guangdong, 2 northern states and 1 western state, and the rest of the development is at the stage of primitive accumulation of capital, especially in the south. Qin State's development of the south is very inadequate. The main problem is traffic. Qingo is working hard to solve this problem, but it takes time. A lot of time. It is precisely because of the lack of development in the south that the ship has returned to its original location, and sails will be reused in ship construction. It takes a long time for the steam engine to be shipped, not only the steam engine but also coal. If wood is used, it will cause great damage to the boiler, and the charcoal ash contained in wood far exceeds that of coal. Incidents of blocking the chimney happen from time to time. However, in terms of weapons, Qin State is more advanced. and Qin State installs different numbers of artillery according to different ship types. The largest blast hole was drilled on the side of the ship, and the number of artillery was increased to 42 artillery. 2 of the heavy mortars were used to siege the city. Medium-sized ships will be equipped with 30 artillery, no mortars for siege, fast warships with 10 cannons, and small patrol warships with 1 cannon. The entire system is relatively complete. The ship's materials still use wood, and Shang Wen is a little worried, because in this era, as long as a fire attack is launched, these ships may be destroyed. It is not that there is no history, but the subsequent history proves this. Isn't it true that the Three Kingdoms burns Chibi? Moreover, this is on the Yangtze River, not the sea. It is a long and narrow river, not a wide sea. Chu State occupies the lower reaches and Qin State occupies the upper reaches. Although there is a flow advantage, you do not occupy the downstream hydrological situation. It's easy to be caught off guard. Your boat is not fireproof. If the other party attacked suddenly, the consequences would be disastrous. Although Qin State had advanced instruments and equipment such as sextants and nautical clocks, these things were used on the sea, not on rivers and lakes. The state of Qin fought in the Yangtze River basin. Shang Wen believes that the navy does not have much advantage, and, most importantly, no commercial organizations enter. In other words, Qin State does not have merchant ships, and there are fishing boats that can only be regarded as personal fishing, and there is still a serious shortage of ships dedicated to sailing. Qin State and Chu State maintain good foreign trade relations, and Chu State imports large amounts of Qin State's industrial products. The South needs to be developed. Although there is a certain amount of development, the development effort is not enough. Shang Wen wants to strengthen this aspect. Chapter 563 Traffic Problems. Shang Wen believes that the construction of the Navy still lacks a solid foundation. This foundation is the overall economic development of the South, and this economy will be closely integrated with Chu State. Then, through the Yangtze River, the final civil navigation foundation needed by the Navy is completed. However, the development of the South is not easy said. A Qinling Mountains separates Guanzhong from Basu. It is this insurmountable mountain that separates the development between the two places. Great geographical isolation will directly lead to great difficulties in economic development. Traffic has become a big problem for this southern development. Shang Wen convened a small internal cabinet meeting for this purpose. The number of people in this meeting is only the temporary establishment of the transportation department. With the increasing diversification of Qin State's transportation tools, the establishment of such a department is already in great need. According to incomplete statistics, it is conservatively estimated that there are as many as 100,000 horsey-drawn carriages in Qingyuogwen alone. If railway traffic is added, there are already about 100 locomotives. This number is increasing very fast, because the demand is very strong. The role of trains has begun to show. The number of train skins has exceeded 1,000. People have become accustomed to the existence of trains, especially after the telegraph line was erected. The number of train departures has exceeded 10 times the sum of all previous time periods. Except that the Southern Railway has not been built, Qin has already laid 3 major traffic arteries. Among them, the eastward can directly reach Xinjiang in South Korea. As long as Qin is willing, he can take the train to occupy South Korea. It's not just land transportation. There is also air traffic. Yinu established its first air transportation company, and the first air route has been opened. The direct airship flight from Xianyang to Taiyuan attracted everyone's attention. The airship adopts a rigid airship. It can take 50 passengers and more than 200 shi of cargo. After the establishment of the first air transportation company, the Royal Air Transportation Company established by King Qin opened up multiple routes. Eastern route from Xianyang to Hangguan, Liuoyang, Xinjiang. Western route from Xianyang to Longsai. It has a direct route to the north. The riders are mainly old aristocrats, senior businessmen, wealthy businessmen, etc. on sightseeing tours. In addition, there are river transportation temporarily suspended due to freezing. Therefore, it is very necessary to set up a transportation department. Moreover, the transportation department has not finished the work at hand, because the number of carriages in various regions has not yet been counted, not only carriages, but also horses, and they also plan to consider bicycles to be counted. Shang Wen vetoed it. He thinks the transportation department is a little crazy. If statistics are needed, he can set up a statistics department instead of setting up a separate transportation department. The meeting was held in a small room. First of all, our topic this time is southern development. I know this topic is a bit big, but the Navy has established their naval base in the south. They really need us to support them in agriculture, industry, and commerce. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to take root there. Shang Wen said, our country has owned Bashu for a long time, and Bashu's granary has always been the last savings of our country. Therefore, Bashu is very important to us. But the Yangtze River is also very important. With China's targeted trade development, our trade volume with Chu is the largest. According to recent statistics, we probably earned 500,000 gold from the royal family of Chu. Orders. There are countless private trades. We export glass, arms, mirrors, clothing, leather shoes, and flour, etc. In addition, everyone knows that almost all the gold is in our country, Qin, so we import from Chu country a lot of silk, duck down, wood, rhino horn, medicinal materials, and the most important thing is that sugar cane is what we calls. It is our most important sugar raw material. If there is no sugar cane, then the milk we drink will not be sweet. Our various breads will lose sugar. This is disastrous for us. So, the development of the south, especially the Yangtze River region, is very important for us in the future. But the biggest problem is transportation. Our funds in Guangdong can't cross the high mountains to reach the south. Southern commodities are produced to reach Guangdong. So the first step in developing the south is to solve the traffic problem. Shang Wen clearly stated on the map, the location of the Qinling Mountains is marked, and it is this mountain range. Qin cannot communicate with the land of Bashu geographically. My opinion is that we can bypass this mountain range and build a railway going south, from Luoyang directly south to our naval base in Darkin. Not only railways, but also highways and road networks can be built to improve, from here to here. But it's almost flat. Meng Yi said first. His view is simple, that is, to bypass this mountain range. In fact, on the construction of the highway to Bashu, Qin encountered engineering problems that were harder than he could imagine. Although there are explosives, the overall trend of the mountain is actually where Huashan is located. The difficulty of the project has caused a large number of engineers to postpone the construction period by as much as 1 year. Even if a large number of slaves are sent south to participate in the project, I am afraid it will be difficult to carry on the project. The reason for the postponement is that the highway needs to be kept in a straight line. In the north, Qin can use slaves to fill the entire gully, because the geological materials are different. But here, there is also abnormally hard granite, which is quite difficult for the engineering difficulty. In order to ensure the straight line of the road, different tunnels need to be excavated. These tunnels suddenly raise the difficulty of the project to a height. Of the 10 slaves who came here, 6 remained there forever. The number of deaths is very high. It is for this reason that Meng Yi believes that the quick solution is to bypass Qinling. Otherwise, there is no way for the South to develop so quickly, especially industry. It is difficult without good transportation. It's difficult. The Minister of Transportation also agreed to this plan for a simple reason. Everyone understands the difficulty of Qinling's engineering. It can be said that if it were not for the use of slaves, building a highway in Qinling would be no less than the manpower, material and financial resources that Qin said when building Zhengguo. Shang Wen agreed. But there is another question, that is, does the Qinling project continue? The answer is that it is in strategic security considerations. The traffic in Qinling must be repaired, and no matter how difficult it is, it must be repaired to the end. Mengyi was talking about outside traffic, and kindling is the internal traffic. Internal traffic is very important for Qingyuan Hong to directly control Basu geographically. Now that the country is developing rapidly, the development of the southern Qinling Mountains requires high-speed access, and if necessary, trains must be connected. Chapter 564 Investment Opinion. The transportation problem is temporarily solved, and the next step is to solve the investment problem. When it comes to investment, Shang Wen and Mengyi don't have to worry too much. The two drafted an investment proposal. This opinion is provided to investors by the government with guidance. In order to cooperate with this investment advice, and to develop the South as soon as possible, it is necessary to make certain concessions in certain major areas, for example, tax reduction and exemption, and the government provides interest-free loans. After repeated repairs, Qin State issued the first investment proposal aimed at developing the South. Investment opinions were published in newspapers soon, and this time the South began to become a new topic for people. The investment proposal clearly stated that there are abundant forestry resources in the South. These forestry resources are different from those in the North, for example, Nanmu, which is not available in the North. This thing is not only suitable for furniture. If you want to have money, you can make the floor. The floor material has become a new building material necessary for people. Investing in forestry in the South can make a lot of money, but the traffic problem worries everyone. But the government has given a solution. Qin will build a railway, a highway and a highway to solve it. And within 4 years, Qin will open up the channel from Qinling to Basu. People think it is feasible. It is okay to go down the railway line south and then take a boat up into Basu, and transport the wood from Basu by water. So some bold investors began to invest in forestry resources. Not only forestry resources, but also agriculture. Qin has attracted a large number of farmers who have mastered a lot of agricultural technology, which is very helpful to Qin's agricultural production. Coupled with the great development of Qin's own technology, let these farmers have a transcendence result. The appearance of glass allowed Qin to build a greenhouse in winter, which allowed the farmer to maintain a constant temperature to study the growth conditions of various plants. The first is sugarcane. Qin has a huge need for sweetness, various types of pasta, as well as the wide use of yeast. Let Qin State's cake have an expansive development. However, behind the development, people's demand for cane sugar is increasing rapidly. As a last resort, people switched to various jams instead, but butter, especially the white sugar brought by a large amount of sugar cane imported from Chu country, after being adsorbed by activated carbon. Let Qin State start adding sugar to tea and milk. Suddenly, the amount of sugar cane has become a blowout and the demand has increased. People put the addition of sugar as a symbol of wealth. People are scrambling to buy sugar. However, the output of white sugar is very low, and even the price of brown sugar with certain impurities is only 1 or 2.5 times lower than that of white sugar. The demand of Qin State stimulated the large amount of sugarcane plantation in Chu State, but agricultural production takes time. Especially sugarcane is an extremely profitable industry. Chu State uses this industry to achieve a trade balance with Qin State. Therefore, Chu State does not allow people other than Chu people to engage in the sugarcane industry. But agricultural technology research has broken through this point. The farmer summarized some conditions for sugarcane planting. They secretly removed several sugarcanes and cultivated them in the greenhouse. Through a certain climate determination, Qingo is very supportive of the data of these agricultural technicians. They decided that sugarcane could be grown on a large scale in the land of Basu. As soon as the news came out, it naturally attracted a large number of people to cross the high mountains and enter Basu to do sugarcane business. They want to grow sugarcane in large areas and hire these agricultural technicians as consultants. Basu granary began to transform into a sugarcane base in Qin State. If it were not for Qin's expansion of a large amount of land and people's diet structure had been greatly adjusted, a Basu granary would not have become Kin's sugar industry base. A newspaper boredom survey showed that Kin people's demand for wheat and other planted foods is 45%, and the demand for meat is slightly lower than this figure, about 42%. But in the northern and western regions, the figure is high at 50%, because they have a lot of meat. The rest is the input of tea, fruits, and various beverages. It was the diversified needs of Kin's diet that made Basu dare to make such a big attempt. At the southern foot of the Kinling Mountains, some people began to introduce oranges from Chu, and the fruit can be more than just canned. Orange perfume is also one of a great demand. The country of Kin needed to import a large amount of oranges from the country of Chu. At this time, oranges had not been introduced to Chongqing and Sichuan for planting. It is only in the area south of the Huai River in Chu State that rapeseed oil. The demand for fruits led the state of Kin to grow oranges in the Kinling Mountains. These all benefit from the grafting technology of the farmer. The reason why Chu State was able to maintain vigorous trade relations with Kin State was because of the abundant agricultural production resources in Chu State. Kin's silk is not as good as Chi's. The amount is not as large as the opponent's amount. There are also oranges. Kin can only pick those green oranges for long-distance transportation to reach Kin. Oranges can only turn golden yellow after they have been left for a period of time. In order to keep the oranges, Kingo could only make canned food on the spot. In addition, there are some special metals. Kin found that there are abundant special metals in the south of the Yangtze River in Chu State. These metals can cut iron and steel very well. After a period of research, Shang Wen believed that Kin had obtained a metal of tungsten. After adding a small amount of tungsten, the hardness of steel can reach an astonishing level. Kin country needs to import this kind of minerals for drilling and processing all kinds of gears, but the price is ridiculously high. Not only these, but also brass. Kin used electrolysis to solve the problem of brass production. As soon as Kin State began to use fixed-load ammunition, brass has always restricted the production of bullets, and Chu State has a large amount of CHAL copyright. Kin needed to import a large amount of brass to meet the demand for bullet production. Kin State exports munitions, watches, clothing, perfumes, glass and other industrial products. The trade between the two sides is in a delicately balanced relationship, because if Kin does not export, it will lose a lot of industrial raw materials. These industrial raw materials are available in Chu, but not in Kin. A report by the investment bank investigated in detail the trade between Kin and Chu. The bank staff discovered this subtle relationship, and Kin did not dare to increase prices arbitrarily, because Kin's raw materials came from Chu. If Kin increased the price, then Chu would change the price at will. It was this reason that finally prompted the state of Kin to use the state of Chu. Take the initiative to break this balance. The breakthrough is the biggest demand for sugar. Sugar is the biggest profiteering industry. Chu State occupies the sugar cane production area, and Kin State must try to change this situation. The investment proposal will solve this problem as quickly as possible. Collect sugarcane raw materials into Kin's own possession, instead of becoming a major financial source of Chu. Chapter 565 Queen's Return Letter. The breakthrough in agricultural technology does not lie here. They invented soilless cultivation technology in the greenhouse. This technology will greatly improve the yield and quality of Kin's agricultural cultivation. It is also conducive to the production of new seeds. Soilless culture technology comes from the reaction of chemical solvents. Kin's chemical industry is developing rapidly, and many new reagents are constantly appearing, and most of it comes from solution reactions. This provides a reference for farmers. So can the cultivation of crops be carried out in a solution? So they put the plants in the water at first, add various nutrients to the book, mainly extract nutrient solution from urine, mainly the supplement of nitrogen. As a result, they discovered the benefits of water cultivation. and gradually they turn their attention to the extraction of soil nutrients. This is the extraction of the initial nutrient solution. While supplementing nitrogen, they also invented the use of chemical fertilizers. It is still a chemical component extracted from urine. This invention will initiate the emergence of fertilizer. However, the chemical aspect does not care about the use of agricultural fertilizers, as Kin State uses nitric acid on a large scale. The production of nitric acid is on the agenda. Although Kin State has rich mineral resources, it has an increasing demand for nitric acid, mainly for the production of detonators. Demand for smokeless gunpowder. Chemists are exploring a new way to easily obtain nitric acid, and this method relies on new forces, molecular theory. The emergence of this theory will make chemistry a big step forward. The major breakthroughs in Kin's achievements stem from Shang Wen's use of a method of the government's expenditure on education. Kin has not only built universities and basic education facilities in Guangdong, but also established establishments in various newly established states. A state university and a series of basic education. All basic education is free. University education needs to pay for its own teaching costs. If you don't want to, you can sign a talent training agreement with a series of companies, so as long as new inventions and technologies appear, most of the tuition fees can be waived. If possible, the technology will be widely used. It is likely to make a lot of money. Such methods first originated from technical universities and colleges funded by large companies. They are the main force of technology advancement. In terms of school system, Kin's school system is rather chaotic. There is no uniform regulation yet. Mainly, the training of a college student, especially a technician, comes from his research results. This pragmatic approach will directly lead to the chaos of Kin's school system. First of all, becoming a professor depends on whether your research results have been actually tested, actually useful. This is the most important criterion for the test of professors. The second is the student's research results. A student is still a student for the first month, but if you make a major breakthrough in the next month, then you will be the student as a professor, because no one in this field can match your results. It is for this reason that Kin's university degree ranges from 6 months to 1.5 years. The same is true for basic education. Although the basic education of Kin State has been vigorously developed with government investment and private donations, the school system is still chaotic. Each school has the right to choose their own textbooks. These textbooks are the relatively mature research results of various universities. The same is true for universities, and so are basic teaching. Many students have broad interests and universities have become their goals for further studies. Although the teacher teaches, but the initiative of students exceeds the scope of teachers and professors. Therefore, many students graduate early and enter university. In Kin, it is not surprising that you see a child who is only junior high school doing research in university, because his knowledge is far away, more than ordinary people. In order to encourage invention, Kin also specially established the post of doctorate, which is mainly used for those who have lifetime technical achievements. But later it was also developed for those in economics and political research. Because Kin gradually discovered that new things appeared in many aspects of Kin. For example, under the vigorous promotion of Hanf, South Korea established the first three-power separation system. The states of Kin are more open than South Korea. They have established a more complete trial system, and lawyers first appeared in each state. The jury also began to appear in court. The local state is more enlightened than the central. Therefore, Kin set up this position to complete the new situation. After the emergence of new things in Kin, various affairs of the Kin state are in progress. In order to know the situation of the western regions for the first time, the state of Kin set up a special telegraph line directly to the western regions. Make adequate preparations for the next war. Shang Wen had to deal with the Hun's issue and the issue of capital export. But Han Xiu disregarded all this and brought trouble. The new South Korean ambassador specially handed Shang Wen a personal letter. My dear, there was this sentence at the beginning. My dear. It came from a reporter posting a private letter between Shang Wen and Yin in the newspaper. Shang Wen believed that this violated private privacy. But Yin said that she did it, and that it was her instruction. The letter is also hers. Shang Wen was speechless, so Dia spread out all of a sudden because of the relationship in the letterhead, mainly for people with close personal relationships. Obviously, Han Xiu believes that the relationship between her and Shang Wen is this relationship. Shang Wen shook his head helplessly. Are you busy lately? Why didn't you reply to my letter? As a queen, Han Xiu wrote to Shang Wen in the vernacular and in the usual left-right way. It can be seen that Han Xiu paid attention to the details of Shang Wen. I think you are very busy, otherwise you will not reply to my letter. The situation in South Korea is very good, and it is improving. However, there are many people in our country. You should know about this situation. These people can never say that everyone is going to do business. It cannot be said that some people have left their homeland to work in Kin. I want Kin to set up factories in the concession area. In this way, many problems can be solved. What do you think? This is the export of capital and the export of technology. Requirements. Shang Wen didn't want to make any answer for some specific issues. I think we can talk face-to-face. This can also be a good discussion. Xianyang, I haven't been there for a long time. I don't know how the changes are. I heard that there are cameras in Xianyang. I want to take a photo and have a phone call. I have never seen it before. I heard that two people can talk at a long distance. If this is the case, I think there can be a telephone connection between the two countries. In this way, we can talk on the phone. You say okay? I will send someone to inform you of the specific date. Shang Wen quickly read the letter. The queen of a country will visit a country. I don't know if there is any precedent in the history of the warring states period. Shang Wen was at a loss. Chapter 566 Ask Qin for help. Qin Go had a bad record before. That is to imprison him during the negotiation by the king of Chawai. Isn't this Han Xiu afraid that Qin will follow the previous practice? Shang Wen admired the courage and insight of this woman. In fact, Qin state. After Shang Wen instigated a strategic turn, the people of the Qin kingdom have already forgotten to attack the Six Nations. The actual benefits obtained by Qin in the foreign war far exceeded the war against the Six Countries, and the war against the Six Countries can only increase the burden. It cannot increase the actual benefits. The foreign war is different. The huge land expansion is part of the expansion of the Qin state. More importantly, the enthusiasm of non-governmental participation is very high. The people of the Qin state can get 100 or 200 times more profit from it. And the scale of the land far exceeds that of any king before Qin. This makes the people agree with Shang Wen's strategy. Actively expand the influence and benefits of the war to the outside world. For the Six Countries, it actively produces and sells various commodities to the Six Countries to earn money from the people of the Six Countries. Then spend money to hire people from the Six Nations. This is more profitable than fighting the Six Nations on the battlefield. The direct result of these gains is that the living standards of the people in the Qin kingdom have greatly increased. The living standards of the people in the Six Countries. The living standards of the people of the Qin country of an ordinary family have exceeded the living standards of the nobles of the Six Countries, although the living area of their houses did not exceed. But the living conditions of residents have greatly surpassed. Sleeping has Simmons, but in Six Kingdoms, only the titles above her have Simmons, and only the few women they loved were rationed. However, Qin Go can popularize it to specialize in the production of children's mattresses. In terms of furniture, sofas, coffee tables, chairs, it has been popularized on a large scale, and the Six Countries only exist among the upper-level officials. There is also the carpet on the floor. Qin state can use extra wool to weave carpets. If placed 2 years ago, this is definitely a prodigal phenomenon. But now it is very commonplace. If you don't have a good carpet in your house, this is really impossible. In the Six Countries, Some people don't even wear warm clothes. The gap is too big. The people of the Kin country used wool to woven carpets and spread them on the ground to make blankets. This makes the people of the 6 nations who have just come to Kin very puzzled. They think the people of Kin are crazy. They are too wasteful. These are all small details. At work, some factories and firms in Xianyang began to increase their welfare benefits, and people began to have holidays. The state of Kin stipulates 1 day off every 6 days. There is a 15-day holiday every 6 months. 1 year means 30 days of annual leave. Of course you can choose to work overtime to spend your holiday. Most of the industrious and simple Kin people chose to work overtime. The main reason is that they are not accustomed to the feeling of vacation, and they think it is really bad for them not to work. So they gave up their vacation and got involved in work. It is precisely because of these people of Kin who voluntarily give up their vacations, Kin's various undertakings are progressing very fast. That was the case in Germany after World War II. The Germans who worked more than 48 hours a week recovered to the pre-war level at an extremely fast rate, while Kin surpassed the 6 countries with an average of 50 hours of work, and was far behind. The country is behind. Kin's rapid development is definitely not accidental. There are many factors, and many college students who specialize in economics and management come to study this topic. They think their subject can provide the Prime Minister with great reference opinions. It was similar research that made Kin published more books. Wang Jian began to write some specialized military books, mainly in the vernacular, and Wei Liao began to project economic management aspects of military affairs, mainly social needs. Li Si began to write his memoir. He insisted on classical Chinese. Newspapers also have the functions of publishing houses. They began to compile some special books, for example, medicine, literature, mainly the Book of Songs and some of the published books of predecessors. Among them, Sun Tzu's Art of War is very troublesome to compile. The 13 chapters of Sun Tzu in history were compiled by Cao Cao. At that time, there were more than 50 fake works of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Even the current warring states still has more than 20 articles. Kin State Publishing House began to compile these books, and began to annotate according to personal opinions. Kin Go is no longer a simple farming war policy. His influence has begun to transcend all aspects. These are far more natural, thorough, and easier to accept than the unified weights and measures after Kin unified. When Kin State began to radiate surrounding countries with its unique civilization, Yan State couldn't hold it anymore. King Yan embezzled a large amount of military spending for a bluffing ceremony to enter the city. Most of these military expenditures are the soldiers' salary. The soldiers of his 2 large divisions have been fighting on the front line for a long time, but they did not receive the military payment for 2 months. Not only these, but also their food rations, because Yan has reduced its imports of food from Kin. This directly caused the food for the soldiers on the front line to shrink drastically. The meat began to shrink to just a little bit. This is still a monthly ration, and canned food is beginning to disappear, replaced by cheap corn. The last inventory in Kin's warehouse was sold to Yan, and these things are reserved for the slaves. The flour was gone, and it turned into wheat rice that was hard to swallow. The reduction in food rations, coupled with the arrears of military pay, made the morale of Yan's soldiers increasingly low. Their clothes are getting worn out and cannot be replaced. The boots cannot be replaced with new ones. Plus, being in the trenches, many people have trench disease. They do not have clean socks to replace. The attack that King Yan hopes to launch is unable to attack again after Chi State has launched the attack. In fact, their soldiers protested against the reduction of food rations by officers. The officer used this as a reason to refuse to attack. The Qi army was also unable to launch an offensive due to huge casualties. The 2 sides entered a stalemate. The situation on the front line spread to the country of Yan. King Yan shook his head and sighed. He didn't understand why his army was equipped with advanced muskets and artillery. So why couldn't it defeat Qi? But Ixin unexpectedly understood the situation on the front line. After all, Yango has no money. Although there are gold mines in the north, The expenses of King Yan are very large. Most of the gold in the gold mine became the expense of King Yan. At this time, explain the situation to King Yan. It's just looking for death. But Uxin offered another opinion. My lord, the minister has a clever plan, Uxin said tentatively. Hurry up, King Yan said impatiently. The king can help Qin. Qin has many new weapons. We can rent them, Uxin said with a smile. Rent. King Yan looked at Uxin. Meow, meow. Meow. King Yan said slowly. Chapter 567 New China. After a conversation between King Yan and Uxin, King Yan agreed with Uxin. He believes that Qin and Qi have insoluble contradictions. The main reason is that Hao Qi once despised Shangwin. Qin must take this opportunity to help Yan. Yan state is attacking Qi state. Moreover, Yang-Qin is still an alliance. The trade between Qin state and Yan state is actively developing. Uxin can be seen. This tiger and wolf Qin is also a master of calculations. As long as the vested interests of Qin were given, you have the same interests as his, and Qin will inevitably give you some good. Therefore, Yan state formed a kind of pro-Qin faction. They believe that as long as they maintain their current relationship with Qin, Qin will not annex Yan, but will help Yan instead. Therefore, Uxin once again went to Qin state. This time, he will make some new weapons. Rely on the power of new weapons to conquer Qi. The kingdom of Yan began to pin the war of alignment on new weapons. In fact, this was considered by Yang-Xin for King Yan. King Yan didn't want to spend more money on the army, but he didn't have much money, and he wanted to win the war. So there was only one solution, that is the new weapon. Yan state was the first country to try to equip new weapons on a large scale, and also achieved a good record. It was this view that prompted King Yan to put his new hope of victory on the advanced weapons. He believes that as long as there are new weapons, the war will be won. In fact, Shangwin is deliberately controlling the emergence of new weapons in the Six Nations War, because the lethality of new weapons far exceeds that of the cold weapon era. If once applied on a large scale, the number of casualties that appeared is an uncontrollable number. On the other side, the minion in Xianyang of Chu state was released by Qin state after being imprisoned for nearly 100 days, provided that he paid a fine of more than 5,000 gold. After more than 100 days of prison, his hatred of Qin state has increased to the extreme. He wants to be king, even if he uses improper means, because he can't resist his ambition to be king. Because only when you become a king, you can become the king of Chu country to be worthy of that beautiful eldest princess. Ning Chu did not want to be king at will. He had his plan. He asked Wu Xianyu to explore the purchase of arms in Qin. At the same time, he has to recruit a group of talents. Arms are easy to say, but talent is hard to say. The talents cultivated by the education of Qin state are not willing to go to the Six Nations. The reason is that the 6 countries do not recognize them, and there has never been a legal basis to guarantee their rights. This is the biggest problem. At this time, Qin state hired various talents to act as consultants. This is Qin's preparation for his own think tank, because with the rapid economic development, many situations are constantly appearing. Although Shangwin pursues a liberal economic policy, that is to say, the government only stipulates what is not allowed, and the rest can be done. Therefore, there may be legal or policy errors in some matters. In order to avoid this is a mistake, it is very necessary to establish a system of consultants. This is also an organization method for the government to operate quickly and efficiently. Fan Zheng hurried back to Xianyang after seeing the news in the newspaper. He wants to be Qin's consultant. This important decision stems from his understanding of Qin's travels. After Fan Zheng stayed in Xianyang for a few months, he walked around Qin in the name of geographic survey. This movement caused many questions in his mind to be explained. Fan Zheng has already seen it. The trend of world reunification is very clear. Qin will dominate the world, whether it is national strength or civil servants and generals. Qin has it all. But there was one thing he didn't understand. Qin could have annexed the 6 countries. Why did it suddenly stop sending troops at such a critical period and instead attack a few nomadic tribes? This makes him very confused. The answer was found in what he saw and heard. Qin can annex 6 countries, but it has to pay a high price. This price made King Qin very worried about the situation after the reunification. And Shang Wen gave another path. The economic development of the state of Qin attracts the attachment of the 6 countries. This is a bold alternative attempt. Shang Wen's starting point is to reduce the cost of uniform casualties. But it has created another path of unity, and this is why Fan Zheng suddenly woke up. The train can go directly to the newly established state of Qin state. Where is it? The state of Qin attracted a large number of people from the 6 countries. There are people from Zhao, Korean, Yan and Chu. But they are all Qin people. Because of Qin's economic development, they are closely linked. The people of the 6 nations lived a good life that the 6 nations had never lived before. This kind of comfortable life after economic development makes them gradually integrate. The geographical gap between the 6 countries began to melt. The Qin people's strong sense of adsorption was replaced. A sense of identity. This attraction is very powerful, with the rapid development of economy, especially when the economy of Qin state drove the economy of the neighboring countries of Zhao, South Korea and Chu. The people of various countries abandon the narrow consciousness of the country and mix with the new Chinese consciousness based on the Qin state. This is the initial integration of national consciousness. The regional differences of the past disappeared. New China is being born. This is a big concept. It was also an accidental discovery by Fan Zheng. The 6 countries merged into a new China under the economic integration, although they are from Xinjiang, but it is a brand new nation. Foreign warfare, especially the war against a small number of nomads, has allowed this new and unstable nation to become stable and firm. The blood is the same under the suppression of another alien. This sense of national identity suddenly became cordial. What's our people? Chu people, Qin people. Everyone is the same kind of people. This is external pressure. Internal. Qin's economy is very good. The cessation of sending troops to the 6 nations allowed the 6 nations to begin to change their views on Qin, especially economic drive and newspaper propaganda, make this internal attraction stronger and stronger, especially Qin's slow tax policy. Many folks want to quickly become Xinjiang people. When half-tuo instead of weapons. When new weapons are used to eliminate the few nomads who bully China. Huaxia condenses with Qin as a powerful condensing force. Fan Zheng saw new hope that he had never seen before. He is over 50. He is no longer young. But at that moment he felt that he was much younger. That is a kind of youthful vigor. He was impulsive. Decided to join Qin Guoxin on the road of unification. News came that Qin Go had hired a consultant. Fan Zheng saw the opportunity. He decided to seize the opportunity. So he hurried back from the north by train immediately. Do your best. Do your responsibilities for New China. Qin's influence is strengthening. This is not simply an increase in force. It is an inner strength, not violence. It's coagulation power. He wants to condense the scattered China. It's not just geographical. Still popular. Unity of people. Chapter 568. National Security Advisor. The news of Fan Zheng's application was passed to Shang Wen. In the past few days, Shang Wen has been dealing with the Hun's peace talks, return visits to South Korea and the development of the South. Of course, there are still a series of judicial issues that have not been resolved. The main issue is whether the judicial system is completely independent in the counties and counties of the state of Qin. This requires the approval of King Qin. Shang Wen does not have this power. Fan Zheng. Shang Wen was a little surprised when he got the news. It is really hard for him to imagine that the key figure in the history of Chu and Han contending for hegemony appeared at this time. This surprised Shang Wen too much. Please come to my office. Shang Wen regained some calm and said, "It's too hard to imagine." Such a figure went so far as to return to the government department as a consultant. Shang Wen needs to consider arranging to be a consultant in that area. Fan Zheng was not surprised to learn that Qin's prime minister wanted to see him, because he felt that Qin Go would not let an old man be a consultant for no reason. In fact, I need an interview now. Fan Zeng walked into the office, and Shang Wen pretended to look at the file. Hello Mr. Fan. Please sit down. Shang Wen got up and said. Then he poured a glass of cold water for Fan Zeng. I'm sorry, the Prime Minister's office only provides cold water, Shang Wen said casually. Fan Zeng nodded. This incident has been reported in the newspaper. The department that says Qin spends the least is the Prime Minister Qin's office, because there is not even a cup of hot water provided there. The reason is that there is no provision for hot water in the expenditure. What Fan Zeng saw with his own eyes today confirmed the newspaper report. The Prime Minister's office, which has extremely low expenditure compression, spends a lot of money on education, infrastructure, and defense. This is a huge contrast. Behind this contrast is the reason for a strong country. The responsible attitude of the civil service group is a continuous stabilizer for the development of a country. Mr. Fan can call me by my first name or Mr. each other, Shang Wen introduced. As for the consultant, I think I need to explain. Shang Wen thinks it is necessary to explain. But Fan Zeng unexpectedly stopped Shang Wen's topic. The speed of Qin's accumulation of strength has exceeded the old man's expectation. Qin is powerful, but there are potential safety risks. Shang Wen was a little stunned. He thought the old gentleman would say something he didn't understand. But I did not expect it to be very fashionable using the vocabulary in the newspaper, such as speed. This term appears in professional newspapers. Shang Wen nodded. I don't know, what's your opinion? Shang Wen asked. It's not a good idea. There are one or two opinions, Fan Zeng said. The Prime Minister is actively fighting abroad. It has opened the eyes of the old man. These few nomadic tribes are indeed a huge hidden danger for China. Fan Zeng's visit showed him some ways. The habits of those few tribes made him understand very well. For example, the Huns were unruly and rebellious, but they did not learn the advanced of China. On the contrary, those mountain people actively learn from the Qin people's civilization. If the Qin people can't eliminate it, then I am afraid that it will inevitably become a harm to China. Fighting a tough enemy is not terrible. The terrible thing is the aliens who are actively studying. Fan Zeng's opinion is correct. Shang Wen nodded his approval. Fan Zeng then told Shang Wen what he had seen and heard, which exemplify the difference between the Huns and the mountain people, and believe that mountain people are a potential threat. The state of Qin should resolve both issues as soon as possible. Shang Wen nodded in agreement with this view. In fact, such scholars once put forward this view. In his view, those nations that are good at learning and absorbing the advanced civilizations of others are the most dangerous. Because once he stops studying, it means that your nutrients are lost. That means you will replace, although undecided. But it is the existence of a sense of worry. In addition, Fan Zeng also brought good news to Shang Wen. It is the integration of the new Chinese nation, border area, especially in the northern region. The people of Xinjiang gave up the narrow sense of regional state in the past, formed a kind of Chinese consciousness with Chinese national consciousness as the main body. And this consciousness began to spread throughout the north under the spread of merchants. People's national consciousness began to be replaced by this new Chinese national consciousness. After Shang Wenting was very happy, Shang Wen's idea is to increase this kind of national favor through business. Now it succeeded. But this is just the beginning. What needs to be seen is that the geographic country consciousness still exists. This difference requires differentiation, fusion into the new China spirit. Fan Zeng is obviously very talkative, because some of Shang Wen's views are very close to those of the old man. But Shang Wen was a little unhappy. That is, Fan Zeng still has some ethnic prejudice faintly, especially in terms of foreign policy. It is very obvious that there are also harsh means. I heard that the old man understands the surroundings. I have gained a lot, really. For example, I am surprised that we are forming a new Huaxia concept. Really? Shang Wen and Fan Zeng said after talking. Mr. Fan is a rare talent. We need to arrange a suitable position for Mr. As for the consultant, Shang Wen said with his brain, it's better to serve as a national security advisor temporarily. You know, Qin's civil officials and generals need to communicate, especially in the aspect of national security strategy. This aspect is controlled by the general staff. But economic development and military operations are somewhat out of pace. We need a security consultant to act as a bridge. I hope Mr. Fan can take on such an important task, Shang Wen explained. In fact it is. In terms of foreign strategy, the state of Qin seemed a little messy, plus the intervention of the junior consortium represented by Yinu. For example, if they take over, they will launch a war against the western regions. This made the generals of the general staff, the civilian group headed by Shang Wen and passive. The staff was forced to formulate a battle plan. The civil servants can't intervene in anything. I can only default and watch things happen blankly. Shang Wen temporarily thought of this national security advisor. It is the hope to re-establish a cooperative relationship between the general staff and the Prime Minister's office, with the help of civilian groups to master the economy. Political needs and military commanders' military strategic actions are integrated. This unites the national security strategy. Fan Zheng naturally understood. He also felt the chaos of Qin's foreign warfare. That enemy is fighting. There is no order in the slightest. This made him aware of Qin's confusion in this respect. He is the founder of the New China theory, and he believes that foreign warfare is one of the keys to national integration. So he gladly accepted the position, and think it is unique. The two then shook hands to express a happy cooperation. Then Shang Wen drafted the order. At the same time, he gave Qin Wang a phone call to inform him. Qin asked to write a detailed report to him. He needs to understand why he created such a position. Fan Zheng took the initiative to undertake this task. Chapter 569 Scientific Achievement Conference. Fan Zheng's report was quickly handed over to King Qin. This report pointed out in detail the needs of the national security strategy, and specifically pointed out the specific role of military commanders in the national security strategy and the reality that it is not in tune with the national strategy. The emergence of this position combines the effective and specific roles of generals to jointly fulfill major strategic needs. King Qin also understood that the state of Qin was a little blind in foreign wars, especially the practice of fighting any enemy is a bit too much. He vaguely felt that it should be controlled. Now there is such a position. King Qin accepted it very much. So King Qin accepted this request. The emergence of the National Security Advisor indicates that Qin will set up a special foreign post to manage foreign operations and handle foreign relations. The external and peripheral security strategy was formally incorporated into the Qin state's operating mechanism, although the state of Qin established such a special post but still need a lot of technical support. The holding of Qin Geography Conference will bring no small contribution to Qin, since Qin state holds various sports events. The academia, unwilling to be lonely, also began to set up a spontaneous organization to hold various conferences and exchanges. The Geographic Conference was established in this context. With the emergence of various measurement tools such as the Qin State Astronomical Telescope and Sextant, Qin has made great achievements in geography. When the astronomical telescope was observing the trajectory of the moon, the researchers confirmed the view that the celestial body is spherical. At the same time, Qin discovered the fact that the Earth is also spherical when measuring the meridian. Subsequently, the trajectory of the sphere became a new research object. In this process, people have discovered the fact that the Sun is in the center, although somewhat prejudiced. But it greatly pushes astronomy to a new theory of knowledge. Then people will evolve the relationship between the Earth, the Sun and the Moon based on these theories. After proving that the Earth is spherical, the Geography Congress successfully measured the length of the meridian. The data still cannot be compared with the present, because there is a big conversion relationship between the two. Shang Wen could not find the connection between the two, but a new unit appeared. It's called Miazhang. Miazhang is actually a later section. The unit of a section is actually the unit of latitude 1 second. The Qin Geographic Conference successfully calculated the unit distance between 1 degree, 1 minute, and 1 second in latitude. Among them, the stipulated 1 second is 800 feet, approximately 1.85 kilometers of 1 nautical mile in modern times. Shang Wen believes that there must be an error in the middle. In fact, such an error does exist. But this is indeed a major improvement. The Geographic Conference made the first theodolite, and began to divide geographic latitude and longitude on the existing map of the Qin Kingdom. For this reason, they specially made a globe and gave it to King Qin, although only known geographic information is marked on it. But this is already a big development beyond history. Then the geographical time was calculated based on the division of latitude and longitude. Every 15 degrees is a local time slot. The Qin state is divided by the meridian where Xianyang is located as the starting meridian. East is east longitude, to the west is the west longitude. When 15 degrees is one place, that is, the local time difference of 1 hour. Because the warp distance cannot be measured, there is no fixed number, so just use time instead. The conference also declared that the Qin state Xianyang time shall be the unified time of the Qin state. The appearance of the telegraph has allowed people to discover the huge difference in geography at the same time. Qin state was still when the sun rose in the morning. The west is still dark. This made King Qin feel the huge geographical difference for the first time. King Qin agreed to this. For this reason, the Geographic Conference also stipulated the time method of east plus west minus. Great geographical discoveries require close calculations, especially mathematics and geometric support. Triangulation has become very common. Even Qin's children know how to use their arms to estimate distances. The Mathematics Conference was also held in Xianyang, but not many people participated. It is mainly caused by the dullness of mathematics. The entry of ordinary people is mostly related to survey work. They just want to learn some new mathematical knowledge. The Pythagorean theorem was recognized at the Mathematics Conference and began to enter the textbook of basic education. With the application of triangulation, Qin Go will continue to study, and start to extend to the trigonometric function. This period, Qin's mathematics knowledge began to mature in 1 yuan, 1 time, 2 yuan, 1 time mathematics knowledge, mainly artillery, and a large number of mathematical problems accumulated in life knowledge. Industrial production, especially the need for roundness in bearing design. Bearings are not bearings in the current sense. Instead, the bearing is fixed by adding lubricating oil to the bearing. Synthetic liquid ammonia has not yet appeared. There is also a lack of refrigeration equipment for industrial use. The Mathematics Conference put forward the concept of pi for the first time. At the same time, in the process of making a circle, someone proposed the method of infinite cutting and rounding. This is the earliest embryonic form of calculus. Next, Qin's mathematicians will focus on this topic. Another result is that graphs solve mathematical problems. The parabola comes from artillery. The four-limit graph comes from stock analysis. And there is also probability. This is also brought about by speculation. Mathematics comes from life. Great achievements have been made in chemistry. But the differences are extremely serious. Chemistry began to separate, because some chemists insist that they are genuine chemistry. This divergence stems from the differentiation of organic chemistry and inorganic chemistry. But Qin state has not yet made such a division. Instead, some chemists are pushed into the field of agricultural research. These chemists mainly study phytochemistry. Then started the research on oil and coal. They think this belongs to the biological field. The substances they burn and decompose into carbon dioxide are turned into biochemistry. This is naturally opposed by chemists who study metal and non-metal conductive materials. So the two differ greatly. These gentle and weak scientists almost started fighting. But this issue was shelved. Even experienced chemists cannot explain these problems. They need research to give answers. But the chemistry is very successful. The first is that the discovery of various metals has allowed Qin state to make rapid progress in metals. For this reason, the first periodic table of chemical elements appeared. But only metals. The main reason people are based on the replacement reaction. Although there are limitations, but I can realize that this aspect is very good. There is also microchemistry, and quantitative chemistry is beginning to be determined and become the most important chemical method. However, there are also places where it is impossible to restrict chemistry, such as chlorine. People are doing byproducts of electrolysis experiments, but it was quickly applied to tap water. The people of Kin have abandoned the well water to drink this disinfected water. Scientists demonstrated an experiment in which chlorine gas was used to kill a dog. It is believed that this can also kill harmful bacteria in the water. Biology always sums up a lot of scary things for people to accept. But the problem came out. This toxic gas can kill animals as well as humans. Can it be used as a weapon? The answer is yes. But the chemistry conference is an academic exchange. Killing is a matter of weapons. Can poison gas be used to kill people? Chemists think this is not their business. So this matter was shelved and handed over to other areas. Only the government does not know about this, because they are busy developing southern things. Chapter 570 Coalition exercises start. The chemists' practice of shelving the poisonous gas matter is very improper, and the government departments have not established a management mechanism to manage such weapons of mass destruction in a timely manner. Although Shangwin knows, but other people don't know much about Shangwin. Some people don't even know that chlorine can kill people. Moreover, military personnel have insufficient knowledge of this toxic gas. Who would have thought that this kind of gas contained in steel cylinders through electrolysis would become a weapon? In their opinion, the Alkaline-style machine gun that can shoot more than 200 rounds of ammunition in 1 minute is already a very remarkable miracle. Use steel cylinders. Is it used to smash people? The state of Kin has a military observation mission in the state of Yan, but they will show great disdain for the war between the two countries in the trenches. But there is no good countermeasure. Tsui is one of them. Such a deadlock will numb everyone. Therefore, he did not submit a war report to the Kin State General Staff. Newspapers have a single attitude towards the front. The relationship between Kin and Chi deteriorated. They couldn't understand what the opposite Chigo thought. The situation just froze. Kin's staff was very busy. By this time it was mid-January. The army has been trained in Lonxai, mainly the adaptability of new weapons. Both Qin Jun and Zhao Jun and Han Jun are equipped with unified standard trap guns on a large scale. At the same time, a light fire force composed of more than 300 Alkaline machine guns was formed in the coalition forces. The Qin army has more than 200 equipment. Zhao Jun is more than 70. The Korean army is equipped with the remaining firepower machine guns. In terms of command, Li Xin and Wang Ben will serve as North and South commanders respectively. Li Xin attacked the southern area of Tanshan. Wang Ben attacked the northern part of Tanshan Mountain. In terms of strength, the various forces of Qin State totaled more than 25,000 people. 300 artillery pieces. Zhao sent more than 15,000 people to participate. Nearly 100 artillery pieces. The South Korean army is a special brigade of 7,000 people. There are more than 2,000 cavalry and more than 3,000 infantry. The rest are artillery and transport troops. In addition, the Heavenly Army participated in the whole process. A bombing airship squadron will participate in the entire process. The airships of the two squadrons are the last reserve team. Mongolia also organized a militia of 2,000 people to participate, but they are only used as a reserve team. In terms of command, Qin will set up a frontline staff in Lonxai to deal with problems in a timely manner. The engineers are actively setting up a telegraph line to the western regions. In addition, they invented the magnet phone so that the army can communicate at any time. Zhao sent more troops because of it. To control the army, Li Mu asked Qin State to set up a special telegraph line directly to Zhao State. So the telecommunications company used an airship to lay a dedicated telegraph line from Hexi to Handan. Zhao needs to learn about the situation through the Qin State Embassy. For this reason, Li Mu will pay attention to the war in the northwestern Handan. Sima Shang was sent to the Qin State to observe the scene as a representative of Zhao Jun. According to regulations, before the war, the state of Qin had to hold an exercise to test the situation of the army. So the army began to assemble nervously. Both Qin and Zhao sent military academies during the exercise. They can graduate only through actual combat. Instead, South Korea regards military academies as officers and students as a new force in the army. Their army is expanding rapidly. There is a shortage of officers. The location of the exercise was chosen at the entrance of the Hexi corridor. The terrain there is more in line with the narrow and long area of the western regions. So the army began a large-scale assembly. The assembly of the army is very chaotic. There are many coalition forces, and there are many military types. Many armies have regarded train transportation as their first choice. Therefore, soldiers are everywhere in the railway station. Cannons, machine guns, horses. But the train station is very busy. This is the first time the staff has encountered such a large volume of transportation. Their locomotives are simply not enough. And there are only 2 railway lines. This is the first to build one. That one is temporary. It needs to be reinforced after the weather is warm. The soldiers crowded in chaos at the station waiting for the train. Zhao Jun is the same as Qin Jun. They all started to become lazy, although the distance they have also walked. It's no problem to go now. But they think why there are trains to choose to walk. Infantry and artillery are everywhere in the station. The cavalry unit had already driven away by itself. There are actually 25,000 of them. After the locomotive goes out, it needs to reload some goods to come back, so it is very slow. In order to solve the transportation problem, the General Staff had to discuss a solution with the Ministry of Transportation. First, they began to recruit horse-drawn carriages to transport troops through road traffic, then mobilize locomotives from the Kingo Locomotive Factory and the East and North lines to transport people on the trains. The most daring thing was that Qin asked the airship brigade to modify the pod to transport the soldiers. This is the first time that such a large-scale air force has been transported. Therefore, under the guidance of the military police, the personnel in the station traveled to various places to take transportation. The carriage was full of 8 soldiers. Although it is a bit bumpy, after all, there is no need to walk. There are also some troops who are curiously watching the belly-bellied airship at the airport. They will take this big guy into the sky to reach their destination. Have you been to heaven? A Zhao Jun soldier asked excitedly. He is nervous. No. The soldier who answered him was more nervous. They all try to keep themselves calm. But everyone looked at the airship without talking. They do not know. What should I do if this thing falls? Everyone get on the airship. Hurry up. The ground crew on the ground directed these people to board the airship. The airship can transport 50 people out of here. These live bombs, the ground crew said after guiding people to the airship. Look, we are about to fly. Soldier Zhao Jun exclaimed excitedly through the tempered glass. Unimaginable. The soldiers watched with excitement as they gradually flew off the ground. When the airship flew over the highway, the airship above yelled loudly. The army on the ground responded with the same answer. Trains, carriages, and airships are crocheted into a special picture. The Qin state's troop transportation methods have become more diverse, although his organization is still chaotic. But the emergence of multiple vehicles allows them to solve problems later. What do you want? A Zhao Jun student soldier asked Muzi next to him. That is Li Ziyuoch. Will we win? Li Ziyuoch said, looking at the airship in the sky. Yes, definitely. Didn't you see it? We have an airship, the student said while eating canned food. When Li Ziyuoch heard this, he was even more melancholy. The airship is also owned by others. In the face of such strength, how big will the war change? The coalition forces set off toward their destination in mighty force. Such a well-equipped force will have no one to resist their attack. Wang Ben sat on the airship confidently inside as he watched the army march forward. Li Mu didn't see it. If you see it, I would be surprised. Such an army will be invincible in the world. Chapter 571 Smash Dinosaur Eggs. The large-scale exercise of tens of thousands of people cannot be concealed. After all, The movement is really too big. The Xinkin people in the small town where the highway converges are particularly happy with the army, because once the army starts exercises, it will definitely fight outside. They are small western towns. All the people who have been here since go to war. Fighting means that the country is strong. The residents of the town come from immigrants from Xinkin. They spontaneously gave some food, fruit, and some good wine from their own treasures to the soldiers in the past. That kind of enthusiasm makes many people feel embarrassed. Soldiers of Zhaojun have never felt such a scene. They think it is glorious to fight such a war. It's not just these small towns. At some train stations, the nearby residents even organized an orchestra. They played the cheerful tune of Sisa March, which made the soldiers feel relaxed, as if they felt like they were about to go to the battlefield. Such a warm farewell ceremony allowed the Zhaojun soldiers to blend into the new Qin people easily. Although it was an exercise, the people of Qin could learn something through the newspaper. Qin State held such a big exercise in the West. The purpose is likely to be the fertile western regions. People have already guessed. Qin State may be about to expand to a larger place. This means a new opportunity to land. Just when people were talking about the western exercise, Xianyang held a museum exhibition. The exhibition will be held in the large supermarket planned by Yinu. The supermarket is a large three-story concrete building, very sturdy, and some decorations inside are basically completed. Anyway, it's idle, so it was held there. There are many collections in the museum. There are some weapons and costumes of the Huns, and the exhibition of the great changes in Qin State in recent years. It is mainly the display of details, such as weapons, furniture, and other daily necessities. In addition, there are some painting exhibitions. These are all exhibitions of Yan Mei's works, although there are cameras. But the artistry of the painting is incomparable. There are not only paintings, but also photos. There is also the first photo among these photos. This is what Shang Wen specifically found out to show it. The other is phonograph, telegraph, telephone, etc. If these exhibits are not placed here, many people in Qin have forgotten their role. For example, some daily necessities they used before. Now in the museum exhibition, let them suddenly recall their previous lives. That kind of intimacy emerged spontaneously. It's not just these. There is another highlight inside. That is to display dinosaur fossils. This is the first time that people have truly realized the existence of dinosaurs, although they are all fossils. But it is very attractive. For this reason, King Qin personally came to visit. There are also schools organizing students to visit. The museum does not charge any fees. It is entirely a display and dissemination of public knowledge. The discovery of fossils comes from exploring coal resources. In geological exploration, geologists discovered these fossils by accident. At first they didn't know what it was, but with prospecting and other places, their discovery in today's eastern Mongolian plateau and northeastern mountainous areas made them aware of the existence of fossils. These exhibits mainly come from these places. People came to the museum with curiosity to see these huge dinosaurs. The huge fossils of dinosaur leg bones surprised people. And the huge footprints of that dinosaur, even King Qin couldn't help but stepped forward and made two gestures with his own feet and those of the dinosaur. Geologists cannot give a decent explanation and can only immerse themselves in research and use their imagination to contemplate these prehistoric creatures. Hey, these are the dinosaurs you are talking about? Yinu asked Shang Wen while pulling him. Right, Shang Wen said. How come it's all like this? There is no meat. Are they all running back and forth with such a bone frame? Yinu said curiously, looking at the fossil. Shang Wen rolled his eyes and looked at Yinu. What about you? Yinu asked. They have been buried underground for more than 65 million years. Shang Wen exclaimed. Yes, they buried it for so long. Yinu said suddenly. Hey, look at what those things are. Yinu suddenly turned to another stand. The accusation of the dinosaur egg yelled loudly. This is a dinosaur egg. The dinosaur came out from here. Shang Wen explained. Hey, you said this dinosaur is really strange. They lay eggs just like chickens. I thought they came out like that. Yin looked at a group of dinosaur egg fossils curiously. Shang Wen didn't know what happened to these dinosaur eggs. Those dinosaur species left behind. Shang Wen knows nothing about this. He is not a geography lover. These are also things outside of his profession. Just when Shang Wen was looking at these dinosaur eggs, Yin even opened her handbag. He even took out a pistol from the bag. Shang Wen couldn't imagine the next move. Yin actually smashed the dinosaur egg with the handle of the gun. You are crazy. Shang Wen immediately hugged Yin to stop her crazy actions. You let me go. I want to open this egg to see if there is a small dinosaur in it. Let go. Yin broke free of Shang Wen's arm and wanted to smash it out a second time. Don't smash it. It's useless. It's all rocks. Shang Wen explained immediately. What? Yin asked. It's all rocks. Everything that has been buried for so many years has turned into rocks. It's useless if you break it, Shang Wen said immediately. This Yin. The behavior is always so unexpected. Who would have thought that this girl would smash a dinosaur egg with a gun? Fortunately, she organized the museum. If it is placed in later generations, he really has a headache. The little dinosaurs have turned into stones. What a pity. If there are dinosaurs, I want to raise one, Yin said with a sigh. Shang Wen completely convinced the little girl's weird idea. Okay, let's take a look elsewhere. Shang Wen changed the subject and said, wait, you just hugged me, Yin said. This is a public place. Let's go back and talk about it, Shang Wen said. I'll talk about it when I go back, Yin asked unrelentingly. We are lovers. Intimate actions are all possible. Shang Wen reluctantly moved out the lovers. Lovers? Really? Yin said to herself. Of course, it's okay to kiss between lovers, Shang Wen said. What is a kiss? Yin didn't understand. Yes, I kissed you. Or you kissed you, Shang Wen explained in a low voice. Yin's face blushed as soon as she heard it. Fuck you. I kicked you to death, said Yin. Was just a kick. Yin felt a little shy when she heard the kiss. In order to cover up, Yin is about to beat Shang Wen. So Shang Wen ran away after being beaten. Yin kept chasing after him. Chapter 572 Accidental Weapon. Yin chased after Shang Wen so that King Qin could see. King Qin shook his head helplessly. He decided to find a time to settle the marriage between the two. The news that Yin smashed dinosaur eggs was caught by reporters. Soon the anecdote of becoming an upper-class celebrity spread. But the owner of a grocery store was inspired to start a promotion to win big prizes. This activity quickly spread throughout Xianyang, and other places have started to follow suit. However, Yin is not at all cold about this game. But the folks are always happy. Ding ding, a rush of phone calls rang. Shang Wen answered the phone. On the other end of the phone is Secretary of State Yao Jie. He told one thing that made Shang Wen a headache. That is, the special envoy of Yan Go asked Qin for help. Asked to buy new weapons to help them. Yao Jie has sent the envoy back. However, considering that the state of Yan greatly restrained the state of Qi, Qi state's attitude is extremely stubborn, very unfriendly to Qin. Yao Jie suggested selling a batch of arms to the other side. Shang Wen thinks this matter is very troublesome, so let him go to the Guo's mansion to talk. Shang Wen put down the phone and shook his head. Honestly, he is very reluctant to sell a batch of new weapons to the opponent, because in this way many people will die. Qin has made an exception to give Yan a batch of 6-barrel machine guns. So what weapons can you give? You must know that the opponent is still holding cold weapons. We used the report description and summary performed by frontline reporters. The situation in Yan state is not very good. No one can break through the deadlock on the same front. Although Yan state's weapons are advanced, their weapons, to be honest, it is very useful for those barbed wire fences. It's small. Wai Liao said simply. If it weren't for Wai Liao's brief introduction, Shang Wen would really not know what happened on the front line. Unexpectedly, such a fast time has entered the era of trench warfare. The war mode is no longer carried out above the surface. Change it below the surface. people already know how to avoid bullets and the weapons in the hands of Yan Jun. Except for the 6-barreled machine gun, there seems to be no weapon worth mentioning. Our situation is not very good. At present, a large number of new equipment is being experimentally equipped in the combat troops of the western regions. We don't know how the performance of these weapons is. If it is given to the people of Yan, who can guarantee that the people of Yan will not use them? The weapon was abandoned to the people of Qi. At that time, we will be in trouble. Liu's attitude is very clear. Advanced weapons must be in the hands of the Qin people. To the Yan people, he was very uneasy. Who knows the result? Shang Wen believes that the Yan army was confined to trench warfare in terms of firepower. The firepower of the Yan army should be strengthened. Shang Wen's thinking still has a lot of inertia. He believes that only firepower can overwhelm the opponent. So he began to look for a weapon with powerful firepower that could be in his own hands. How do you think about bombing with an airship? Shang Wen asked. Bombing? Liu looked at Shang Wen. Yes, bombing. We provide firepower support in the form of lease. It is equivalent to the support of heavy artillery for the Yan army. Shang Wen believes that this can be done. The airship is slow. Therefore, his bombing accuracy is much higher. Yes, so that our airship can be tested in actual combat. So while Liu began to call, the operator took the call to the general staff. With the increasing number of telephone access, the emergence of the switch began to solve the telephone communication problem. But at this time there is no automatic switch docking technology. Still need people to complete. After receiving the call, Wang Jian began to consider the feasibility of the bombing and let the Heavenly Army come up with a plan. The airship bombing training of the Sky Army has always been there. They think they can do it, and soon submitted a combat plan. The plan is very theoretical, but Wang Jian agreed. The Heavenly Army is too lack of actual combat experience. This is very necessary for them. So a bombing plan codenamed Punishment was approved. Shang Wen met Xin in person and tell the other party Qin Guo's plan. Obviously, Qin is in a diplomatic consideration to punish Qi for disrespecting Qin's attitude in diplomacy. Although Xin was satisfied that Qin was able to provide military assistance. But when it comes to buying more new weapons, Shang Wen spoke frankly about Qin's subsequent military operations in the western regions, said that because of these military actions, Qin was restrained. All current weapons and equipment are in the western regions. There is nothing Qin can do. Xin also wants to get some new weapons, but Qin had no intention of selling it. Shang Wen's starting point is clear. The lethality of weapons has reached another level. If you sell without control, it may cost a lot of casualties. Qin has to shoulder such responsibilities, so it must restrict Qin's arms exports, especially the export of new weapons. This point is very important. Imagine if one party has an absolute superior weapon, then the other party paid more than just casualties. The balanced diplomatic situation that Qin hopes for may get out of control. Qin Go would naturally reject the other party if he thought about it. Bombing the opponent with the celestial airship is just to appease the opponent. Xin was very disappointed with Qin's attitude, although the other party promised to provide bombing. However, he felt that the matter was very wrong. King Yan pinned his victory on his new weapons, and now Qin State has such an attitude. Xin had to find another piece that Qin State allowed, and a weapon that is considered a weapon. His search for such a weapon is nothing more than to keep his position. So he sent people around to inquire about weapons that were weapons but not weapons. This makes people anxious. There are always many coincidences in the world. It just so happens that the staff of the Yan State Embassy knows an absolutely powerful weapon, chemical poisonous chlorine gas. YB came to Qin because of the vendetta. His family was all executed by the enemy, and he escaped by chance because of going out that day. The hatred of the loved ones can be repaid, so he saved money and bought a gun, but who knows? When he returned home, His enemies also had guns. He couldn't beat it again. So he returned to Qin to look for a weapon to quickly kill his enemies. He goes to Qin State University every day. There are new inventions everywhere. It happened that Qin State University killed 2 people that day because of the leakage of chlorine produced. So he knew this powerful gas as soon as he inquired. The Qin State didn't even notice it. It was treated as an experimental accident. Such things happen every day in Qin State. There are those who study bombs and those who study explosives. In short, a lot. No wonder if there are too many. So why be informed Xin on condition of revenge? After listening to the drama, Xin was overjoyed. He sent someone to inquire. Qin's water plant has a large amount of chlorine, so it costs less than 1,000 gold to buy a large number of steel gas cylinders filled with chlorine, then hurriedly transported back to Yan country. So far, toxic gas stepped onto the stage of war. Chapter 573. The reason for the Queen's visit. It was no accident that Qin State's chemical poisonous gas flowed out. The development of Qin State benefited greatly from the research of science and technology. From the state of Qin to the King of Qin to the ordinary people, all participated in it. And in this atmosphere, a kind of science and technology fan is gradually formed. People think that technology can solve everything. Such a free and open research led to the rapid development of science and technology in Qin. But there is a serious problem behind it. Qin State was indulging in scientific research. Management has not kept up in time, although there are technical patents. But that is protection rather than management. Qin State's understanding of technology is still rather vague. People only realized his benefits and seriously ignored the disaster caused by his lack of management. In terms of weapons, the Qin military's understanding of weapons is very limited, although they accept gunpowder weapons. But there is not enough a preparation to accept other types of weapons. The diversification of weapons lacks effective acceptance. It is this limitation that caused the Qin military's insufficient attention to chemical poisons. Speaking of which, the military is also somewhat helpless. Although Qin State has a very comprehensive division of functions, but there is no dedicated weapon development and application department. In addition, the government intends to indulge scientific research and development. This led to a very strange phenomenon. The application of civilian science and technology is becoming more and more extensive, from the original passive to the active. However, the government has begun to lead and become passively accepted. Management lags behind the widespread use of technology. This lack of management mechanism gave the powerful ministers of the 6 countries an opportunity to take advantage of it. They don't care about ethics. They only know how to maintain their own position of interest. Qin is different. He has a strict legal mechanism foundation. Qin people dare not apply technology to the other extreme on a large scale. In any case, things have already happened. The power of poison gas will cause a blood lesson. Qin will experience a test of morality and responsibility. Shang Wen has been dizzy recently by an incident. King Qin hosted a banquet in Qin Palace. During the period, he asked about Shang Wen's marriage. Shang Wen said that he did not have a marriage contract on the grounds of studying art in the mountains. King Qin immediately proposed the marriage between Shang Wen and Yinu. The ministers who were sitting with him congratulated Shang Wen one after another. Shang Wen has not yet agreed. King Qin was happy and bad. Shang Wen still doesn't know what's going on. The matter with Yinu was settled. When the maids in the palace hurriedly told Yinu the news, Yinu didn't believe it. The shyness of the little girl suddenly changed her usual bold style. Next, the media newspapers began to report on this matter, although it has not been officially released. But people think that this must be the case. Shang Wen thought about Yinu at a loss. Until now, he didn't know how to explain the relationship between himself and Yinu. Is the enemy. Yinu was murdered the first time she met. Is a friend. Shang Wen didn't know why he gave her clothes at the time. but think about the insoluble knot between the two. There are many examples like this. Yinu is always very domineering. This made Shang Wen not treat Yinu as his lover. Always feel the relationship between the two. How to say, I always feel that Shang Wen himself is afraid of Yinu. Shang Wen combed the relationship between himself and Yinu. Yinu was a little excited and a little airy. Her head is blank. I don't think I know anything, but I always feel very happy. Very happy. And a letter conveyed by the Korean envoy made Shang Wen no longer thinking about the relationship with Yinu. The letter stated that she would visit Kin on the first day of February. She will send someone to notify you of the specific itinerary. Shang Wen reported the matter to King Kin. There are deep reasons for Han Shu's visit. South Korea takes over the geographical advantage. The location of Xinjiang is roughly the location of Zhengzhou, Henan province today. Geographical location is extremely important. Here is the center of the Central Plains and it is a place with convenient transportation. Han Shu took advantage of this geographical advantage to actively develop trade with neighboring countries, especially the smuggling of arms and weapons from Kin to Chi. At the same time, various commodities imported from Kin state were resold to Chu state. South Korea is in the process of trading. It played a very important role. Most of the Kin merchants are in the consciousness of quantity orders. They began to rely on a large number of product assembly lines and industrialized production models to export goods to South Korea. Koreans got the goods cheaply and began to hit the other 6 countries on a large scale. Kin state played the role of producer. South Korea is a seller. South Korea transported a large number of Kin products to Chi, and Chu resold them on a large scale. For example, in Chu state, silk is the clothes worn by aristocrats. Ordinary people cannot afford to wear such clothes. But Kin's blended fabrics greatly satisfied the Chu people's demand for clothes. Especially Kin's clothes are diversified in color. A large number of modern printing and dyeing technologies using sulfide as dyes appeared in Kin. Various blends of different proportions greatly satisfy people's demand for silk and silk. Kin state blended silk and hemp in different proportions. This kind of fabric has silky smoothness and hemp resistance, especially in winter. Woolen fabrics also provide protection against cold. It's not just blending. There are also a lot of sweaters, leather boots, as well as various styles of leather bags. The price is absolutely attractive. There are many Koreans dumping goods, up to the nobility. Even ordinary people are dumping goods. Bicycles have become a must-have at the beginning stage. The tricycle is also a product developed by Korean craftsmen. They are usually sent out by the whole family. When I came back, I sold both the bicycle and the tricycle. In exchange for a lot of sugar, rice. People still haven't found a reliable way to use rice. During this period, rice was still mainly boiled. The taste is very bad. But this was indeed something that Chu state could offer. These things need to be collected through barter exchange. Finally, they were sold to the nobles. They organize people to pull back to South Korea, then ship to Kin. Kingo produces a lot of products. This leads to very low prices. Usually Chu people can exchange a stone of rice for 10 feet of cloth and a pair of leather boots, or 3 garments. Kin's clothes are unusually strong. This is what they like. The low-priced commodities invisibly broke through the economic defenses of the state of Chu. Hemp, silk, sugar cane, and oranges are all important raw materials in Kin. Usually these things can be exchanged for what they want in large quantities. So people started to stop growing crops to get more of what they wanted. But a lot of hemp and mulberry trees, orange tree, and these things can be exchanged for delicious canned food, flour, and various Korean snacks. With the continuous accumulation of these raw materials in Korea, South Korea began to build a large number of warehouses around the Kin concession area and around the railway station. Products of Kin state cheat use raw materials. They are all piled up here. But Kin's capacity could not satisfy such a large inventory at once. The Koreans' funds are being weighed on these goods. Their capital chain is about to break. Train tracks can only be laid in summer. Currently there is only one railway line to meet. The cost of road transportation is somewhat high. The Koreans cannot afford to pay. Faced with such a dilemma, Han Shu naturally asked Kin for help. Kin State is on the shelves of South Korea. Only after receiving the raw materials can the payment be made. Koreans can take the money to pick up the goods again for the next round of dumping. Han Shu's solution is to set up factories on the spot. This time I'm here to talk about handling factory goods. Chapter 574 Kin Banliang in circulation. Han Shu's solution is indeed very beneficial to South Korea. The first, South Korea can solve most labor transfer problems. These labor transfers can also generate a lot of taxes. This is Han Shu's first consideration. The second is that the establishment of those factories also greatly distracted the old nobles, and Han Shu can draw taxes from it. Compared with the taxes paid by those laborers, the factory taxes are undoubtedly the bulk of the taxes. As for the others, she couldn't ask at all. What she wants is taxes. It is not taxation that produces this process. Regardless of Han Shu's starting point, her urgent move to establish a factory will greatly stimulate the development of South Korea's capitalist economy. But Han Shu ignored one point. She one-sidedly saw taxes and ignored the independence of South Korea's economic status. How is South Korea's economy totally dependent on Kin's economic development? South Korea's current large-scale reselling of goods and factories to be established in the future both will be in the downstream direction of Kin's economy. And as the economies of the two countries continue to deepen, the contrast between the two exchanges is being strengthened. This is a potential economic threat. The Korean economy is in a downstream direction. It also determines the natural offensive posture of Kin's half and half money. South Korea does not produce a large number of various products. They rely on reselling large quantities of imported goods from Kin to third parties. In the process of reselling, the Koreans voluntarily gave up their national currency and used Kin's banknotes on a large scale. Those big nobles naturally have the capital to do big business. But those civilians who have just been liberated have no capital to lose money, so they first betrayed cheap labor. The place where the labor is sold is naturally the factory of Kin State, or they do some small business on the streets of Kin State. When they have a little savings, they will use it to dump the goods. It can be said that the Koreans completed the primitive accumulation of capital in the form of exporting labor services. Start earning money after accumulating. Most of their original accumulated funds were Kin Banliang, instead of South Korea's local currency. After they completed the first round of dumping and purchasing a large amount of raw materials, the great nobles or those Kin countries pushed forward the shipping point to the territory of South Korea. What they paid was still half of Kin's. Originally, Korean nobles insisted on paying in their own currency, but settlement between currencies is very troublesome. The middle link of currency is gold. The price of gold caused some people to suffer heavy losses due to the changes in Kingo futures. For example, the price of gold has risen. There are fewer civilians. If you go down, the nobles suffer. In the long run, the price of gold will continue to fall, because the state of Kin controls a large amount of gold sources. Countries are unable to exchange the gold in Kin's hands. The gold in Kin's hands increased rapidly due to trade relations. In this way, the demand decreases and the output increases. Yangyo's gold production continued to rise. This is very detrimental to the Korean aristocracy. So they simply abandon the intermediate exchange link, directly use Kin Banliang of Kin State as a settlement currency on a large scale. In this way, South Korean merchants who had adapted to the Kin and Ban-2 currencies started a round of dumping business after another. In this round of dumping business after another, Kin's banking industry has played a great catalytic role. The Kin State Bank was established in the concession area, and strictly implements the principle of low-interest loans. Koreans were very surprised at this kind of business at first, so they are curious about their status and put them into bank savings. Then earn interest at maturity. In this way, many people deposit in the bank. Originally, Kin State did not intend to provide loans to Koreans. It is purely a national ideology. But banks cannot make a profit without lending. So Kin State Bank began to provide loans to Koreans. there are preconditions for loans. That is mortgage. And credibility should also be recorded. And those great nobles have adopted the old methods of the past. Loans in the form of loan sharks. The emergence of banks greatly impacted the loan sharks of Korean aristocrats. No matter how powerful your nobles are, they dare not do anything to kin. As a result, a large number of civilians began to obtain loans from banks. Kin banliang is still used. In this way, the Koreans have sufficient funds in their hands to carry out continuous dumping business. Kin banliang is banknotes. The advantages of paper money are fully utilized. And kin state-owned bank. Just open an account and deposit it. It's more at ease than putting it in your own home. Easy to carry banknotes. And it was issued by the state of kin. In terms of credibility, it is far more practical than the banknotes issued by South Korea itself. With the development of business, kin's half-twar banknotes began to spread at an alarming rate. Chu and Chi followed the arrival of Korean businessmen. They began to slowly use kin banliang banknotes as settlement currency. Kin banliang has even been circulated in South Korea. The national currency has the risk of exiting the currency stage. In Chu, people use kin's half and two banknotes to replace that kind of barter. Make commodity circulation faster. This allowed the commodity economy to slowly upgrade to a market economy. But because of banking, especially the relationship between kin and Chu is not hot or cold, the bank cannot penetrate deep into the territory of Chu state. As for Chi state, then don't think too much. It's not just South Korea, even Zhao state, who had just had a close economic relationship with kin state, began to circulate a large number of kin state and kin banliang banknotes. Zhao Oren finally got out of the sea of suffering. There's our people who came to kin were very hardworking. They have the same struggle on the battlefield. They disregarded their hard part-time 2 jobs. Compared with Zhao, the working hours in kin's factory are very small. Only 10 hours, and the free time is very much. There's our people who came to kin were very poor. Some of them are from the whole family. In order to pay off the debts of the state of kin, they usually find 2 jobs. Or maybe they start trading on the streets like Koreans. Businesses are usually night shifts, because kin state still did not cancel the security order for the night curfew. After they worked so hard, Zhao Ren paid off his debts in unimaginable months. At the same time they have a balance. This balance is of course kin's half. Their money is put in the bank account uniformly. Kin Fa began to work with banks to crack down on wage arrears. The bank will manage these accounts in a unified way. Looking at Kin Banliang, who had a surplus in his account, many Zhao people are very excited. They are all dressed in factory uniforms. They are reluctant to spend 1.5 to buy a good dress, although it is cheap. But they are reluctant. They are poor and afraid, so they left a part for their own use. Most of them are transferred to Zhao through bank transfers. In Handan of Zhao State, Julu, Dadi and Yun's Hong. Kin Go separately set up a bank office and a processing office, although communication can only go to Handan. But this is enough. We can't appreciate the joy of Zhao people beating their money to their relatives. They couldn't realize the excitement and joy of buying various commodities from Kin State store with Kin Banliang exchanged from the bank. But there is one thing. Kin's half-twar banknotes carried a lot. Many untold stories and responsibilities. Chapter 575. A series of big problems caused by the wedding. Hanshu chose to take the train from Xinzing directly to Kin State and Xianyang. It only takes 2 days and 1 night to reach Xianyang by train. This is much faster than riding a carriage, and the train is also safer. Compared to the visit of the Queen of Korea, the people of Kin are more concerned about the marriage between the Prime Minister of Kin and the eldest princess. At this time, entertainment is relatively scarce. Although Kin has made rapid progress in science and technology, it is still lacking in entertainment, and people's entertainment life is relatively simple. People's lack of attention in entertainment was naturally satisfied in the upper class of Kin. People like to learn about the living conditions of the upper class, such as some interesting things they like to hear. And Shang Wen's busy head exploded. As his helper, Meng Yi told him over and over again what to do in the marriage. What kind of matchmaker What kind of hire? This is the first time that Shang Wen has encountered such a big problem. What is a matchmaker? Is it a news media? The answer is negative. Not only these, Shang Wen also needs to buy a house. Of course, King Qin can reward, but in this way, the royal family's expenditure is bound to affect the daily expenditure items of the Qin government. Shang Wen didn't understand why his marriage was so troublesome. In fact, Qin's marriage has been greatly simplified compared to the 6 countries. After all, during the Shang Yang period, Qin had already carried out a reform of changing customs, but that reform only met the needs of the time and before. It's already very different. Qin Guos is now making great strides towards the industrial pace. The foundation of Qin state is capital. The rapid liquidity of capital determines the fierce competition in the business society. What this competition brings is the fast pace and simplicity of the times. Just like why Europe should simplify religion. People cannot be tied to traditional etiquette. It is a timely improvement. Shang Wen simply didn't prepare. He needed to understand a certain procedure of Qin's wedding. Shang Wen decided to make a cut at his wedding. Through understanding, Shang Wen learned that there were still some of Qin's weddings he had never heard of. Things that can't even be named, such as asking what to pick and what to ask. Shang Wen himself couldn't figure out why he wanted to do this. And Meng Ye's explanation was passed down from above. Just do it. Moreover, although the ceremonies of private weddings cannot exceed the royal family, they are also quite grand. Not only weddings, but Meng Ye also mentioned folk concubine marriage and other customs, such as the distinction between concubine and concubine of the eldest son. What is the issue of property distribution and so on. It may be the first time for Shang Wen to consider a problem consciously, but this conscious understanding allows him to reveal another aspect of Qin state. That is changing customs. The state of Qin needs to reform its own customs, especially such a major event. If he hadn't personally experienced such a major event in his life, Shang Wen would not be able to transfer such a thing to such a small thing. Such a thing is small, but it has a big impact. Think about it. Although Qin state has suppressed the expansion of the wedding format, Qin state is now getting richer and richer, and it is difficult to guarantee that people will not make outrageous things. Moreover, this kind of rules are becoming more and more cumbersome. This kind of folk acquiescence custom can sometimes affect economic development. This is very detrimental to capital development. Shang Wen began to summarize the disadvantages of this development in his mind. Although weddings can drive consumption, but after all, it is an extremely deformed consumption. People's consumer goods are mainly concentrated in some daily necessities, especially the consumption of food far beyond Shang Wen's imagination. A table of banquet requires 1 gold. Is the food made of gold? The overhead cost is so large. Not only these, although Qin state restricted the gift-giving style on festivals, but weddings and funerals are obviously not included in this list, because they do not belong to the category of festivals, and there is no fixed date. The wind of gift money suddenly concentrated on weddings and funerals. People began to use these things to carry out some invisible activities. It is nothing for a wealthy family to hold such a banquet, but for the folks, the wind of comparison will immediately blow across the entire Qin state. People's daily consumption began to concentrate on one-time major consumption at the wedding. This consumption is very deformed. This is because the consumption that people pay attention to is concentrated in a period of time rather than divided evenly. This is also extremely detrimental to the stimulation of production demand. Not only consumption, but also investment. Demand will guide a large amount of funds to enter this related industry. Food, hotel and catering. What will Qin develop by then, whether it is eating, or drinking, and how does these things have to do with the growth of Qin's strength? Shang Wen frowned at the thought of this. This is really terrible. These customs have exceeded Shang Wen's control. Qin Go pays attention to his rapid development in the economic field. However, Some changes made by the people on this basis have been ignored, especially the places that Shangwin doesn't know and are very strange. These places are closely related to the people. The state of Qin needs a legislative proposal body from the status of civil organizations to help Shangwin's legislative binding force. Shangwin needs some proposals from this institution. Make changes on the basis of this proposal, and strengthen the private binding force. However, Shangwin needs to let Mengyi finish speaking before making changes. For example, on the issue of taking concubines, the population of Qin is not very large. And so, encouraging childbirth has become an important national policy. But there are many problems that follow, such as property inheritance and division issues. The controversy between the direct line and the common line. Property issues are an important obstacle to capital flow. Many people enter the judicial process because of property issues. This will divert people's great attention. It's not just a matter of property. There is also the issue of women's status. Although Qin is very independent of women, but in the marriage problem, the status of women has not changed much. To a certain extent, the concubine obeyed another woman, wife. As a result, the issue of their children has a status hierarchy. After all, the human rights issue is serious. Shangwen lists these issues one by one. These problems make it difficult for him to start, because it is ring after ring. You have no idea what will happen next. Industrial civilization allows women to enter the factory. In this way, women join the socialized production. The improvement of economic ability has given women a foundation to be independent of men. They can choose the objects they like. They have full options. The same is true for men. This is the foundation of freedom of love and freedom of marriage. And these so-called etiquette things no longer play his historical role. It is a hindrance. We're going to have a big fight, Shangwen said. Chapter 576 Open Mouth. Shangwen quickly intervened. However, Shangwen did not directly adopt the form of issuing legal documents. Instead, it analyzed the pros and cons of wedding frugality based on government opinions. These were all released by Shangwen through the State of the Union address. It represents the views of the government, so the impact is great. Our national style is simple and simple. Although marriage and funeral matters are a major human matter, but we cannot attribute one person to this. We should take the long road of life more long-term, although it is commemorative. But what we need is the chair, sincerely, not the ceremony. It is so important to simplify the ceremony. Shangwen's speech was reprinted in the major newspapers in the original text. The newspaper did not comment, because there is a bigger issue waiting for them. Free love and free marriage. We should give young people more power to choose independently. Marriage is happy and beautiful, but it is a responsibility to both men and women. They choose independently, they will bear their love and marriage, our own responsibility. This is a sign of their maturity. We should celebrate, instead of adopting paternalistic management. The other side controls. This is also part of education. It is a very thoughtful social education. Rather than control teaching, it is better to let go. They learn to bear everything on their own. Shangwen clearly explained this issue in his State of the Union address. People were at a loss. People don't know what happened to the Prime Minister. Why did you say this suddenly? Was it stimulated by the marriage gift? Shangwen then submitted a request report on simplifying the marriage ceremony, and set an example and asked to use his own wedding ceremony as a demonstration. The newspaper has not published the manuscript of Shangwen's State of the Union address. King Qin didn't know yet. But Shangwen's report made King Qin a little embarrassed. It was the first time King Qin married his daughter. Of course I want to hold a big one. But Shangwen wanted to simplify the process, and list a lot of practical benefits. King Qin doesn't care about these. What cares is the royal dignity. If you simply do, wouldn't it make the 6 kingdoms laugh? King Qin felt 11 million unwilling in his heart. Shangwen's report was secretly passed to Yinya's ears by the maid. Yin didn't know whether it was shy or embarrassed. In short, it has not appeared in the public eye for a while. But I heard that the nerd actually took the wedding. She was very angry. But he didn't go to Shangwen. But it is rare to lie on the bed and cry silently. The girl didn't want her wedding to be grand and unforgettable. But this idiot just refused. Yin felt very sad. But Shang Wen was busy answering questions from reporters. The reporters were relieved. They think this topic is worth reporting, and walked into private life. This point allows reporters to see an unprecedented big topic. My lord, do you approve of freedom of love and freedom of marriage? A reporter asked anxiously. Although Shang Wen clearly said the freedom of love and marriage, but people still want to get a verbal answer in the first person. Yes, I am very in favor of the freedom of love and marriage. Relationship issues are the basis for two people to stay together. If there is no relationship, does marriage have meaning? I don't think so. In that case, it's like a tomb. Shang Wen replied, I think our younger generation should have our own love. Only in this way can we consider it to be beautiful. Only then will we cherish each other. Shang Wen replied firmly. Love. The reporter used a circle to mark love as a major headline. Then, Lord Prime Minister, will you take a concubine? A female reporter asked bluntly. Women always ask questions without leaving blind spots, and men always like to evasive when answering questions. Number. The relationship between the two cannot be shared with the third person. It will never be shared with the third person. Shang Wen replied directly. But the female reporter is thinking about whether Shang Wen's words are true. Shang Wen triggered a sensitive topic that still remains overwhelmed by the Qin state. Marriage, love, and freedom are constantly intertwined. Shang Wen's character broke out even more. Even publicly announced that the distribution rights of the property should be equalized. All of a sudden, private property distribution is also involved. There can be no more topics this time. That being the case, the Prime Minister didn't care about it. So the reporter was even more open-minded. People talked about the concubine system. Shang Wen didn't know that the tendon was wrong. It even publicly declared that this system is unreasonable, because this will take up a lot of social women's resources. This is not conducive to social fairness. But taking into account the needs of the country's population policy, Shang Wen compromised with national consciousness. Have to continue to implement it. But he himself is extremely disgusted with this system. But as compensation, Shang Wen decided to explicitly incorporate the issue of property distribution and inheritance into the legal system. At the same time, women's power will be raised to another level. This time it is mainly aimed at social status and family rights. This is more specific, be more explicit. But Shang Wen only took care of his speech. Ignore the patience of a politician. For this, he has to pay a certain price. The newspapers quickly published Shang Wen's reporters' answers to topics and some special journal comments. The matchmaker is about to lose his job. Fei Bao used this as a topic to open up people's exploration of love and marriage freedom. The newspaper gave examples of how people used to talk about love, how to talk about marriage. The reporter obviously has a preference for showing off his literary talent, actually moved the book of songs and expounded the point of view in the original words. But on the topic of freedom of love and marriage, the reporter didn't say much, mainly after cancelling a series of intermediate links such as matchmakers. What should people do? Financial Express is entirely an economic point of view. First of all, reporters of the newspaper put a lot of social facts in front of people. With the prosperity of Qin people, the hotel and catering industry in Qin has developed greatly. The business level of a medium-sized restaurant is no less than that of a technology development company of the same size in Qin, and the former has great advantages. The people of Qin began to organize more and more weddings in restaurants. Moreover, the scale of the banquet frequently appears to waste imagination. A banquet of 100 people actually killed more than 100 sheep, and these sheep were dumped before they finished eating. The reporter didn't know if he was happy or shook his head and said number. Qin is rich, but the frugality disappeared. This is not a good sign. The second is investment. The investment income of hotel and catering has allowed more people to enter this industry, has begun to affect Qin's normal investment in other channels, especially technical. The investment in the hotel can be said to reduce the risk a lot. In the end, the reporter focused his views on the private spending on weddings. Without exception, the cost is huge. but it can be through hidden income, usually a cash gift. The state of Qin only stipulated gifts on holidays, but there is no provision for weddings and funerals. This breaks the gap in the law. Chapter 577 Shang Wen on leave after 2 days and 1 night of train travel. Han Shu's special car finally reached Xianyang railway station. When she first stepped off the train, Han Shu felt that his feet were soft, but she persisted. Otherwise, the arrival of a queen didn't even stop. Wouldn't it make Qin people look down upon it? However, she still had one thing in her heart, and that was whether the wedding between him and the Princess Qin would be held soon. She didn't believe it. When she heard the news in the newspaper, she was very nervous. However, she still tried her best to restrain herself from reading it. Fortunately, King Qin did not issue an official order, but judging from the numerous signs and reports in the newspapers, it is estimated to be almost the same. The deputy chief of Dark in Many Eye has met the Queen of Korea, Meng Yi said respectfully. Oh, the vice minister exempted the ceremony. Han Shu was eager to find Shang Wen, so she immediately asked him to exempt the ceremony. But she looked around, and she did not find Shang Wen's shadow in the crowd. My king specially sent. Meng Yi wanted to continue the next remarks, but it was interrupted by Han Shu. Has your prime minister not come? Han Shu said. Oh, this, Meng Yi said slightly. Oh, did you marry the eldest princess? Of course. Han Shu knew that Princess Qin's wedding was definitely not in the train station. However, the train station is not visible at all. The Prime Minister is on vacation, Meng Yi said with a lot of determination. Vacation? Han Shu couldn't believe it. That guy is so busy that he still has time for vacation. Han Shu shook her head in disbelief. Afterwards, the matter ceased to be mentioned, and Meng Yi sent a special car to take the Queen of Korea and her party to Xianyang Palace to meet King Qin. This is a historic moment. In Shang Wen's situation, he was indeed on vacation, and the vacation time was neither long nor short. There is nothing to do for a month. Shang Wen's unhindered words made him spend a month unable to manage the affairs of the state of Qin. This was a direct order from King Qin, although the order on the surface was to let him take a vacation. In fact, King Qin beat him, because his remarks have attracted much discussion among the people. In particular, the newspapers were both good and bad. At the same time, some patriarchs of the Qin state were opposed to Shang Wen, because Shang Wen's remarks were somewhat counterintuitive. This is just a euphemism. Lisa's letter is even more fierce criticism. Shang Wen has the Jedi who led Qin to the abyss. King Qin also believed that Shang Wen's remarks were inappropriate. He actually wants the national routine of frugality. This is good, but Qin is also included in this, and is the tomb of King Qin also counted? The wedding should also be frugal. Not only that, but also the freedom of love and marriage. This is a bit ... Qin Wang was angry and asked him to take a vacation to reflect. When Meng Yi received this order, he felt that the sky was about to collapse, because Qin's affairs have surpassed King Qin's imagination. King Qin didn't even know what happened in Qin. Moreover, there are a lot of things that he can't even figure out. 1 month, even 1 day can't stop. Without Shang Wen, the state of Qin is equivalent to a month suspension. Meng Yi temporarily took over the post of Shang Wen for a month, and Meng Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yin ignored the matter. She didn't want to know anything. All she knows is that this idiot is going to turn against her, even deliberately opposing her. But Shang Wen has nothing to do. Busy every day. Now I am free all of a sudden. Shang Wen really didn't know what to do. 1 month off. Shang Wen muttered to himself in a melancholy voice. I didn't know how to spend a month before, but now it seems that a month is so long. Shang Wen walked on the road casually. He didn't know what to do. The order was issued the night before Han Shu arrived. It can be said that the media and newspapers did not know about this until the next day, when the Financial Express disclosed the news, and made a brief comment. Qin's economy needs further protection from the Prime Minister, and going on vacation at this time, it is simply catastrophic. No responsibility. Flying News put forward several conjectures with super imagination. The Prime Minister took a vacation to get married. or temporarily avoided the limelight of public opinion? Or is there a gap with King Qin, even more unreliable? It is very likely that Yin has stabbed the Prime Minister. The reason is a wedding. People think that the Prime Minister has made a fuss. Han Xiu only heard the news after the reception of King Qin. When she heard the news, think this is an opportunity. If you can get Shang Wen by exchanging the Prime Minister, this is of great help to South Korea's rapid economic growth and military strength. Actually, during the Warring States period, there were many ways of exchanging prime ministers. As for the reason, Han Xiu prefers that there are some misunderstandings and gaps between King Qin and Shang Wen, because it is good for South Korea, and it is in line with current judgments. Only after Han Xiu got off the train did he find out what Shang Wen had done in Xianyang. This guy is always so bold, unconventional. In particular, it promotes the freedom of love and marriage. This makes Han Xiu admire him a lot. Only such a strange man can have so many whimsical ideas. Love, freedom of marriage. Women still have more choices from the bottom of their hearts. More than just choice. More is the right to make decisions. They can choose their own lives. Shang Wen has nothing to do. He needs to find something to do. Since there is usually no time, it is better to engage in research and development. There is time. He also wants to walk around. But when he walked onto the main road, he was at a loss. He doesn't even know which way leads there. He wants to find Meng Tan. But forget it. Shang Wen was afraid that he might hurt the other party. Meng Tan is the chief military officer with elite troops in his hands. King Qin's thoughts are easy to understand. Shang Wen still doesn't touch this mold. He decided to go his own way. Let's do research and development. Shang Wen is at ease. But other things are going on intensely. The exercises in the West are being carried out intensely. Zhao Jun, the regular army of the Qin army, used platoon guns to shoot. The shooting speed is greatly accelerated. The power has also increased a lot. The rifle can shoot opponents at 200 paces away. This greatly increased the soldiers' confidence. But compared to rifle shooting, the machine gun is a bit wasteful. The machine gun can fire more than 200 rounds in 1 minute. If you abandon the process of installing the bullet chain, it is estimated to be faster, and the machine gunner has a unique skill. That is to interrupt the tree. The power of this weapon surprised Li Ziwatch. And in the east, a medium-sized airship bombing squadron of Qin State was nervously loading the train. They are going to the front line of the Qi State to bomb the Qi army, accompanied by various support units. One of them is a meteorological unit. Next, they will help Yan Jun accomplish a very important thing. Chapter 578 Lace Fever. The airship bombing squadron will go directly to Xinzing by train, then arrived at the Yankee front line by midway flight. But the squadron does not use the Qin army banner. The second is the banner of Yan Jun. This is mainly because Qin Jun didn't want to start a war with Qi prematurely, although Qin can attack the opponent through the bombing of the Heavenly Army. But South Korea must be implicated. To this end, Qin Jun had to use this method to evade international moral responsibility. Han Xiu is a woman who can't stay idle. She quickly put the request for this visit. They were compiled into a document and submitted to Meng Yi. Han Xiu, the leader of the South Korean representative, is on the side of the negotiating table. The other side, it is Meng Yi. He calmly looked at the other party's files, and behind them are their staff and assistants. The Prime Minister's office does not have such a large negotiation space. The meeting place was temporarily selected at Cheonan Military Academy. The security here is quite complete. Is there a problem? Han Xiu asked actively. Maybe it's the first time to come. Han Xiu is very familiar with this place. She knew everything about the recipes that were familiar to the cafeteria. It is also familiar with the environment. Let her appear very relaxed. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't finished it yet, Meng Yi said. Han Xiu gestured slightly. The document clearly informs the other party about the situation of Qin's businessmen in South Korea. It also elaborated on the fact that Qin's raw materials were hoarded in Korea. These raw materials are almost what the entire industry urgently needs. But because of limited capacity, as a last resort, hoarding in South Korea. Meng Yi is also very clear. Most of these raw materials come from Chuan Qi. Among them, Chu is the largest. A large amount of silk, hemp, sugar cane, etc. are piled up in Korean warehouses. These things are important raw materials for Kin's products. But these have one thing in common. That is, they are mainly light industrial products. These products brought a lot of theory and taxes to Kin. There are many factories in Kin state with this status. But the number of new factories began to decrease. According to analysis, it is very likely that the profits of this industry will decrease again. The main reason is that the cost of employment is increasing, and the repeated transportation of raw materials and products is also increasing the cost. The number of products has increased rapidly, but profits did not increase but decreased. The reason for this, although many had a vague understanding, but it is not comprehensive yet. South Korea's request is to import a large amount of machinery manufacturing equipment from Kin. That is, a large number of light industry production machine tools, textile machines, large sewing machines, etc., including a series of logistic equipment. All need. It's not just these. There is also the number of skilled workers. She needs these workers to operate these machines. South Korea has the manpower and the advantage of being close to the market for raw materials. More goods can be manufactured. This is a typical capital export. Kin's light industry has already accumulated a certain capital base, and with the improvement of Kin's relevant judicial system, human capital has risen. The Kin people's knowledge level has been greatly improved. Zhou's manpower benefited largely from the help of Kin and Zhou's economic cooperation terms. Moreover, the state of Kin itself is no longer suitable for producing these light industrial products. None of these many noticed. In the light industry, some businessmen began to give up the production of large quantities of cheap light industrial products, turn to focus on the brand, and firmly grasp the advantages of the local market. Here, Kin's demand and purchasing power have been set a level. The domestic development level of Kin is very high. People's consumption level is also very high. In the past, Shangwin products that were produced in large quantities and cheaply began to look down. Instead, I started to buy some high-end products. The quality of these products has a great guarantee. And there is a brand effect. Ying's store and fashion factory are such a large-scale transformational enterprise. She pays attention to brand effect and good after-sales service. For example, a leather boot. Ordinary leather boots use wooden soles. It was hard and uncomfortable. But she boldly adopted beef tendon soles. Good flexibility makes the shoes more comfortable. This has a huge advantage. The same is the Kin state market. Kin Renjin is willing to choose such a shoe, because their working environment has changed. Shoes are for them. It's about comfort, not cheap. In contrast, such a shoe is on the Chu market. That would be very bad. The price is ridiculously high. Only those nobles will buy it. It's not just quality. There are also a lot of styles of clothes. There are many styles for the Kin state market, and began to appear similar to the fashion show venue show. New clothes are displayed every season, whether it's the hat on the head or the socks on the feet. There are new displays, such as Yingzha made a seductive lace sling stockings. Although Kin's women's dress is still conservative, but it does not prevent them from buying, because she always wears it to men at night. The socks are made of silk. The price is expensive, but the monthly supply exceeds demand, because the upper class has also begun to accept this kind of silk stockings, especially those worn by dancing girls. The allure makes those upper-class eyes fall out, especially the lace design. Let Kin's clothing industry enter the lace era. The standard for purchasing in the palaces is there any lace? Yes, they will buy in large quantities. Don't patronize if you don't have it. Shangwin changed the word lace after reading it. It used to be called pattern silk. After changing the name, it suddenly became a new fashion. Even the kings of various countries have become obsessed with lace. The needs of the king of Chu are the greatest, and also specifically asked Yingzha to design a dress with exposed thighs, regardless of the needs of countries. In short, Kin's light industrial products are beginning to develop towards brand, high-end, and advanced. They occupy the dominant position in the market, although their output is not very large. But the output value is the highest. A pair of lace stockings is equivalent to the price of more than 200 pairs of boots. Moreover, they cannot copy the product. These reasons are enough to prompt Kin State to move out the backward factories. Invest to build a factory. Earning more money is Kin's way out. However, Mengyi looked at it with a battered head. The meeting will be closed soon. Mengyi didn't know what to do. The output device means the output of technology. In Kin, technology control is quite strict. Mengyi couldn't agree to Han Shu's request. This situation was quickly reflected to King Qin. King Qin didn't answer but just asked about Shang Wen's situation. Learned that Shang Wen was immersed in research. He stopped talking. King Qin didn't know what to do. Chapter 579. Electricity is also divided into genres. King Qin's request to South Korea can only be shelved. Can't solve it. Many things need professional personnel to provide reference. For example, the investment report of the banking industry in this industry, etc. These all need someone to investigate. Moreover, the more the Kin State's economy develops, the more obvious this trend of socialized division of labor, and the stronger the professional skills. The huge gap brought about by that kind of technology makes the general manager of this society feel at a loss. Now this feeling has been tasted by Mengyi and King Qin. I have no choice but to entrust a third party to appraise the investment report. After this report is verified, Qin can negotiate. This is why Shang Wen feels more and more powerless. It is also an important reason why the establishment of a think tank is similar to a think tank. The technology is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, one person can no longer accommodate so many things. For example, Kin State gave birth to many occupations that did not exist before, such as electrician, engineer, editor, reporter, typesetting, investor and so on. Kingo did not make detailed statistics, but these industries do exist and have played a huge role. Shang Wen can't manage these. He is in the research room of Kingo University like a duck in water. Research and experiments here are doing various experiments everywhere. On average, more than 200 technical patents are born here every day. These technical patents will soon be sold out by small and medium-sized companies or investment bankers like supermarket items. Everyone knows the huge revolutionary results of the new technology. For example, a large number of innovations in electrical appliances have been born here. Electric machine bed equipment. This set of equipment is driven by various electric motors. The electricity comes from coal or various fuels, as long as it can make your boiler generate electricity and burn the cow dung. After the electric machine bed equipment is changed, it can be used in various ways. For example, a milk bottle filling machine. That machine can fill 50,000 bottles of milk in one day's working hours. This also directly led to the atmosphere of drinking milk in Xianyang. Those milk delivery workers are from Zhao country or South Korea. They can put them in the box as long as they see the user's box, then recycle the bottle. Not only can it be filled with milk, but it can also be filled with others. There is also a mixed drink of milk and tea, as well as various juices. Kin's demand for drinks is huge. Even water is the same. The springs from the Qinling Mountains have also begun to be sold as a kind of beverage. If you put it in the past, people think this is a little bit unreasonable. That's what Zogyu or Renan Korean people think. Qin was so crazy that he paid for a bottle of spring water. It's hard to imagine. Not only filling machines, but also Qin's textile machines and sewing machines have begun to be driven by electricity on a large scale. This has also led to the emergence of various power plants. In the laboratory, there are more and more experiments on electricity. People find that electricity has a wide range of uses. At this time, people finally realized the meaning of resistance, which appeared according to different resistances. Electricity can emit light and generate heat. Although light only exists for a moment, it is really wonderful if you keep this moment for a long time. This is the idea of the electric light. In addition to electric lights, there are various electromagnetic induction products. The microphone and PI equipment made Shang Wen very happy. so that he would not have to yell out loud when he publicized it in the future. There are also people in the laboratory researching early earphones. The emergence of this kind of equipment will greatly solve many voice transmission problems. But it takes a lot of work on the film. However, the paper industry provides a variety of papers. After using a large number of chemicals and new paper-making machine tools, Kin's paper industry has been able to produce a variety of different types of paper, including special paper. Specialty paper is specially used in special industries, mainly for photography, voice transmission and so on. A kind of carbon fiber bamboo paper made from bamboo seedlings carbonized and fused with other bamboo materials from basswood provides a good material for it. This kind of paper has a certain degree of elasticity after being stretched. Remember that it is only a certain degree of elasticity, that is to say, but when the amplitude of the voice is too large, that is, the amplitude of the vibration exceeds this elasticity, the film will break. This is also the reason for the ongoing research on headphones. People need to find a more suitable material to make up for this shortcoming. Kingo made many electrical inventions. It is mainly the wide application of electric motors. For example, things in gantry cranes are driven by electric motors to push hydraulic pistons to complete large-scale lifting equipment or winches. Because the thickness of steel plates in the north can no longer be completed by manpower, the demand for a large-scale lifting equipment has stimulated the emergence of such equipment. Shang Wen hadn't visited enough, but he saw two researchers arguing fiercely. I think the application of direct current is wide enough. A young researcher argued fiercely. Oh, come on, direct current. Look at the poor voltage. How big can be driven? Only alternating current will work. A middle-aged man said defensively. He is an electrician who is a monk, and experience is his main achievement. But a lot of failures. This is also the reason why people acted against him because he failed. What are they arguing about? Shang Wen asked an onlooker. Direct current faction and alternating current faction several times. Onlookers looked at the two and shook their heads. Shang Wen listened for a while and finally understood. It turns out that this is a confrontation between alternating current and direct current. In history, there has also been such a confrontation in electricity. As for whether DC power is widely used or AC power is widely used, it has been impossible to reconcile for a period of time in history. After several meetings, the problem could not be solved. Direct current is the electricity we usually use, and its voltage value is small. But it is enough to threaten the safety of human life. Can drive large-scale motor equipment. AC power is mainly high-voltage power. He can reduce the loss of electricity through the high-voltage line with extremely low loss. Obviously the two researches are in different directions. However, Shang Wen was a little surprised that that kind of middle-aged man turned out to be the discoverer of the arc. Arc, to put it bluntly, is the electric spark phenomenon that we usually see, and it is a kind of arc. And he suggested to use higher voltage to make a large-scale arc, and control the arc with some professional equipment. Because the arc can generate a high temperature. This high temperature can control its temperature under the control of the equipment. This is one of his conjectures. And he kept propagating this conjecture in order to help. But the distinction between alternating current and direct current made his research progress slow. Shang Wen is helpless. And electricity is also assigned. Chapter 580 Drills are always so unsuccessful. The dispute between the schools of electricity is due to the different starting points of the research. This can be remedied. It takes time. Compared with electricity, military exercises are terrible. Damn. Our flanks should be covered by Zhaojun infantry, otherwise we will not attack alone. A Qinjun captain complained loudly, and a lieutenant and a second lieutenant's armbands with drill words on the shoulders of their left arms were doing helpless movements. They can only report the results of the exercise to each other. Sorry, Captain, you and 85% of your company will withdraw from the exercise. Please cooperate with us. The lieutenant said politely. This can only be done at this time. Oh, Zhao Guoren. The captain attributed the cause to Zhao Jun. In the other, a team of Zhao Jun was intercepted by Qin Jun's director in a place they were not familiar with. "Sorry, gentlemen, I think you are on the wrong path." A major came out on horseback. "We followed the map," said one of Zhao Jun's middle-aged officers wearing the rank of captain. "Can I look at the map?" The major motioned. "Yes." The captain handed the major the map. "The map is not wrong. But, you have come to height 12. There is no information on height 12 on the map," the major said. "What?" The captain was stunned. "Look at it." The captain pointed to the map, trying to show that he went right. After seeing it, the major shook his head and gestured with a compass. The reason was quickly found out. Commander Zhao Jun did not judge a clear direction. They went so far as to follow their own experience. This is ridiculous. As a result, they walked directly to the nearby military combat area because of direction. In this way, Zhao Jun, who had appeared on the flank of the Qin army to provide protection, accidentally broke into another theater. The offensive exercise was a mess, and Zhao Jun and Qin Jun didn't cooperate at all. Zhao Jun is used to fighting in sports. Their infantry often disliked holding their positions and preferred to take the initiative to attack. This attack directly exposed the flanks of the Qin army, and the troops that the Qin army used to attack had to protect their weak flanks at once. After the artillery was prepared, they cannot go into combat immediately. More terrible in the back. When the Qin army's artillery was ready for bombardment, the number of shots has been counted to 3. The Qin army is experimenting with a full-fire artillery tactic. At this moment, Zhao Jun's cavalry unit suddenly appeared in the artillery attack area. All of a sudden, the artillery of the Qin army was taken aback. Fortunately, the artillery observer of the Qin army yelled in time, which prevented a major accident. But the accident still happened. A small team, equivalent to a platoon of the Qin army, appeared in the Qin army's machine gun shooting area. As a result, 3 Zhao Jun soldiers were deemed dead. One of them was directly smashed by a 500-point machine gun bullet. There were casualties in the exercise, and the exercise was immediately stopped. Can't do it anymore. Accidents happen frequently. The officers of the Zhao Jun and Qin army both complained. They accused each other of not going to war. For this reason, several officers beat each other. Qin Jun has been up since organizing exercises. I have never encountered such a situation. The situation in the exercise was terrible. Such a situation occurred at the frontline headquarters, and Wang Ben and Li Xinhui combined a report and sent it to the staff through a temporary telegraph line. After watching, Wang Jian frowned, and then reported the situation to Li Muinhandan via telegram. The exercise was directly stopped by the staff. For the casualties that occurred, proper arrangements were made. The reason is also under investigation. What is strange is that Qin Jun only reflects on Zhao Jun's cooperation, but not on Han Jun. This made Wang Ben see a strange place. He asked Zhao Jun and Han Jun officers for questioning. Wang Ben felt that he had found the route. Not. The majority of South Korean military officers come from the Qin Jun military school. It can be said that they understand Qin Jun's style very well, and also very well understand the need to cooperate with operations. And South Korean officers are not very aware of taking the initiative to attack. They often follow the command of the Qin army officer. Even their ranks of officers are higher than those of the Qin army. They also asked in detail about the battle plan and when to attack. So the two armies cooperate very well. But Zhao Jun is different. The officers in the Zhao army were all former officers who were promoted from grassroots operations. They fought bravely. Often they are leading the charge. This active combat spirit is very good. But now the situation is different, and the division of the arms is getting finer and finer. Many places need to cooperate, and these officers often charge directly as soon as their brains are hot. Some of them don't even know the map. This made Wang Ben breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the results of the investigation. But there are also good ones, that is, Zhao Jun's military academy. Their combat awareness can be consistent with Qin Jun's. They have received systematic learning, know how to look at the map, how to launch an offensive with a favorable firepower advantage, and know where they are when defending. At least they knew that they were a part of the war. Wang Ben sent his views to the staff, and Li Mu also sent a telegram, require independent use of those Zhaojun troops. The reason is that they have different ways of fighting. You can use them individually. That is to say, entrust them with a task. As to how to do it, Qin Jun should not specifically intervene. If the control is too strict, I am afraid these Zhaojun will have no flexibility. After Wang Jian's synthesis, he thought that it was not simple for Li Mu to be able to analyze the reason in time when he was far away in Handan. Therefore, Qin Jun rearranged Zhaojun. They no longer fight with the Qin army. It is an independent delegated task. As for how to fight, that's their officer's business. However, the Qin army considered the intention of joint operations. Liaison officers were also sent in order to inform the opponent of Qin's overall combat intentions. At the same time, he also informed himself of Zhao Jun's movements. The Qin army conducts exercises before each large-scale battle. But every time there will be problems in the exercise. And the exercise is not so perfect. For example, before Tishi, then there was a traffic jam. However, Qin Jun's senior leaders are used to it. Usually, bad exercises will bring good results. Wang Jian smiled and told Li Mu of the Qin Jun's default rule. Li Mu had to reply with a smile. Let Wang Jian feel at ease and do it boldly. This is a coalition dispatch. There will be various situations. The exercise, which was suddenly stopped, did not continue after the reorganization of troops. Because those armed men who were accidental in the army think that the army guys are boring, and it's a waste of energy and bullets. So the whole army stopped the exercise amidst complaints. They will get on the wagon and drive to the front line after taking a break. Chapter 581 In Rich Folk Culture. Why don't you eat some music? Shang Wen and several scientific researchers said while having a meal in the laboratory. Music. Several people shook their heads as they said. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. Music is extremely scarce. Although there is a phonograph, there are only a few tunes. It's annoying to listen to them. A young man said. And it's still military music. It's drums and trumpets. The people who play can't feel at ease. Those tones are like urging you to fight. Another young man said. Speaking and ate a bite of rice. Shang Wen didn't know what to say. Is it wrong to study and enjoy music while eating? Music is a kind of spiritual detachment and unrestrainedness. Shang Wen followed the topic closely. Why? Shang Wen asked. There are really too few musical tunes in the world. We don't understand the tunes of Chu people. And our folk music is mostly played with monotonous instruments. There is no ensemble. If you want to listen only in the palace, but the folk is something is not allowed, it is illegal. The young man who was eating was obviously very fond of music. But it suffers from the inability of folk music to develop. Shang Wen nodded to eat mechanically. And he kept thinking of a question in his mind. Why, in the end, why can only enjoy music in the palace, but the folks cannot enjoy music? People have the comfort of enjoying the arrival of music. It is also a way for people to liberate their spirits. Shang Wen frowned. The more Shang Wen thought about it, the more he didn't want to eat. This is really unfair. There are many unfair things. This reminded him of his own reforms. Our own reforms are in full compliance with the needs of the times. But now it is mandatory to rest. Shang Wen stopped eating. My lord, eat. A young man reminded. Shang Wen shook his head mechanically. He wanted to change it. Later generations have movies, jazz, and hip-hop music. There are all kinds of music and dance. However, now, the royal family monopolizes the entire culture. Music and dance are free, but now, she was tied up. Shang Wen put down his job, leaving the institute directly. He wants to change this situation. Shang Wen is a researcher, not an artistic talent. But as long as there is a heart, it is enough. Shang Wen went back and looked up all the related art categories. Western operas and dramas are not suitable for the East, and I can't understand them anymore, because there is a huge gap. Even Shang Wen still doesn't know that Shakespeare wrote those messy things. When it comes to literature and art, He has a terrible headache. Shang Wen began to search for Oriental art. Perhaps it was the sense of communication between the same race that reminded Shang Wen of a musical performance that he had seen when he was a child. The performance is Dunhuang Flying Dance. That performance shocked all Westerners. People are shocked by the ancient Eastern civilization, the beautiful dance, the fabulous plot, and the wonderful music. Let everyone immerse themselves unconsciously. Wonderful, wonderful. Shang Wen recalled the performance in his mind and exclaimed unknowingly. Unfortunately, I only watched it once. I didn't even remember the name when I saw it. Shang Wen felt a little regretful in retrospect. However, I think it should be in the information. Shang Wen looked for it. Shang Wen searched for it for most of a day but didn't find it. Just when I was disappointed, Shang Wen noticed a new modern repertoire. Dream of Dunhuang, Shang Wen muttered. Shang Wen took a look at the plot introduction. Clap your hands all at once. Just her. The young painter Mo Gao loves painting, and at the same time he is talented. He almost regards his works as more precious than life. In order to pursue the highest level of art, he went to Dunhuang alone. A cloth bag with painter's tools and a painting are all his belongings. On the way through the desert, he encountered a storm and was dying of life and was accidentally passed by the crescent moon. Rescued. Soon, they met again in Dunhuang, and love was born. However, he was opposed by the general of Wei's father, forcing Wei to recruit relatives among the princes and giants. For love, Crescent Moon flees and meets Mo Gao in the cave, surrounded by the generals. In the face of blood and fire, Crescent Moon saved Mo Gao again, but paid the price of his life. The Crescent Moon was gone, and Mo Gao was in great grief. He opened the canteen with a trembling hand, and then gently sprinkled water on the Crescent Moon. In an instant, the crescent body turned into a crescent-shaped body. The clear spring never dries up. This is the magical spring in the desert. Crescent Spring. Mo Gao used springs to moisturize his pen, and spent his life's painstaking efforts to complete the art's swan song Mo Gao Grotto's murals in great sorrow. The Mo Gao Grottos are immortal for thousands of years, and the Crescent Moon Spring will not be dry for generations. Art, love, always be with and stay together. This kind of plot is inadvertently the same as what I said and advocated. Love is an eternal topic. This kind of dance drama requires dance, music, and a plot. It is really hard to be better than this. Shang Wen started to conceive in his mind, first the costumes and props, then the script, then the actors and the stage, then perform. As for the lights, this can use a lot of kerosene lamps, plus the use of mirrors, and various colored papers. Shang Wen, however, now needs to find costume props. This is the biggest problem. You know, this is the Qin dynasty and the Warring States period, and the plot shows the Tang dynasty. Shang Wen himself doesn't know how much time difference there is between the two. This huge time difference is the biggest manifestation in clothing. Shang Wen can only express costumes and dances with memory and limited graphics. You can imagine how difficult it is. But for the folk art of the Qin state, Shang Wen feels it is worthwhile not to study technology for a month. So Shang Wen thought of Yingzhi. Now her clothing design is quite mature. In Qin, she is involved not only in women's clothing, but also in men's clothing and children's clothing. And no one in Qin knows that no one knows. Shang Wen decided to give it a try. The arrival of Shang Wen surprised Yingzhi. However, Shang Wen was very polite to inform the other party of the purpose of his trip, and showing them to Yingzhi with rolls after rolls of drawings. Shang Wen informed the other party about the dance drama he had held to support him. Yingzhi expressed support. The biggest problem with clothing, but she has to do it herself. Shang Wen expressed his thanks. Just do it. Most of the costumes used in dance dramas are a kind of yarn. In terms of material selection, Yingzhi compares the materials of various yarns, followed by the craftsmanship, and the color requirements are also special. Because dance drama has a lot to do with color matching. Perhaps Shang Wen paid too much attention to clothing, and Yingju raised a major point when checking the drawings. Headdress and hairstyle. The difference between the two is too obvious, and the release styles in the drawings shown are all different. This makes Shang Wen a little embarrassed. Chapter 582 Qin Jun's Logistics Support Opera needs not only headwear and hairstyles, but also a variety of dance poses and music. These Shangwens need to be found from the folks, so don't think about court music. Except for those folk tunes that the royal family look down upon, there is actually not much folk music. As for the personnel, Meiko does exist, but most of them are forced by life. Shangwen could only be busy adapting the script, while also selecting actors and explaining some problems. This is really hard. The economic negotiations between Qin and Han have also entered a dead end. Qin is not allowed to export technical equipment, and South Korea cannot obtain technical equipment. Although South Korea has a certain economic foundation through a series of reforms, it also has a certain amount of capital to pay. But Qin's technical limitations, South Korea cannot bypass it. The economic situation of the two sides is deadlocked here. This stalemate is as long as 7 or 8 days. Hanshu made no progress at all. And these 7 or 8 days, Qin's airship unit completed the transition mission in extreme time. They set off by train from Xianyang to Xinzing, then passed through the South Korean border into the country of Yan and arrived at the Yanjun's rear supply center. Qin Danjun's airship was flying continuously from Xinzing without any weather guarantee. Such an adventure, in the eyes of Qin Danjun, is a rare opportunity for actual combat. Because of the unfamiliar topography and unfamiliar weather environment in these areas, they have been tempered. However, their airship had no other weapons except for the self-defense revolver carried by the personnel on the airship. Because they are going to pass through South Korea, part of the country of Zhao, the super-powerful weapon like the bomb makes them very worried. Therefore, their bombs were still far away from the Qin state base. Qin's manufacturing plant is destroying their first aerial bomb. The reason is that the diatomite explosive is extremely unstable. A place in Qin state where an aerial bomb was stored was unstable due to the precipitation of diatomaceous nitroglycerin. An accident occurred. During the transportation, the explosion sent the entire ammunition depot and a large number of military materials stored nearby to the sky. The explosion lasted a whole day. The power of aerial bombs is very powerful. Moreover, the first aerial bomb made by the Qin army was also somewhat large. In the ammunition storehouse, there are more than 150 stone aerial bombs. The consequences of the explosion are like a huge earthquake, making everyone in the heavenly army feel the power of the bomb. The earth is trembling, a soldier said. Fortunately, this explosion occurred in a very remote place in the Qin army. Xianyang then received a report of an explosion at the flight base. A total of 57 people died in the explosion. More than 100 people were injured. 32 of them were seriously injured. 5 heavy airships were reduced to ashes in the explosion. The loss is huge, because the explosion occurred in the ammunition depot. Therefore, Qin immediately stopped using all aerial bombs. And all aerial bombs should be properly recovered. This is precisely why the Qin army airship did not carry any lethal weapons. They need a safer and more reliable aerial bomb to be transported back from the rear. This also reminded Qin Jun again, safety is very important. For this explosion, the military adopted a method of concealment. The situation was not disclosed to the media. All parties have been controlled to varying degrees. Although this episode allowed Qin Jun to set up a department to strictly manage the security of military weapons. But Qin's related logistics procurement is also very popular, because most of this military action was purely commercial. The instigators of the war came from banks, trade, carts and horses and many other business organizations. This will open a new chapter in the mode of war launching. However, logistical problems have always caused headaches for these businessmen. Although they have money, they organize logistics. That has to be done by a dedicated person. Although they have a railway company controlled by a bank. But after all, how to choose transportation is still a matter for the military. As a result, The General Staff took charge of the logistics supply for the entire military operation. Kin's logistics department once visited Kin's large and small food factories in order to find a special kind of food, and took photos of all these foods and recorded them. In this way, the Kin State Logistics Department has a detailed food list. According to this list, Kin State divided the food. Type of foods are raw materials, mainly flour, corn, and various vegetables, which need to be processed. Type B food is semi-finished or finished. The semi-finished products can be eaten raw, or you can enjoy the deliciousness with a little processing, such as canned food, ham, sausage and so on. Type of food is entirely the business of the military clerk, while Type B food is the business of the logistics department. They finally bought canned beef in tin-plate cans, and a square pastry packaged in a wax carton. This kind of noodles is the same as instant noodles, just add boiling water to eat. It also comes with various seasoning packages. These spices are packed in wax paper bags. Not only these, Kin's logistics department also ordered biscuits and ham enema. And in order to supplement the nutrients of the soldiers, Kin State's collective term for vitamins, the Kin Army's upper-level officers even ordered a large number of canned fruits whimsically. These food supplies are not unabundant, but for the frontline soldiers, they almost vomited what they had eaten a long time ago. Fried noodles. This kind of food that shocked the US military on the Korean battlefield unexpectedly appeared at this time. This kind of emergency food consisting of wheat, sesame, and corn mixed and fried, adding a large amount of sugar and then adding a small amount of water to make a brick-shaped emergency food is also distributed to the front line. Soldiers carry such an emergency food in their infantry harnesses. This food is due to lack of moisture. It made it difficult for many soldiers to swallow him. This is equivalent to the high-calorie chocolate of the US Army. Provide the necessary heat when necessary. Not only these, but the logistics officer thinks a lot. They distributed the first stamped iron kettle because of the existence of deserts in the combat area. But few people use this kind of kettle. The reason is that it is too heavy. Soldiers are willing to use leather bladder. It is not suitable for this iron kettle. The logistics officer is like a housewife. They even bought the oven, and with the wheels and brackets installed, you just need to mount the back of the carriage. As for the transportation issue, a large number of carriage shops contracted these transportation tasks by way of bidding. They continue to transport these materials to the front lines. Trains and carriages depart from Xianyang and then arrive at the entrance of the Hexi corridor. Then the carriage went on to transport all the supplies to the front line. The combination of war and commerce is becoming more efficient. But while being efficient, another change is also taking place. That is waste. The time Kin had prepared for this war was too long. A lot of food, ammunition, and supplies are stockpiled in various transfer stations. After the war is over, the state of Kin had to deal with a large amount of war surplus materials. Chapter 583 Kin's new aviation bomb. The explosion of the Kin's aviation bomb made Kin's State Lieutenant Mansion need to purchase a new type of aviation bomb to meet the needs of the Heavenly Army, especially the charging problem of aerial bombs. This question is handed over to major arms production companies to complete. Today's Kin State, except for the first few large companies engaged in weapons production and development, there are many small and medium-sized companies. These companies are chemical and glass processing companies, and the production of other special metals. Large companies and small and medium-sized companies are competing and interdependent companies. Because these small and medium-sized companies tend to take the lead, their research is beyond the reach of the big companies. The reason for the explosion of aerial bombs was that diatomaceous earth nitroglycerin was used inside the bomb. After the advent of nitroglycerin, a large number of people have been studying nitroglycerin, because this was the most powerful kind of explosives known to Kin at that time. However, nitroglycerin was so powerful that it was extremely unstable at the time. Especially in terms of production, Kin has no way of mass production. Research and development in the chemical industry have solved this problem. An engineer lieutenant of Kin State solved this problem. Like Nobel in history, a warm method was adopted to properly solve this problem. The production problem is solved, but the gas explosion problem is difficult to solve. The way to ignite is very dangerous. Then, detonator application is born. This is BAI's invention. However, nitroglycerin still did not solve the problem of how to apply it until the diatomite adsorbed nitroglycerin, the first relatively reliable explosive that Kin State possesses. At that time, the Heavenly Army urgently needed a weapon capable of mass destruction, because their multiple flights indicated that if stones were thrown from the sky, the damage would be amazing. Later, I started using grenades. But the grenade cannot be operated because of the uncertain time. Later, they thought of bombs. This idea directly led to the birth of Kin's first-generation aviation bomb. At that time, the use of diatomaceous earth explosives was considered a very advanced weapon, although its power was reduced a lot. But the charge of aerial bombs is dozens of times that of artillery shells. The power is amazing. But after the accident, the diatomite explosive was announced to withdraw from the stage of history, because Kin needed a more suitable explosive. However, biochemistry, the predecessor of Kin's organic chemistry, has made significant progress in their research, firstly with the emergence of picric acid, or trinidrophenol. This explosive was first used in the dye industry, but soon it was used in the production of Kin's new shells. Like his color, people call it yellow explosive. However, the military had already placed orders for a large number of aerial bombs. The number was about 200, and the yellow explosive was looking for a more suitable method for mass production. Because a large amount of nitric acid is preferentially concentrated on nitroglycerin, this directly leads to the production of nitric acid that cannot be used in yellow explosives in time. So people's attention shifted to research on the production of nitric acid. This is one of the reasons why diatomaceous earth bombs continue to be used. Quantitative research has made people realize that there is a large amount of nitrogen in explosives. At this time, air research also found that there was a relatively high proportion of nitrogen in the air. Mainly people are determining his specific air content. In addition, high temperature and high pressure compression are widely used, and people are trying to develop new nitric acid through air compression. Liquid ammonia was developed under this concept. Large-scale application of electricity in the laboratory, especially the use of electric compressors. After continuous research, researchers finally found a reliable method to accidentally produce synthetic ammonia. This is the main product. The emergence of synthetic ammonia has given the chemical industry a new breakthrough. The extraction of synthetic ammonia no longer extracts large amounts of urea from urine, but instead uses new chemical methods to obtain it. But the research on explosives has not stopped. People try to industrialize the method of synthesizing ammonia. The first small-scale synthetic ammonia plant was established in Guiyang in the north of Kin State. At the same time, the emergence of ammonia gave Kin State the first refrigerant, and local steel plants began to use ammonia as a cold-rolled steel as a human-controllable refrigerant, because they found that the barrels of machine guns had become very dense after being frozen. As a result, a large number of high-priced cold-rolled steel began to appear. The emergence of ammonia makes the synthesis of nitric acid, and ammonium sulfate is no longer a big problem. But the progress of explosives has been relatively slow. Farmers use it more widely in the plant configuration in the laboratory, because these are excellent fertilizers for plant production. However, the emergence of synthetic ammonia has largely solved the problem of nitric acid production, and people have begun to reduce the large-scale import and use of saltpeter. Plants producing nitric acid are used on a large scale. The emergence of trinitrotoluene, the TNT explosive, gave Kin State a new and brand new safe explosive. This kind of explosive is a very powerful and quite safe explosive. Even if it is penetrated by a bullet, it will generally not burn or detonate. because of its absolute safety and great power. This explosive soon required extensive production. The Qin Army and Marine Corps Engineering Blasting Squad quickly equipped him with this safety explosive on a large scale, but they were willing to call him life-saving explosives. The reason was that they really shot explosives with guns, and none of the explosives exploded. This makes soldiers carrying explosives very happy to accept such explosives. The emergence of life-saving explosives shows that Qin's chemical industry is accelerating the process of digesting the tremendous changes brought about by petrochemicals. Dynamite is just the beginning, not the end. After this accident, the National Lieutenant Mention finally noticed this brand new explosive. The new bombs also use this life-saving explosive, although his output is not very high. Only one medium-sized chemical company produced him. But this is enough. For safety reasons, Qin State no longer made aerial bombs very large this time. It is very small, with only 1 stone and half stone. This specification is mainly based on the charge quantity, rather than the total weight of the aerial bomb. After Qin experimented with 4 bombs, he ordered 20 bombs to be sent to the front line of Qi. This kind of bomb was first applied to the people of Qi. There will be the most effective weapons inspection field for Qin so far. On the one hand, Yango urged, on the other hand, he was trying his best to release the poisonous gas. They experimented with death row prisoners, and the results were very good. The death row prisoners made people shudder. So horrible. Even King Yan was taken aback. After stopping for a day, a question lay before them. Their killing experiment was conducted in a cell. Then the battlefield is empty. This question made King Yan immediately feel bored. Chapter 584. Spend a full moon. Because Yango didn't know how to put the poison gas, they temporarily stopped the chemical weapon attack. But this idea still exists, and King Yan has always been the main supporter of the gas attack, because everyone who saw the tragedy of poisonous gas killing a person with their own eyes would hope to use this tragedy on the enemy, against Yan's chemical weapons attack. Even if they knew it, they couldn't guess that they would use chemical gas on the battlefield. Shang Wen is busy with his opera. He recruited a performance team of more than 100 people. This team is mainly composed of Chu people, because there are both actresses and actors. Chu people can do it because they are good at singing and dancing. Because of this, many people who can survive will come to Qin to make a living. Shang Wen distributes his own ideas and scripts for them to understand by themselves, then perform according to the requirements of the script. There are a lot of actors, there are still a lot of props, no lighting or anything. Shang Wen can only make these things by himself. At this time, the light bulb has not yet come out. Although Shang Wen thought, he really didn't have that energy. Because I only have 1 month off. And the time it took Edison to experiment with light bulbs far exceeded this time. Even though I know the principle of the light bulb, it is still difficult to experiment, mainly on the search for materials. The light uses a kerosene lamp plus a lampshade, and then shines on the glass mirror, using the principle of reflection to illuminate the light. As for the background, a lot of curtains are needed, especially the various colors of yellow. The background of the story is Dunhuang in the desert next door. There is Fishanwu. This requires a broad stage, as well as various slings and brackets. Shang Wen began to purchase a batch of equipment, electric winch equipment, and then ordered a batch of specific wire ropes. This wire rope can carry the weight of 3 people, and there is a certain degree of toughness. The processing plant specially processed a batch according to Shang Wen's requirements, mainly because none of the thickness is required by Shang Wen met the requirements. Therefore, they tried every means to process a steel cable that can be woven with limited use of the toughness of the steel cable to be able to carry the maximum weight. But the thickness is only half the thickness of a finger. This kind of steel cable is woven with 3 layers of different extremely thin steel wires with oblique textures. This kind of weaving method greatly increases the toughness of the steel wire. As for the stage, Shang Wen rented a newly built Tostri cement large-scale building in Xinjiang district, which was originally the lobby of a restaurant. However, Shang Wen was temporarily remodeled into a new style of an opera house, and the seats were all furnished with the previous furniture of this restaurant. The biggest problem is music. Because the play has a large number of Western teachers' instruments, mainly violin and cello, it also has an important musical theme, mainly to set off the sadness and tension between the protagonists. Shangwin had to find a carpenter. There are not only cellos and violin, there are also some folk music. Bowstrings, plucked strings, and blowpipes are the most important instruments in modern folk music. Shangwin was also busy copying some scores. If these scores were taken out all at once, no one would have expected it. So Shangwen first found a piece of music to practice. Shangwen remembers a song called Flower and Full Moon, which has a cheerful tune. The festive atmosphere is strong, so Shangwen used this piece as an etude. But what Shangwen did not expect was that Shangwen's unintentional actions would make this piece lasting for a long time. There are scores and musical instruments, and no one can play it. Shangwen published recruitment information in newspapers and recruited a large number of instrument players. Shangwen also saw the ancient pipa for the first time among these people. The ones made by Swai monk Shangwen are similar in some places, but the difference can still be seen at a glance. The abilities of these musicians are limited. Shangwin left 62 people in a way of elimination. These 62 people began to master their tunes with the help of music scores. Shangwin also chose one to be the conductor. The ensemble needs a conductor to complete. Under the performance of some people, Shangwen could vaguely feel the cheerful tone. Perhaps it is the role model of the first person, or perhaps it is the cheerful rhythm of this piece, which makes more and more people play it, and the musicians can also perceive the cheerful rhythm of this tune. I couldn't help but, the more I performed, the closer I felt to the ensemble. Under the command of the conductor, I could vaguely feel the joy of drawing a full moon. Shangwen thought of recording. So Shangwen found a large number of recording equipment to start recording. Although there are only discs made of resin, this type of record is the most widely used. If it were not for a single score, many people would buy a phonograph to play it. Shangwen wants to make this a reality. Shangwen's actions were all inquired by Yinu, and King Qin knew about it. They didn't understand why this idiot suddenly became playful, because normally he would develop a large number of novelties in the shortest possible time. But this time is different. It has been more than 10 days. He is actually busy. Nothing happened. The 62-member band can finally ensemble into a more complete Flower and Full Moon. Although there are some minor flaws, these are enough. Although Shangwen's ensemble team is much smaller than an ensemble with more than 100 people, it is a complete set of 5 internal organs and can complete the ensemble of a flower and a full moon. The exciting time began. Shangwen signaled the beginning of the performance, then began to record, and the performers began to play the cheerful tune. This song has a grand festive atmosphere, especially in the middle of this month, although the weather is a lot warmer. But there is still a trace of coolness, and the cheerful enthusiasm of the music makes people's hearts overflowing with a cheerful mood. Shangwen also felt that there was a New Year atmosphere. The tune was quickly synthesized, less than 5 minutes, but it was very successful. Subsequently, Shangwen asked the band to rehearse Dream of Dunhuang, and Shangwen started copying a large number of records. At the same time outside, Shangwen set up the gramophone and began to play the just accorded Flower and Full Moon. The cheerful tune makes many pedestrians stop and appreciate it unconsciously, and people can feel the joy of the song. Moreover, that kind of folk spontaneous joy can come into people's hearts, making people feel that this is their heart's voice, the joy of the festival, the joy of the wedding of the newlyweds, and that joy makes the faces of people watching and admiring a happy satisfaction. Sense. The reporter came after hearing the news, but the noise did not follow, but quiet, surprisingly quiet. People even think that breathing can disturb this wonderful folk music. People's quietness is a kind of recognition. They don't need to pay anything to support, they just need to appreciate it. Chapter 585 Canned food in our country. Flower and Full Moon sold out all Shangwen copies on the same day at the price of 1.5 records. Even if it is sold out, people are still gathered around for a long time and don't want to disperse. This kind of music from folk art that can greatly express the joy of folk has attracted attention from all parties. It has also been recognized by the public. People think that this is the first kind of music that can greatly express themselves. A flower and a full moon is not the atmosphere and soothing of court music, but an extremely simple folk joy. This kind of music quality of focusing on the people and despising the monarch immediately moved everyone. The demand for phonographs in the city of Xianyang began to exceed demand, and people and Shang Wen negotiated in time to purchase a part of music patents. The people of Qin are very law-abiding. They know that a technology requires patent fees. They believe that this music is also a kind of technology. So they voluntarily paid Shang Wen's patent fees and began to copy records on a large scale. For a time, the streets of Xianyang were filled with joy of happiness and joy in life. The cold wave still goes south from time to time, but it adds a New Year celebration to Xianyang. Major stores have also played flowers and full moon to attract customers, and people often enter the appreciation because of music. Xianyang has a voice. Become lively. The people of Qin are enjoying music, but the people of Zhou are enjoying food. A large-scale promotion campaign for simple canned food called Delicious Beef has been launched. This simple canned food only sells for 5 cents, and his weight is about the same as a pound of beef. The reason why this canned beef can be so cheap is that they increased the starch content in the can, reduced the use of meat, so the price will drop from 10 to 5 cents. Qin's manufacturers and merchants began to focus on sales performance. They found that Zhaoguo is an emerging market. Before the economic cooperation between Qin state, Zhao minutes lived very hard, and after the economic cooperation between Qin and Zhao, Zhao Ren began to have some savings. Before, they had even had a problem with eating. These are all huge changes made by Zhou's labor export and the start of coal mines. The export of labor services sent back a large amount of foreign exchange. These foreign exchanges made Zhao minutes rich in his pocket. It stands to reason that if you have money, you should spend it. However, the sales performance of the merchants of Qin state, except for the large cities in Handan and Yunzhong, was not satisfactory in the beginning. Qin people should use their brains just like their technical researchers. They went down to visit and quickly understood the problem. Zhao Mingqian was scared. I am really afraid of being poor. As soon as they have money, in addition to paying a 10% tax, all the remaining money is used to buy grain and hide it. This practice caused Qin's grain, wheat, and flour to begin to lean towards these areas on a large scale. As for meat, no one would spend a penny to buy it except in a big city like Handan. Although there are only 10 cents, 10 cents are compared with foods such as flour. The latter is still in great demand. As a result, meat merchants in Qin state began to make ideas around prices. First, they developed a low-cost canned beef. The cost of this canned food is controlled by about 1 cent. Through transportation, there is half the transportation cost, plus warehousing and sales. The cost is strictly controlled within 2 cents. In order to quickly open up the emerging market of Zhao state, the businessmen have worked hard. They began to launch large-scale promotional activities, convene Zhaoguo and zone agents and ask them to use ox carts to pull cans and sell them to Zhao people at a uniform price. Whoever buys more will earn more. The Qin people gave them half of the profit. Qin people's large-scale sales promotion. Zhaoguo's agents strongly shouted, "Let this kind of canned food sales performance began to rise steadily." Maybe it is because Zhao Ren has stored enough food. The cellars of every household are full of grains, and people are beginning to pay attention to the supplement of other foods. Maybe they are going out to improve the food, or they are still curious. In short, some Zhao people started to buy this cheap canned food. People learned from the merchants to open the tins and pour out the beef. Although the Qin people increased the starch content, the long-lost meaty smell made Zhao couldn't help but touch the inside of the can with his hands and put it on his tongue. The children always rushed to take the can because there was a meaty smell in it. The tin box has become children's new toy and show-off capital. With meat, Zhao people want to have a good meal. Therefore, people imitated the water package pavilion set up by the Qin people in Handan. That is, dumplings. They chopped beef and radish mixed together to make a paste, and then use the mixed flour to roll into a dough wrapper. Cook in a pot. The smell of dumplings attracted neighbors, and people began to buy this canned food after trying each other. After hearing that this kind of food can be stored for 3 months, the bold Zhao Ren actually bought a lot of it in one go. Gradually others started to do the same. As a result, Qin's canned food sales began to increase significantly. Paper cans is the first step that opened Zhao's consumption. It is also the first time that Zhao has started eating beef on a large scale. Meat began to enter Zhao's rice bowl, although there is only 1 or 2 chances to eat meat in a month. But this is for them. Very satisfied. In order to meet the demand for meat, Zhao began to make a large-scale effort to make money. The opening of coal mines began to solve the labor problem. Some of the soldiers who had retired from the disarmament went into coal mines to mine coal. The foreign transportation of coal also caused many people to drove ox carts to Langmeng County of Qin State because of the difficult road. The Qin people did not want to leave. Qin's engineers are stepping up to rebuild the road. This gives these Zhao people a chance to find employment. They drove an ox cart and began to transport coal out of the country. It's not just coal. There are iron ingots. Coal and iron are always found together. Zhao Go also started large-scale iron smelting, and coal increased the furnace temperature. It is no longer a big problem to let iron smelt, but their own demand is not very strong. They are used to make weapons and agricultural tools. The Qin state used it to continue processing and smelting steel, and then processing it into various mechanical parts and building materials. In this way, there's how people mobilized the whole country. The women began to gather together to work in Qin. The men either went out to fight, or transported coal and iron ingots. Although hard, people's quality of life is improving, and this kind of life is much faster than farming. Make money fast. Eat well. Life is really hopeful. Zhou's life has started. It's just the beginning. To change, Zhao people must change many things, such as taxes. Zhou's 10% tax is only temporary, floating, and unstable. Wang Zhou's will can break this lower tax at any time. Chapter 586 Qin State Banking Report. Han Xiu was already very dissatisfied with Qin's procrastination, but Qin Go still studied what they should do step by step. King Qin's way of thinking is still stuck in the past period of agricultural civilization, and Meng Yi is in a transitional period. But there is one thing in common. They finally realized that the main source of taxation in the country comes from commercial activities. King Qin's knowledge is still relatively high. He even thought it was capital activity. The investment department of the bank finally informed King Qin of their summary report. So far, Qin State still has not established an organized department to collect various economic data. The bank automatically assumed this difficult task. King Qin looked a little irritably at the bank's many reports. The secrets of these reports are numb. Some icons and data are also mixed in between. Qin's bankers automatically adopted the icon tools they thought could solve all problems. And these things are too strange to Qin State. Although King Qin didn't understand for a while, he still looked at these reports with great perseverance. And Meng Yi also prepared some information on the side. Banks always use numbers to illustrate problems. These numerical problems are what King Qin is least good at. Not only the numbers, but the meaning of these numbers gave King Qin a headache. Come here, get someone from the bank. Let him explain the problem directly. King Qin was annoyed. Totally annoying. There are too many numbers. He remembered it all. Explain the amount of investment in the first quarter. The allocation of funds flowed in the first quarter. Explain circulating funds, fixed funds, the amount of deposits received, the amount of loan deposits and so on. Xiao He is very comfortable with the banking industry. When he first took over the banking business, he suddenly discovered the decisive power of capital in the entire business activities. The power of capital can be said to be very large, and the bank is very effective in controlling the society. and even the capital of the entire Kin state. Not only that, these capitals flow to countries like water. Through these capital connections, any country that has established economic relations with Kin state cannot get away from the control of Kin state capital. It can be said that Kin's bank is more powerful than his tiger and wolf division. The tiger and wolf division can destroy a country, but it cannot effectively incorporate a country into his territory. But Kin state can. These capitals are like army after army that can be copied infinitely. They can not only make Kin's army work for it, and it can open up new territory. Bank loans to various enterprises. Through the power of capital, various enterprises have assembled into an unprecedented power. They produce weapons and logistical supplies, then organize the army to seize raw materials and land. Mineral. Then these things get rights through auctions. Then they use the power of capital to start the next round of demand production frantically. If a person is engaged in an industry, it is difficult to discover the mystery. But working in the banking industry allowed him to easily see the power of capital. Okay, just talk about the meaning of this report. King Kin was disturbed by these reports. He has never felt so strenuous to deal with state affairs. Xiao He, as an elite in the banking industry, was sent to explain the bank report. Xiao He saluted with both hands, and then began to understand. This report was not made by him. If he follows his approach, he will first make a big program, not such a large pile of clueless reports. The meaning of the bank report is probably like this. After reading it, Xiao He began to say something about his own understanding. Kin's current investment in light industry, such as boots, clothing, etc., has begun to split. This split is the external force of capital power. Xiao He regarded capital export as an external force. Kin's interdisciplinary approach is too strong. The schools of physics and chemistry always complete some intersections unknowingly. King Kin motioned to continue. On the one hand, this industry is restricted by the development of the chi market, abundant labor in South Korea, traffic pressure, and sufficient capital in the domestic market of Kin. Meng Yi explained to Kin, South Korea's geographical position is superior, and King Kin knows the importance of geographical position better than any other king. And producing these things requires a lot of labor. The main reason is that machining cannot be used in some places. For example, the sewing aspect of clothing. It must also be done manually. On the other hand, my country's market demand has upgraded the industry. There are high-quality brands such as British brand, High brand, Snowflake brand clothing and shoes in Kin. These brands have high prices, but they have a large output value. A pair of shoes exceeds the price of 20 pairs of shoes produced in a normal factory. Moreover, these shoes are supplied by high-level people in various countries. Kin Wang nodded. Then, King Kin picked up his leather shoes and took a look. King Kin also began to dress more easily, because of the trouble of wearing traditional clothes. The time wasted is too long. King Kin accepted more modern costumes early. King Kin took a look at the shoes, and he saw the brand on the shoes. These are high-brand men's leather shoes produced by Zhaogao. This leather shoe uses a comfortable beef tendon sole. Toughness has been greatly improved, and the shape of the shoes is close to the shape of King Kin's feet. It is very comfortable to wear, not only shoes, but also insoles. A linen pad that is breathable and sweat-absorbent is used, can make shoes more comfortable to wear. If it wasn't for Xiao He's introduction, King Kin really didn't notice that a small shoe had made so many famous people. The output value of these high-end light industries is huge. Many Kin-Go light factories are stepping up to establish their own brands, and developing various new products, and some have always been winning by volume. They are fighting a low-end price war strategy. But this is not a trend. The output value of these factories is decreasing. The taxes they created are also decreasing. The reason is that their income is decreasing. The cost of labor, transportation, and raw materials is increasing. Their price-cost advantage is becoming their disadvantage. Xiao He said. On the contrary, some businessmen began to want to set up factories in South Korea, because the labor force there is extremely cheap. they only need to pay a kin and a half to work for a day, and we need to pay more than 3.5 to make the Zhao people start work. Xiao He said, There are other aspects, for example, dark-in steel, weapons, and these heavy industries. King Qin said, speaking of this, Lord Wang, please read this report. Xiao He handed a report on hotel catering to King Qin. King Qin looked at Xiao He without knowing why. He didn't understand what Xiao He meant. The report's icon shows that Qin's hotel catering is developing at an extremely fast pace. Operating income in the most recent quarter far exceeded any previous quarter. Isn't this great? Chapter 587 Bowls with the launch of Flower and Full Moon. Qin states Xian Yang suddenly returned to talking about weddings. People of the older generation think this is tradition. The Prime Minister's approach has gone too far. The matchmaker can still be abolished. Isn't this going to shake the sky? Even King Qin's wedding did not abolish this one. And this ancestral temple is related. The family concept of the agricultural civilization established in the Qin state still exists. And this foundation has little influence in the newly established state. But in Guanzhong, the hinterland of Qin, this concept is very popular. Getting a wife to hold a wedding is a major event for the family. How can such a major event be handled simply? Whether the wedding is grand or not is closely related to the glory of a family. If it is too frugal or too ordinary, this is really not justified. The younger generation can only listen to those of the older generation. To them, this expense is huge. And Qin's population growth has also begun to accelerate. This benefited from the improvement of Qin's medical and health conditions. The birth mortality rate has been drastically reduced. The expenses of the new generation are almost the same as the expenses of a wedding. Qin's newspaper reporters were not idle either, and they began to report on a large scale. For this reason, some newspapers have set up a public opinion survey. This method of randomly selecting survey results quickly became a vain. Qin Gyoi opposed only 3.1% of the wedding ostentation. Only about 15% were neutral, while the rest expressed support. An economic survey also revealed the cost of a wedding in Qin. A family of 4, usually parents, or brothers, or siblings. Usually Qin has at least one male in a household. If this man gets married, then the cost of a wedding is an fifth of the family's income. More and more people of Qin people hold their weddings in restaurants, and people of Qin people can pay the money, and the wedding is getting more and more lively. For example, at night they will release fireworks and firecrackers before the curfew, and the cost of fireworks and firecrackers is very high. But it still can't stop people's demand for fireworks. This is not only a banquet, fireworks and firecrackers, but also a large number of wedding supplies, furniture, decorations, and various daily necessities. These expenses are also very large, especially for furniture. All kinds of high-quality wood are usually people's first choice. This also greatly stimulated the development of the South. The first thing they aimed at was the southern Nanmu. If this is all over, then Shangwen doesn't have to touch these moldies. But the problem happened precisely in Qin's follow-up issue. Gift money issue. The weight of the gift money is a congratulation to the newcomer. This is also the basis for a new family. Qin state stipulates that as long as you have a family, you will have a family. This facilitates the expansion of the population. In this way, the income of the gift money becomes the key for the newcomer to set up a household. As a result, a vicious circle was created. The better the wedding, the heavier the gift money, and vice versa, the lower the gift money. So for the heavy gift money, one household after another raised the gift money. And this expenditure can account for an fifth of the income of an ordinary family in Qin. In this way, 2/5 of the income of an ordinary family is eliminated. Then this family can only live a normal life. There is no remaining capital to invest. And this has led to the great prosperity of Qin state hotel catering and related industries. Xiao He broke his fingers and told King Qin about matters affecting heavy industry investment. Only then did King Qin realize that the matter was a bit big. This seems to be a matter of custom that has something to do with Qin's economy. Xiao He's explanation is not over yet. Xiao He introduced in detail the development of various undertakings in the Qin state since Shang Wen led the reduction of interest rates, especially the development of SMEs. These SMEs have technology and flexible management. It can be said that without these small and medium enterprises, it is estimated that Qin's technological development will have to wait for 20 years of accumulation. But Shang Wen let it come in advance. Why? The reason is the firepower of capital. Most of these small and medium-sized enterprises are slave owners who have completed the primitive accumulation of capital. There are also some military personnel, officials and a large number of middle-class families as well as speculators. They are carried out for the purpose of investment. Whether it is a joint stock or a joint venture, these have injected a lot of capital into SMEs. But now, this balance is being broken by the wedding. Shang Wen's original intention was to encourage SMEs to enter the technology industry, or foreign trade and so on. For this reason, Shang Wen has given some powerful measures for tax reduction and exemption, but these measures cannot eliminate the risk of technology. It is this kind of risk that gives the hotel catering a great opportunity to rise. No matter how you have tax support, you can't resist the temptation to come quickly. Qin's competition in weddings is getting bigger and bigger. This greatly stimulated a lot of capital to enter this fast-paying business. To be honest, this business is so fast. People in Qin, who usually pay attention to expenditure, spend money like crazy during this period of time. This kind of irrational consumption has made a lot of money. In this way, it balances that kind of tax support. Not only that, because the money comes quickly, it quickly reverses the tax advantage of small and medium-sized enterprises that invest in technology, thus exposing the risk. According to Qin's report in the fourth quarter, Qin's SME investment has slowed down substantially. The slowdown in this aspect directly led to the huge prosperity of Qingo Hotels Catering. King Qin put down the report and couldn't recall it for a long time. Shang Wen's idea is right. King Qin realized his mistake. However, Xiao He pointed out that there is still a point of recovery. For example, Qin still has a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises, and they benefited from the stimulation of the Western war. Qin's military production is generally in sufficient capacity. It's not just these. Demand from Qin state construction engineering, as well as Zhou's large amount of coal and iron ingots. Qin's small and medium-sized steel and metal companies are rapidly being established. This is the main force of SMEs. Qin state is in the northern Hetao region. Large-scale steel plants are being built within 300 miles around Taiyuan. The steel industry will become the next investment highlight. King Qin finally nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, Shang Wen was nervous about the large-scale dance drama Dream of Dunhuang, while on the other hand he found Yan and asked her to draw a huge poster, promote Shang Wen's dance drama. Huge poster. This is the first time Yan has accepted such a large painting. This is simply difficult to accomplish. It is several feet high and several feet wide. This makes Yan feel that this is really unbelievable. Such a large painting, I am afraid. This is the best painting in Qin and even in the world. But she took it without hesitation. This is the first time Shang Wen has taken the initiative to find her to solve a problem, no matter how difficult it is. All have to be done. Chapter 588 Career Innovation. Shang Wen told Yan about the script and the idea of the dance drama. Yan felt very good about such a story, and she is very strong. She can't express herself how to say it. After a lot of thought, Yan fixed the background tone of the giant poster on yellow, which is the feeling of all kinds of yellow sand, light yellow, deep yellow, black and yellow, to bring out the desolation and mystery of the Gobi Desert. The veil and ribbons of the heroine give a sense of beauty. This sense of beauty mainly sets off the beauty of the heroine's human soul. This is no less than an enlightenment. Dance, music, venue affairs, lighting, and posters are all under intense planning. At this time, Shang Wen received a notice to stop his vacation. He also requested that he immediately resume his duties to solve the luxury, comparison, and wastefulness of Qin's wedding. Shang Wen's holiday is still a few days away. Now I let myself stop the holiday. Shang Wen was a little unnatural. After all, his dance drama has not yet been completed. It is a miracle to be able to get to this point in less than a month. When Shang Wen returned to his post, it was discovered that for nearly a month, apart from the handling of some domestic issues, the rest of the major issues had not been dealt with at all. For example, negotiations between South Korea. Han Shu urged Qin to respond every day. However, Qin State delayed as much as possible on the grounds of the need for investigation, which was very different from Qin State's usual style of doing things. Shang Wen checked the investment report of Qin State banking. However, it is still unclear what has changed in South Korea. He needs to find out his opponent's whole cards. However, Qin has always had intelligence to monitor the actions of its neighbors. Such information provides reference for Shang Wen, and a series of innovative measures in South Korea have begun to show up in Shang Wen's eyes. First, South Korea has reformed a series of tax reforms. This is the same as Qin State, but their tax rate is higher, 10%. And the object of expropriation is every household in the country. And for this reason, the control of the old forces in South Korea has been eliminated. Then South Korea also started large-scale business and dumped goods. Koreans are so busy and enjoy it. Kingo used modern means of transportation to transport products and raw materials, while they pushed bicycles, tricycles, unicycles or bullock carts. In short, weird means of transportation are used to buy products and sell them to Chi and Chu, or Y. But with the prosperity of economic activity, South Korea also has some problems, such as tolls. South Korea's finances are still relatively tight, so collecting tolls became one of the pillars of their financial income. And these costs often have local autonomy. That is, the place charges at will. The charge is the local garrison, which is the new South Korean army. These new South Korean troops were able to follow the rules at the beginning. But gradually as these sellers became rich, their profit ratios were all over 100%. It's like a fat sheep walking past your eyes every day. The salary of the new army is relatively low. This huge sense of gap has two consequences. First, many people in the new army have begun to withdraw from the army and enter the army of dumping goods. Second, that is to collect more money to become private property through the tax tricks of cleverly established names. The latter is obviously the best choice. As a result, tolls became a major obstacle to Korean business development at that time, and this obstacle was reflected in Han Fei's ears. Han Fei's experimenting with a new type of judicial system. He separated the legislative power and judicial independence. No one is allowed to interfere, and the royal family holds the legislative power. Judicial power reselects judicial officials across the country to form a new judicial team. This will provide a new guarantee for South Korea's legal order. On the issue of legislation, Hanf continued Qin's heavy penalty thinking. The sentencing standards are extremely strict. So this matter became the first judicial independence judgment case in South Korea. After someone reported it, all the illegal personnel of the South Korean new army were arrested, and Hanf did not interfere in the trial process. And during the trial, South Korea was equipped with a lawyer for the first time. But at that time it was not called a lawyer but a litigator. After a long period of trial, the display of physical and personal evidence, several people finally broke the law. Several people are all beheaded. At the same time, Hanf strengthened non-governmental organizations to maintain judicial independence. The Public Opinion Conference. Public opinion will select a large number of local taxpayers and some talented people. These people are all elected. Their existence is to report and expose social injustices. The judicial system accepts these matters. In this way, a simple alliance is formed between judicial independence and public opinion. Although the legislative power is in the hands of the royal family, but as long as the judicial power of law enforcement is in the hands of public opinion, then public opinion has a weapon to safeguard it. South Korea's innovation is not only in the judiciary. In terms of management, a free indulgence management system is adopted. That is, although this is suspected of being imitated, because his neighbor Shangwin did the same. That is to give the market excessive freedom. Let the free market mechanism accomplish what they want to accomplish. This requires the government to extremely simplify its offices. Many places are ignored. As long as there are no major problems, they generally don't care about it. That is, you cannot do what the government clearly stipulates. You can do anything that is not clearly stipulated. The staff of the national government is simplified to a large country like Kin, with no more than 5,000 staff in the country. This gives the market a great degree of freedom. South Korea also gave the market great freedom almost at the same time. The law guarantees legal income and combats illegal behavior, provide a stable internal environment for South Korea. The next step in the provision of the environment is the endowment of freedom. South Korea liberated a large number of restraining farmers and then allowed them to make a living freely. Dumping is a unique industry developed by taking advantage of South Korea's geographic advantages. South Korea's innovation is making a regionally weak country rich. Although he still cannot protect himself, the economy is growing very fast. Shangwen has a preliminary understanding of the situation in South Korea. It would be great if the relationship between South Korea and Kin can maintain the current situation. But the current situation is that the export of capital has become very urgent. This requires Kin State to respond quickly. Han Xiu was not idle either. She wants to introduce talents to develop herself. But she asked for talents with sky-high prices, but no one applied. The reason is that South Korea cannot guarantee the safety of their lives. Kin State has put a lot of effort in talent control. A series of laws prohibits the loss of all kinds of talents. Not only did the country prohibit the loss of talents from the country, but also recruited a large number of talents from 6 countries to Kin. Related to guarantee on-stop service. You don't need to control. The government will automatically provide you with services. Coupled with the attractive research environment of Kin State, many people are reluctant to leave after they come. Chapter 589 Offset printing. To obtain technical support, we must vigorously develop education. This is a very equal relationship. Why is Germany able to rise so quickly? To a large extent, they focus on technology. The same is true of Kin's efforts to develop education. Education is not only pure development, but also large-scale applications. Kingo has done a good job in this aspect of SMEs. And Han Xiu still did not realize this. He believes that Kin's development is only dependent on the accidental development of several technologies. And South Korea's financial situation does not allow her to concentrate on education. The situation simply doesn't work. The rich children are unwilling to learn, and the children who do not have money cannot learn. This is the reality. Shangwen doesn't know what South Korea thinks, but he knows. Next is the difficulty of Kin's reform. Shangwen imposes a luxury and waste tax on the private sector. This tax is aimed at Kin's increasingly fierce pomp and comparison. In order to achieve the purpose of changing customs, it is imperative to simplify various ceremonies. Shangwen's plan is to form a consensus through free discussion among the people and reach the maximum support for this kind of behavior change. Civilization is not the end of government advocacy. What this needs is a lot of private support. The people are the foundation. Shangwen does not want the government's advocacy to become a huge counter-thrust. This kind of reverse thrust may bring a huge reaction force. In order to counteract this reaction force, that's why people have to discuss freely and reach consensus. We have to submit this proposal to the Taxation Committee for discussion, and various copies of the plan allow the private sector to have sufficient discussion, Shangwen said to Meng Yi. In addition, we have to amend the holiday gift bill. We need to clearly plan the value of gifts and the value of gift money, and it is best to explicitly cancel it. Shangwen added. Does this need civil discussion? Meng Yi asked. I think so. After all, we want the people to have their own thinking power. Next, we have big things to do. Shangwen thinks very long term. That is, to set up a parliament-like organization to exercise legislative power. In this way, government departments can relieve some of the work pressure. To be honest, Shang Wen's prime minister has been carrying such a heavy burden. But with the rapid development of Qin's economy, many things are no longer considered. The government is more and more chaotically performing its responsibilities and cameo to exercise another legislative power. Such a mixture of the two makes Shang Wen a little confused. Although the legislative power can do a good job with the legislative power, after all, it must have another responsibility. This kind of responsibility makes the Prime Minister's office, which is already highly nervous, even more nervous. Shang Wen should use this matter to fully mobilize the enthusiasm and rights of the people to participate in politics. Let them assume the legislative power. As for the problem in South Korea, I think we can agree to export some technical equipment, mainly light industry. Those factories that mass-produce shoes and clothing. These factories have already lost some of their advantages in Qin. If it continues, I am afraid, these factories need government subsidies to survive. Shang Wen continued. You mean, we have to agree to South Korea's request? Meng Yi asked. It can be understood that we have conditionally agreed. But there is a problem, that is, how do these companies count tax? You know. This is the key. Shang Wen caught the key to the problem at once, and the capital export must be capital. Think of getting huge profits. So good. Since there is a profit, the government has to collect taxes, but how to collect this tax? This is the crux of the problem. We have technical equipment, senior technicians. We also have sufficient capital. But the other side, they have sufficient labor. There are also abundant raw materials. In addition, their geographical location, close to the market. Our factory is built in on other people's sites. Of course, we can build our own concession area. Fully protect our factories, but don't forget. Technological openings have opened up a bit for them. They can also have their own factories. In this way, the two will form contradiction. What we want is to control the Korean economy, not to allow them to form new contradictions. This is not good for reunification, Shang Wen said. But if our factory pays taxes to them, it also pays taxes to us. Such two taxes are very unfavorable for us. Meng Yi thought of the key to the problem. Shang Wen nodded. If we don't levy taxes at the beginning, what do you think will happen? Shang Wen asked suddenly. Meng Yi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. The state of Qin should levy taxes in a targeted manner. This is an idea. But the current situation is that Qin has not made an example of capital export. Shang Wen might as well put this plan on hold and hand it over to the taxation committee for processing. After setting aside the issue, Shang Wen notified Han Xiu to negotiate. The time is set on the last day of January. Shang Wen successively submitted a series of motions after his reinstatement. These motions were reported by the newspapers. Qin's newspapers have been greatly improved. Financial Express unexpectedly used the offset printing technology for the first time, which means that Qingo can put the photos taken by the camera directly on the newspaper. This new technology appeared. It immediately triggered a major earthquake in the newspaper. Newspapers will no longer be mere words, he will have pictures. Although some newspapers before Qin State used pictures, those pictures were simple strokes. It's not like photographs that can actually take factual things. In this way, the state of Qin can show the facts to the people from a unique perspective. Come and see. Come and see. Qin State's first photo newspaper. The newspaper boy from Zhao State shouted. They all came to work in Qin with their families from Zhao country. Like the previous Korean children, they go to school while working hard to make money. For this reason, Qin's children also learn to be independent. As long as they are of the right age, they will ride their bicycles to deliver newspapers every morning, or milk delivery. Work part-time to earn some change. This kind of part-time work is allowed by the government because it allows children to learn to be independent early. Qin's children are not so spoiled. With the advent of offset printing, Qingo began to apply photo technology to media communication. Although the photo is only a photo taken after Shang Wen resumed his job, the meaning is quite different. People will see the appearance of real people for the first time through newspapers. The public has strengthened. Later, the reporter turned his attention to the first folk song and dance drama Dream of Dunhuang in the Kin State. The huge poster gave the photos room to play. Chapter 590 Airship bombing. The negotiation between Han Xiu and Shang Wen was fierce. On behalf of Qin State, Shang Wen requested that these technical equipment be set up in the concession area of Qin State. Qin State can let a large number of Koreans go to work in the concession area of Qin State for processing. But Han Xiu disagreed. She thinks that if this is the case, then there is no need. What Qin State implements in the concession area of South Korea is Qin State's law. What does this mean? It means that Qin State merely shortened the distance between the factory and the market. This is good for South Korea on the surface. But don't forget, South Korea also has a strong competitor on the back, Zaogo. Since Qin State has opened up part of its technical equipment, it is possible to set up a factory in Zhao State to squeeze South Korea, and South Korea does not master this technology. Until now, Han Xiu has realized the importance of technical talents. Han Xiu proposed a trick, that is to allow the factory to be free and to be controlled by the market. The market was originally derived from those economic works copied by Shang Wen. The applicator is Han Xiu's brother. He is just proposing a free market system. In fact, Shang Wen doesn't have many cards on this issue. He didn't know whether to set up the factory in the concession of Qin State or on Korean land. Moreover, what Qin State is concerned about is taxation, and the taxation situation needs to be observed. After all, this is capital export, and capital is abroad, not in the country. As a result, the two countries reached a preliminary consensus on this issue, that is, to allow the export of equipment to South Korea, but South Korea cannot levy any taxes within 1 year. South Korea naturally agreed, and Han Xiu had his own plan. She wants to take advantage of South Korea's manpower to crush the factories set up by Qin. In order to cultivate Korea's own factories, only with factories can South Korea's strength be greatly improved. The meeting is still going on, and more intense. South Korea hopes to introduce a complete set of equipment, including heavy industry and light industry. However, Qin State only runs export light industry, and it is carefully selected by Qin State. On this issue, South Korea has no choice. There was no way. Han Xiu turned to another way and sent a large number of overseas students to study. These overseas students were mainly studying Qin's technology in a targeted manner. This Shang Wen promised, but only limited to a large number of civil projects such as construction projects, or a large number of medicine, law, and astronomy and geography. As for chemistry and electricity, at present, this is the main research direction of Qin State. Qin State has not yet understood some things, so it is inconvenient for Qin State to export. The negotiation takes a long time. The sky is already dark unknowingly. Negotiations continued the next day, and in the far front of Chi, the ground crew of the Qin Army's Heavenly Army is busy doing the final inspection, and they are going to carry out a night bombing. Before, they conducted several reconnaissances on the national front. There was a light airship in the squadron, which was used for communication and reconnaissance. The officers of the Celestial Army have been constantly conducting large-scale investigations during the day. Chi Jun was still very nervous at first. They even used cannons to bombard the airship. The speed of the airship was a bit slow, and they actually concentrated their artillery on the airship. Qin's Heavenly Army had never suffered such a blow. They always thought that no one of them could move them, but the artillery shells fired by Qin's artillery were real. A shell knocked off the rudder of the reconnaissance airship. Fortunately, the shells passed. If it goes into the airship, oh my goodness, the airship will explode. It is also the first time that Chi Jun used ground firepower to fire at an aerial target. This made the arrogant and manic attitude of Qin's Heavenly Army have to lower his mind to deal with it. Chi Jun's shooting in the sky comes at a price. The Heavenly Army decided to look at it in color. "How's the weather?" asked the Major of the Heavenly Army. He is the Supreme Commander of the Heavenly Army here. "The weather is very good. but there will be some mist tomorrow morning. But there is no problem with flying at night, said the weather analysis lieutenant. This weather unit of Kin State is equipped with a telephone, and they will return the temperature, pressure and other information collected regularly every day to the command center. Then, they drew a limited air pressure contour, then make a preliminary analysis based on these contours. Although the accuracy has been greatly verified, there are data to prove their flight operations. In the process of measuring the weather, they used the airship to cross the front line for the first time to conduct reconnaissance and measure weather data, although they cannot be sent back in time. But it effectively compensates for the integrity of the data. Very good, the major replied nervously. Are you ready? The major turned to ask the pilot in a leather coat. Ready. The leader was a young captain. He is the squadron leader of this squadron. Very good. You have to keep the distance. We will give you lighting instructions on the ground. After seeing the instructions, install the insurance fuse and drop the bomb. Do you understand? The major said solemnly. Understood. The flight crew replied solemnly. The major nodded to indicate that they were ready to go. This is the first time that the Kin Kingdom's Heavenly Army has dropped bombs in actual combat. In this airship bombing, Kin sent 2 airships. Maintain a height of about 1,000 steps. This height can effectively avoid local fire strikes. The 2 airships each contained 4-ounce bombs. The airship began to take off slowly. The ground crew silently watched them take off, and a kerosene lamp was installed on the back of the airship to indicate the target. The 2 airships rose one after the other, and then disappeared under the night. Let's go. The major mounted his horse. This time the goal was the Chi Army front line just south of the flight base, in order not to let the airship lose its way. The airship will maintain a certain angle. At the same time, a series of 3 bonfires were lit on the ground as a target guide. In order to determine the target, Kin State fired a flare for the first time. The appearance of magnesium quickly made him a frontline flares. You said, that big fat bird in the sky, can we shoot it down? A small Chi Army soldier asked a Chi Army veteran. Stupid, it wasn't a fight that day. The veteran said impatiently. Hey, are you talking about gods or humans? The soldier asked. The veteran looked at it and stopped talking. He didn't know. Suddenly, there was a light on their first class, like the day. One is old and one is young, amused to it. Yan Jun was afraid of field battles, and Qin Jun exported a lot of flares. This allowed the Chi Army's commando to stop the night attack. Chi Jun has become accustomed to such white flowers. Ha, ha. After a while, there was a sharp whistling sound. No. Lie down. The veteran suppressed the little soldier as he said. Then there was a wave of shaking on the Chi Army's position. The power of the explosion surpassed any artillery of the Yan Army, and the surge of the bomb made the blood of Chi Army soldiers surge. Their ears hurt terribly. Chapter 591 Chu people who lost their land after 8 consecutive violent explosions. The Chi State front was quiet. Many people are lying in the trenches. What? The veteran awoke and shouted loudly. The little soldier can only yell in vain. The veteran's ears began to bleed. The sound of the violent explosion caused serious damage to his ears. Not only the veteran, but also many people can't hear the ears shaken by the bomb. We return. The squadron captain ordered. The 2 airships began to turn and fly back to their base. The damage caused by the 8 bombs is not a big deal to the Chi Army. 2 people died. 1 person was seriously injured and many others were slightly injured, mainly because the ears could not hear. The 2 people were torn to pieces by the shockwave of the bomb explosion. The body is not complete. Although the bombing was shocking for the first time, it didn't make the Chi Army's defense line collapse. Moreover, due to the night bombing, coupled with the Qin Army's first actual combat bombing, their airship was naturally much slower than the aircraft, but there must be a certain inertia. At the same time, with the bombs dropped at night, nothing can be seen underneath, which caused the Qin Army's aerial bombs to be dropped directly on the second line of defense of the Chi Army. And the power of the bomb needs to be improved. Qin Yishi is equal to 60 kilograms. although a brand new safety explosive is used. But the power is still small after all. It cannot destroy fortifications as powerful as a heavy bomb. Kim Jun dispatched a reconnaissance airship the next day to assess the impact point. The estimated casualty report is very pessimistic. The bombs were almost all thrown on the empty places of the place, and the craters could be clearly seen. But for Kim Jun, this is not a good thing. Kim Jun began to summarize the results of the first bombing. They believe that night bombing is too difficult. It should be done during the day instead. But the suddenness was lost during the day. The airship is too slow for the infantry on the ground. At the same time, the pilot also pointed out that the power of the bomb is not strong enough, and the airship has a much larger load capacity than an airplane. For example, this on-stone bomb can carry more than 30 bombs. If throw it all at once, then a very large surface kill appeared. The final result of the Qin army was that for the first night bombing, they thought the effect was not very obvious. They need to organize a second bombing, and the bombing area must be large, and the number of airships must be increased. However, they have to wait for several days, because they don't have many bombs. More bombs need to be transported from the rear. The bombing effect of the Qin army was transmitted back to the country of Yan by the Yan army in time. The generals of the Yan army on the front line were not very satisfied with Qin's bombing, although they were full of confidence at the beginning, hoping that this kind of airship could easily pass others' first-class cannonballs. But now, they are more disappointed with the airship. The reason is that the bombing did not lead to the overall collapse of the opposing Qi army's defense line, and this bombing of the Qin army by the Qi army was just for discussion. Kim Jun also sent back the report in time. Require domestic improvements in the production of a variety of aviation bombs. A pilot proposed such an idea. It is possible to design a bomb with a delayed explosion after being thrown. The bomb needs a certain time to explode, so that when the enemy is watching, it can explode suddenly. This kind of thinking will greatly promote the diversification of Qin's aviation bombs. In Qin, the newspaper announced the preliminary agreement reached between Qin and South Korea. In this way, the Qin businessman saw the investment goal again. The newspaper tried to interpret the significance behind it from the perspective of a businessman. Our factory can be set up in South Korea, and we don't have to pay any taxes. At the same time, there is a wealth of cheap labor in the transportation and geographic location. The price of hiring a Zongyu or and hiring a Korean is completely different. In addition, there is also a large stock of silk, hemp, and countless various raw materials. I think that every businessman in Qin State will make a big profit every time he goes there. Fei Bao reported. Qin's domestic investment enthusiasm is beginning to rise, and Qin, one of South Korea's main markets, is undergoing tremendous changes. The Chu nobles are driving away more and more farmers, and are doing everything possible to grab their land. The farming season is coming soon. They have to drive these people away before they have to. Qin's factories need more hemp and silk. There are countless kinds of fruits, tea, sugar cane. In these places, the Qin state is not only the Chu state. The previous output of these things was very limited. It was too limited to satisfy Qin's growing appetite. As a result, the nobles of Chu, who saw the opportunity to make a lot of money, began to speed up land mergers. Tell you, you just paid back the debt you owed my master with more than 10 acres of land, a domestic slave said fiercely. Oh, my lord, you took the land from my house? How are we going to live? An old farmer cried and grabbed one of the slave's legs and said, how to live? I'll take care of you, get out. The slave kicked the farmer away, and the queen led someone to demolish the farmer's home. There is a mountain behind this piece of land where you can plant trees, and there is a river in front where you can plant hemp. It just happens to be a good opportunity to make a fortune. The slave thought to himself. Such a scene is rapidly being staged in Chu state. More and more goods are shipped into Chu through the Koreans. The Chu people don't have much money, but they have a lot of products. This directly leads them to use raw materials for exchange. The civilians were like this, so did the nobles of Chu Kingdom, and they gradually began to notice some of the actions of the civilians. As a result, they began to take the initiative to join forces with the nobles of South Korea, and the Chu people exchanged the raw materials in their hands for kin products from the Koreans. These products are increasingly concentrated in high-end luxury goods, such as glass, high heels, leather shoes, all kinds of fashionable clothing. Even things like sunglasses and stockings are in short supply. Korean nobles are also willing to do such a business. It's a bargain after all. Just a little thing can be exchanged for huge wealth. Who won't do it? The actions of the Chu people had a great impact. More and more people lose their land. These lands have been merged together. Started centralized management and planting of some cash crops. Only a few people who lost their land are employed back to the land. And more people are forced to wander. They are aimless, begging along the way, or looking for new means of earning a living. These Chu people who lost their land became the new potential labor force after the establishment of factories in South Korea. But kin must speed up the operation of the equipment. And some kin state factory owners have already begun to take active actions. They take the initiative to contact various means of transportation to transport various equipment. At the same time, the Chu people who lost their land began to move in one direction. That is the state of kin. They heard that kin state had a lot of land, although only grazing, but it's enough for them. So a large population migration is taking shape. Zhao people. After the Korean people, Chu people began to become the main force of new immigrants from kin. They're joining. It is of great significance to the kin state. Chapter 592 The unquenchable lamp. An invention in kin is accelerating the progress of electrification in kin. The electric light finally came out. However, there seems to be a lot of electric lights. A lot of good news came from the electrical laboratory of Kingo University. The first type of electric light comes from the arc profession. Students majoring in electric arc invented an electric arc lighting between two carbon rods. In fact, before, the laboratory has discovered a lamp that can illuminate. Platinum wire can also emit light when it is energized. However, this metal has just been recognized and cannot be popularized on a large scale. Therefore, due to material restrictions, it has been rejected. The other kind of electric lamp is a charred bamboo filament, which is energized under a vacuum glass bottle to emit light. This kind of electric light is more practical. The experimenter is counting the durability of this light bulb. However, people don't care about these. This is an inextinguishable lamp. Moreover, as factories build power plants, there are more and more trees. As a result, people have a deep understanding of electricity. I think we have found a chance to make a fortune. A young man who made a fortune in speculative stocks said to another young man, he decided to invest in this project. The prospect of this project is too broad. Not only these two young people, many people have decided to invest in this project. Think about it, a lighting device can emit the light from several kerosene lamps. This is unique. The newspaper reported the matter immediately. When Shang Wen still has to negotiate. But Han Xiu didn't mean to negotiate at all. I heard that you invented a lamp that can't be blown out. Can I go over and take a look? Han Xiu asked. Yes. Of course, Shang Wen said. So Shang Wen took Han Xiu to visit the electric lights. The electric light experiment has been going on, because the experimenter wants to test his electric light, and he wants to see how long the light can emit light. Coincidentally, King Kin was also there. King Kin looked at this glass lamp with interest. It is not surprising that there is a glass cover. But the strange thing is that the glass cover is hermetically sealed. It was introduced that it turned out to be a vacuum. King Kin looked at this kind of light that could be turned on by touching the switch, and turned off by touching it again. Hey! This lamp can be lit without a fire. This is really strange. King Kin asked curiously. Han Xiu looked at the electric light curiously. This kind of electric light is not blown out. It is controlled by a little thing. Concept of electricity. This is the first time that she has entered the scope of her consciousness. What is this called? Han Shu asked. Electric light. Shang Wen replied, electric light. Han Shu said. King Qin saw that King Han was also here. Say hello to each other naturally. Shang Wen was naturally accompanied. But the reporters recorded this moment with a camera in their hands. The significance of electric lights is very significant. This is a new thing that can enter thousands of households and become popular. The human world has day and night. But the emergence of electric lights begin to make the night envoys of mankind look like day. The advent of the electric light was soon reported in the newspaper. Some technical issues have not been resolved. This kind of bulbs powered by carbon wire under vacuum is only the first Qin state experimental bulb. Although there is a longer time. Time has proved that this light bulb has nearly 400 hours of care time, which is more than enough. But look at future development needs. This is not enough. And the light bulb still uses an organic fiber. It is the fibrous material that exists naturally. Subsequent developments were developed by filling nitrogen under the glass bulb to emit light with energized carbon rods and carbon filament incandescent lamps, which are not the same as the tungsten filament bulbs used in the current bulb technology. Not only these, although Qin state's electrical studies have made great progress, the level of electrical development is very different. For example, the voltage used by light bulbs, electric arc bulbs use higher voltages. The carbon filament incandescent lamp uses a lower voltage. Moreover, the voltage standards used by various power plants are very different. From 42 voltage, the voltage Qin state unified voltage standard. It ranges from 125. And there are high voltages up to 990 voltages. This is very unbalanced for Qin's development. At the same time, the development of Qin's insulated wires is not optimistic. There are several types of insulated wires at this time. Natural resin materials still dominate the mainstream. The second is the polymer compound polyvinyl chloride. Qin's chemical pole discovered this compound by accident. A white solid is formed when vinyl chloride is exposed to sunlight, that is, polyvinyl chloride is discovered under this method. However, the researchers of Qingo didn't seem to continue to study fast industrial production methods. They still use this relatively primitive method of sunlight for production. Although some people have studied other methods, this method is still the main industrial method for the production of polyvinyl chloride. The output of PVC directly determines the direction of Qin's future electricity. If there cannot be an absolute material to replace natural resin, then the popularization of electric lamps in Qin will be restricted by this. These questions are naturally not what King Qin and King Han can know. They were just curious about it, and King Qin hoped that this kind of electric light could be used in the palace of Qin on a large scale, because the illuminance of this kind of lamp far exceeds the brightness of candles, kerosene and other things. New things can always attract the attention of many people. Qingyo's small and medium-sized companies began to look for these technicians to upgrade and manufacture the technology. However, some savvy people have noticed that wires are necessary to develop and popularize this kind of thing. So I turned to look for another technology that can popularize wires on a large scale. Shang Wen's worries are completely redundant, because in the liberalized Qin country, as long as people demand, there will always be a way to solve these things. Isn't the wire missing? Naturally some people want it. Experimenters have discovered that organic peroxides can accelerate the polymerization of vinyl chloride, and this discovery is being transferred to the commercial field to speed up the production of polyvinyl chloride. Just when everyone's eyes focused on electricity, Qin State's automobile industry has also made new inventions. The first is the appearance of gasoline engines. The appearance of batteries and electric spark plugs allowed the appearance of portable internal combustion engines such as gasoline engines, which were then used in automobiles. Secondly, there are two major differences in Qin's car. One is a wheeled car. This is natural, but the other is a crawler type. This type of crawler is mainly a product of diesel engines. Since there is no rubber, there are no tires, and wheeled cars are prone to bumps. The emergence of the crawler type changed this situation. They can be very stable, but the speed is very slow, but their load capacity is a huge advantage. This difference immediately after the appearance of a big competition. Kingo held the first mechanical car competition. Chapter 593 Navy's plan to go to sea. Mechanical vehicles are Kin's general term for automobiles and other motor vehicles. People have a strange view of machinery because these mechanical vehicles are always long and strange. However, the competition is only between the mechanical cars. The reason is that cars at this time still cannot exceed the speed of horses. Horses are still one of the main forces of Kin's road transportation, and these cars are either made big, either it is too light. It seems very unsafe. 3 wheels, 4 wheels to crawler type. All kinds of strange. And the noise of these mechanical vehicles is much smaller than before. But it still exists after all. These vehicles come from various horsey-drawn carriage manufacturers in Kin State, and they have begun to transfer part of their energy from making horsey-drawn carriages to the research and development of mechanical vehicles. Just like a train. One day in the future, Kin will replace those horses with mechanical vehicles. No car can complete the race, because many cars broke down halfway, or the water tank was boiling, or the parts were badly worn and the whole car was scrapped. Although the competition is not over, but it ushered in a new era in history. Kin State is working hard to move towards the mechanical age. Compared with horsey-drawn carriages, trains have to undergo a major change. The first is the emergence of welding technology. In this way, Kingo's train boilers can be made larger and larger. The increase in traction means that Kin's trains can pull more goods and people at once. The second is that Kin's researchers have focused their new attention on diesel engines. Diesel engines are not only light, but can also explode several times the traction power of steam engines. Not only diesel engines, but also electric cars. People hope to find a more convenient and smaller traction locomotive. The last is the track of the train. The emergence of steel rails led Kin to modify some of the train tracks that had already been built. They wanted to replace the original rails with the rails because the load capacity of the train was limited to these rails. In order to speed up the replacement and paving, Kin's engineers began to think about a method that can be constructed in winter. This method is to modularize cement boards. That is, a certain amount of model cement is poured indoors, and then transported to the engineering unit for linking according to the link point. This technology is an extremely bold and innovative concept. If successful, Kin's engineering project will greatly shorten the engineering time. Before the General Staff, Zhang Han submitted a plan to go to sea on behalf of the Kin State Navy. The Kin State Navy not only established a port, but also built ships at an extremely fast speed. A large amount of high-quality timber was provided for their use in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. The South started his large-scale development with logging. Although there is still no quicker way of transportation from the north to the south, Kin is working hard to open up this road in the next year, and repair the railway. In accordance with the ship identification method provided by Shangwin, the Navy built a large wooden battleship with more than 100 artillery pieces. 2 more are under construction. In addition, there is 1 cruiser with 58 artillery, 2 destroyers, and 1 frigate, and 12 fast gunboats equipped with 1 artillery. These ships are larger than originally thought. The number of Kin's ships under construction is also accelerating, but the personnel situation is not very optimistic. The number of sailors and crew recruited by Kin State was very limited. The current situation of Kin's Navy is very embarrassing. There are ships, but there are very few artillery on board. Not only few artillery, even the staff is small. Large battleships need at least nearly 400 people, but barely only 200 people are on duty. Few people in the Navy Club pay attention, mainly because ocean trade has not started, and the main resources people obtain are from the west and the north, and the huge inland area. Therefore, Zhang Han is very anxious about this. He hopes that through this plan, he will greatly exchange the government's support for the next year. It is best that the navy can dash out of the Yangtze River to the sea by the end of this year. The plan is divided into two. The first one is more moderate. Qin wants to obtain Qin's right to use a section of the Yangtze River in Chu through diplomatic means. If not, Qin will use the warships in his hand to fight a limit-scale surface war mainly over the Yangtze River. The main method is that the fleet will descend downstream from the upstream and attack the berths of major ships. In fact, the Chu army also had naval forces, and the number of his ships is as high as thousands. But their ships are old warships. Although Qin is a wooden hull ship, it has 3 sails and is equipped with an advanced shooting system. Qin designed a rope system to slow the recoil of the artillery. In this way, surface wars can be fought in a limited space. Although Qin's navy ships are few, they are more sophisticated. The Qin navy hopes to harass the other party through continuous attacks and force it to let Qin have the right to use part of the Yangtze River. The second is through the construction of large-scale small and medium-sized ships, which are enlarged versions of gunboats, which are small and flexible and can quickly attack each other. The Navy also hopes to achieve the same purpose as the first plan through low-cost ships. Wang Jian was an army general. He didn't know anything about the Navy, but he knew that Zhang Han's idea would not work based on Chu's war potential. He immediately returned the plan. Only a copy was left as a reference and sent to Shangwen. After all, in terms of foreign affairs, the Prime Minister still has a lot of right to speak. The Navy plan was returned. Zhang Han felt that the scale of the war should be increased. When this plan was delivered to Shangwen supported the plan, but did not support it. The reason was that Qin was underdeveloped in the south. Although Qin had an old navy and a new navy, it was too difficult to supply logistics. Qin state did not have a quick access to the south, neither highways, nor railways. Moreover, the navy lacks important weapons, artillery. The last point is that the ship materials of the Qin state navy are still made of wood. In this regard, Shangwen believes that there is no advantage compared to the Chu state navy. Analyzed technically, the new warships of the Qin state navy have a speed advantage, but don't forget that you have an advantage at sea. But this is an inland water system. The width of the river is limited, and there are hydrological and meteorological data. Qin is not dominant. As a result, Qin's new warships have an advantage in artillery, but your artillery is too small. A hungry tiger cannot survive a pack of wolves. Historical data has proved that if one party takes advantage of the local hydrology and meteorology to use the method of fire attack in the war on the Yangtze River system, the consequences are disastrous. Shangwen's idea is still to postpone it for 1 year. When the development in the south is a foundation and the navy is fully equipped with ironclad ships or steel hulls, the Navy will fight again. Chapter 594 Qin's new artillery. The Navy's plan to go to sea is related to Qin's overseas strategic vision. But for now, Qin still does not have the conditions to go to sea. The Qin state was seriously inadequate in the development of the south. The Basu land only provided food logistics guarantee for the Qin state, and the road transportation conditions were bad. Will directly lead to insufficient development of the south. If you want to solve this problem, Qin must give priority to some domestic resource allocation in this direction. Only in this way can the amount of such resource allocation be accelerated. But Qin currently has no such demand. Moreover, there is no resource that can arouse the interest of Qin's resource needs. In addition to wood and grain, the South does not seem to have a huge temptation to attract Qin to allocate resources on this. Moreover, the core of this immature plan mentions limited war for the first time. It seems that Zhang Han has already noticed the benefits of Qin's products entering the Chu market. If there is an all-out war, Qin will mobilize a series of military resources to fight. This is what Qin didn't want to see, although the role of war in promoting business development is already obvious. But this will undoubtedly increase government spending, and government spending will once again enter a period of unlimited borrowing. This is what Shangwen tried to avoid. Second, war will increase Qin's tax burden. In terms of Qin's current war potential, There shouldn't be any problems with annexing a Chu state. But this will do nothing to the Qin state. Qin's taxation will break the current balance, and at least Qin's taxation amount will increase to about 5%. This amount has exceeded the level accepted by Shangwen, and 3% is Shangwen's psychological bottom line. Not only that, the economic era of Qin's prosperity and development will be hit hard, and higher taxes will reduce the level of investment. At the same time, Qin is hitting one of Qin's largest market, the Chu market. This is bound to slow down Qin's economy. Qin will drag itself into the quagmire of economic crisis for annexing a country. Moreover, how the Chu state merged, how to develop, Qin state is still not ready. Although the force has reached this level, the management level has not yet been reached. The war must be a limited war, and it is best to start in a limited area on both sides of the Yangtze River. Moreover, it is only the waters of the Yangtze River. So, in the end, it will inevitably return to the diplomatic goal. Qin will use economic aid, military strikes, diplomacy and other means to achieve the goal of allowing Chu to open the Golden Waterway. This was the strategic plan that Shangwen had prepared in advance, and Shangwen submitted this idea to the General Staff in the form of a memorandum. This is Qin's first memo. This memorandum is the first time that Qin state officially proposed the idea of controlling the Golden Waterway of the Yangtze River. And just when Qin's senior officials were preparing to plan for the navy in advance, Qin's artillery technology has made a major breakthrough. The major breakthrough of the artillery is to solve the serious recoil problem of the artillery. Qin Go successively solved the problem of artillery materials. Qin state-owned cold-rolled steel and hot-rolled steel with high quality and endurance. Cold-rolled steel is used for the lining of the artillery, so that the high temperature and high pressure generated by the artillery shell can be effectively controlled. After the gun body adopts the silk-wound gun body, the tube-tight gun body and other technologies, plus the change in the gun's charge, using a more powerful explosive, although only a single base charge, this charge has allowed the artillery to reach an amazing range, 10 miles to 12 miles. This range surpassed all the long-range weapons of Qin state. But problems also follow. The power of artillery is getting bigger and bigger. The recoil is getting bigger and bigger. If there is no good recoil device, one of Qin's artillery will retreat a long distance after launching, and the accuracy and safety of the launch will also be greatly tested. It is precisely because of the recoil problem that Qin's standard artillery still uses the relatively backward 6-inch artillery, but the shells, ammunition packs, and the filling method have been improved. But if the recoil is not solved, Qin cannot have this powerful artillery. There is always a solution. The first type of steel cannon mounts are used on artillery, but this type of steel mounts can be used to defend fixed fortresses. If it is used for mobile combat, it is obviously not a good choice, because the steel gun mount is very bulky. If it is pulled by a carriage, its speed is very slow. It can be said that the frontline war is over, and this artillery can't get there. Qin Go only purchased 2 to defend Hangzhou Pass, and never purchased the rest, because this artillery is too bulky. If it hadn't been for Hangzhou Pass to pass the train, the military wouldn't know how to transport it to Hangzhou Pass. The problem will always be solved. Qin's automobile industry began to develop, and automobiles and trains all needed good shock absorbers, especially for the crawler type. A better shock absorber is needed to solve the driving effect of the crawler-type vehicle. Qin's hydraulic system has made great progress. Not only the laboratories began to use large hydraulic devices to study various substances, but even steel plants began to use electromagnetic devices and large hydraulic systems to lift various steels. These hydraulic systems were first used in tracked vehicles. Since the hydraulic device has such a large endurance, it is used for artillery. The endurance of the artillery can also be compared with it. So Qin's first flexible gun mount came out. The principle is this: the gun body can slide on the cradle through the guide wheel, the cradle is mounted on the gun frame, and the gun frame is connected with the piston rod in the re-entry cylinder. When the gun body is sitting back, the piston compresses the hydraulic oil, so that a part of the hydraulic oil enters the air chamber through a narrow oil valve to compress the air. When the gun body sits to the end, it returns to its original position under the counteraction of compressed air. In this way, the gun mount problem was solved very well. Kin's first modern artillery has finally come out. The advent of this gun gave Kin State a powerful new artillery. The artillery was produced by Wenyang Artillery Factory, and the military modeled it as a 3.520 artillery. This is the artillery produced by King Kin in 20 years. The caliber of the artillery is probably a little more than 80 mm now. The artillery range has not been calculated. The reason is that this artillery was quickly used in the Western War. There is no training even as a gunner. For this reason, a large number of technicians compiled a large number of impractical manuals based on the characteristics of the artillery. They told the artillery what to pay attention to in lengthy language. Matters needing attention when the artillery is launched. There are also dangers that artillery may encounter. 5 copies of this manual are distributed for each artillery, because an artillery squad must have at least 5 people to operate the artillery. But when this kind of book is released, the artillery was very disgusted with this book. The reason was that it was an inch thick, and pages from the 1st to the 20th were all descriptions of artillery parts. From the first page, the artillery can't stand it anymore. Chapter 595 Broadway and Hollywood. The news of Kin's airship bombing soon reached King Yan's ears, and King Yan told his nearby officials the news. Kin's airship is nothing more than that. Seeing the movement, it can't even break through a defense line. The widow is extremely disappointed. King Yan said with emotion, "My lord, don't die and still have a secret weapon?" Uxin said in a low voice. This matter is highly classified in the country of Yan. Only King Yan and Uxin knew about it. But, alas, King Yan also understood that certain conditions are required to release poisonous gas. Don't worry about the king. The minister has already learned about the weather in Kin State. They can predict the weather. Isn't this smoke and that fog the same thing? Uxin suggested. Right. King Yan suddenly realized. Later, Uxin told King Yan about his little discovery. King Yan immediately asked Uxin to try it out himself. In this way, under the unfavorable circumstances of Kin's airship bombing, it directly prompted Yan's choice to release poisonous gas. And Uxin became the first person to release the poisonous gas. Just when Yan Go decided to release, Kin State held her first dance drama. This is purely a non-governmental organization. The stage for the performance is located on Wenyang Road in Xincheng District, which is 4 blocks away from Alima Street. Although it is far away, people still flock to it, and the curfew still exists in the old city. However, there is no curfew in the new city due to the small number of people. And this day and night, the lights are brilliant here. Kingo likes to apply his new technology to show her powerful side. The light bulbs, which had not been released for a long time, were suddenly involved. A small power plant provided emergency supply for the entire performance. Outside the venue, 100 electric lights were temporarily produced to illuminate the entire venue. People gathered one after another. In front of the huge poster, people took pictures one after another. People's dressing is also very courteous. Women look radiant under the light. Before the performance of the dance drama, the newspaper propaganda had already been hyped up. Watkins' first dance drama, the first love story, the first. In short, there are many firsts. Although the performance is a public performance, the performance must also be profitable. There is a good place for the front row. Shang Wen sold Kin's first dance drama ticket. The fare is 1 gold. This is specially prepared for those dignitaries. The Queen of South Korea was also invited to come and watch. This was the first time that Kin State invited a country's head of state and dignitaries to watch a dance drama. Kin did not come to participate, for unknown reasons. However, another character appeared. Yinu, who has not been seen for nearly a month, came to Shangwin to settle accounts. It's about ruining your own wedding. Why do girls from other families get married? Well, But I want to be the first to take the lead in advocating a frugal wedding. Where does this put her face as a princess? Shang Wen immediately won Yu Ye's thoughts. That girl doesn't want to have an unforgettable wedding. But Shang Wen is the kind of person who pays attention to principles. Would you like to finish watching the dance drama? If you finish watching this question, let's talk about it, Shang Wen said comfortingly. Dead idiot. Let me see what you play. Just wait to die, Yin said with a fist. The seats of Yin and the Queen were arranged as far away as possible. After all, the two are characters who can fight as soon as they meet. Key figures always come out late. The general audience outside can't wait. The field staff are changing the light bulbs nervously. They were temporarily told to cancel the kerosene lamps and use electric lights instead. Although the operation is simple, it is the first time for everyone to come into contact with electric lights. In order to appease the waiting crowd outside the venue, the reason is that they can go in and watch it for free, provided that no noise interferes with the performance. This is natural. In order to appease these anxiously waiting people, these people can run out of Xianyang City and stay overnight in Xinjiang District to watch performances. Shang Wen asked the field staff to play a flower and a full moon to soothe it. Under the soothing effect of music, the crowd began to calm down. The field staff were nervous and prepared everything. Shang Wen signaled the appearance of the big names. Yinu and the Queen received warm applause for their appearances, especially Yinu. She had disappeared from the public eye for a long time. Reporters wrote articles in their hearts and wondered what the appearance of the princess would mean. The plot of Dream of Dunhuang has not been revealed yet, and people don't know what the dance drama is like. People can only see some eyebrows from the posters outside. For example, the kind of costumes that resemble fairies, and the graceful dances. These dances are much more beautiful than Chu Wu. And before the opening of Kin's first game, similar to Broadway, Kingo reporters showed off their new media tools. Camera. There are two types of cameras, one is manually rotated, and the other is shaken by a bulky battery-powered generator. The emergence of film gives people the opportunity to feel the importance of picture activity. There will be a traditional and a popular way of entertainment in this performance. Dance dramas and movies. For the first time, the camera is going to fully record this great performance. People outside the venue are also allowed to enter. Due to limited seats, many people are standing watching. This is probably the first time that Kin State has sold standing tickets when performing a dance drama. But the performance also has some helplessness. According to the tradition of Broadway, the performance should be elegant. But there are obviously two atmospheres here. The first one is talkative, and it is very official. Later, under the flow of hawkers, one after another bought soda, mung bean popcorn. Although there is no corn, but some other things can also make popcorn-like things, such as mung beans. Sweet popcorn is good, but salty. It's delicious, and the rice is slightly sweet. Although it is a bit dry, it is after all people who are willing to accept that there is nothing wrong with the public. There are many flavors of soda, orange, apple, and pear. And soda drinks also use barley tubes, which may be Kin's first beverage straws. The people watching in front consist of tea, soft drinks, fruits, and various pastries. Such a gap makes Kin's art forms diverging. One is the kind of Broadway that is more elegant and accepted by people. However, it is also accepted by the emerging class. And the other layer is probably the future Hollywood of Kin. Popularization, civilianization, and easy to accept. The emergence of the camera provides a reliable technical guarantee. The rest is up to time. The lights of the venue went out, the performance officially began, and people began to calm down under the narration of the announcer. The dim lights, the fluttering yellow ribbons, and the sound of music made people enter the scene of the Gobi Desert in the west. Mystery, vastness, and desolation. Chapter 596. The Prime Minister is chasing me. How come this thing has no sound? King Kin said while watching the dance drama filmed last night in the Dark Palace. My lord, this can only capture the impression, but not the sound. Zhao Gao explained. This camera is an invention of his men. They discovered the camera by accident when they were working on the camera. Well, You have to hurry up. Kin state is all inventing, you have no sound. It makes the widows happy for nothing. King Kin said with some regret. It turned out that King Kin wanted to see it yesterday, but he was afraid that the impact would not be good. I won't go. At this time, Zhao Gao showed his small invention to King Kin. King Kin immediately asked Zhao Gao to take the camera to shoot, and then came back to show King Kin. King Kin is regarded as the first person to watch a movie. Unfortunately, this time is still a silent movie. The filming and reflection of the film were all invented by Zhao Gao's servants. They have a lot of time to get in touch with photos and photography, and many of Kin's photo studios were opened by the fathers in these palaces. They are naturally proficient in many photography techniques. Photographers are a very legitimate profession. Many people are willing to take pictures of valuable moments in their lives. In response to this demand, photo studios began to spread, not only in Xianyang and Guangzhong areas of the Qin state, several newly established states and counties in the Qin state, but also in Handan in South Korea and Zhou State. These people also took pictures of Zhao Wang. It is even more common for people to take pictures. They have to take photos for a series of important events such as marriage and childbirth. In some large families, even after getting up in the morning, the whole family has to take pictures as a souvenir. It is precisely this kind of photography that is becoming more and more popular that directly gives movies a great opportunity for development. Researchers from Kingo have developed a portable camera made of aluminium alloy. This camera has an automatic ranging device. It can be said that this is Kin's first point-and-shoot camera. However, this camera is only talented like the royal family. Yes, this product has not yet been mass-produced. There is one in Yinu, and Zhao Gao comes with film and everything. King Kin's love for photography stems from the fact that these photos can truly reflect the situation at the time, and it's not easy to fake it. King Kin actually had a bold idea, and that was to go for a walk to see how much Qin had changed. By taking a train, he could go back and forth to the north in 2 days. But even if the transportation is so convenient, King Qin can't travel casually. This is the sorrow of being a king. There are many things that you can't do if you want to. And camera this way. I can just make up for it, send someone to shoot, and then come back through the projector to show it to myself. This idea is pretty good. Therefore, King Qin specially sent a large number of people with cameras, and the cameras went to various places in Qin to check and take photos. They could only take photos and could not interfere with local affairs. Even the army of the western regions preparing to go to war, King Qin also sent manpower. This is probably the first photojournalist of Qin in the field. King Qin could only read newspaper reports about this musical. This time the musical has received a huge response, although there were many small accidents during the performance. For example, the light bulb suddenly went out, and the curtain was not pulled up in time, which caused the audience to be exposed in full view when the set was changed. But it didn't affect people's immersion in the love story between Crescent Moon and Mo Gao. Although the Crescent Moon was finally flying, but people always feel a little regretful. A great regret. Especially many people think of previous stories. The dance drama is very clear. To be honest, really, he reminds me a lot of things. I remember a very beautiful girl in our village. She has big eyes and black hair. Very beautiful. Later. It's a pity. If he reminds me of the good things before, said a random interviewer. He was obviously reminiscing about the past. The budding love stories of boys and girls are always beautiful, but due to traditional marriages, rarely go straight to the end. If I had been bolder and eloped, I guess we would have been very happy at the beginning, thought the female audience. The newspaper also reported positively about the performance. The performance was based on a love story. This made people feel the authenticity and they didn't want to doubt whether the story happened. But it alludes to his own life, Qin's marriage problem, and the issue of free love. This problem actually already exists in Qin. With factories, modern business organizations emerged. More and more young people are participating, which has laid the foundation for their frequent contact and communication. Through contact, communication, they naturally have a foundation for admiration and talk. and this foundation is full of emotions. However, Kin's love and marriage issues still remain at the initial stage before his reform. And the more the Kin state's economy develops, the more it proves that development depends on human strength, not just human physical strength and brain power. Human emotions control brain power. People have their own feelings, they are not machines. This requires people to seek self-liberation. After the first day of the drama, young people began to face this issue. They believe that seeking freedom of love is their right and what they should do. The situation that was introduced by a matchmaker until the other half of the marriage was not in line with the current situation. What people need is a kind of self-seeking love life. In this regard, Yin made a major statement. Your Royal Highness, I think you must be the first person in Kin to fall in love freely. Can you talk about your feelings? The reporter naturally focused on this figure who was in the public eye again. Of course, my feeling is that I can't tell. In short, I feel very satisfied and happy, Yin said with a smile. But there were tears in the corner of her eyes, because she actually cried when she watched the dance drama. Also, my nerd and I are in a relationship. I am his girlfriend. The only one, Yin still said in the breeze and domineering tone of the princess. This is natural, the reporter said flatly. Then, I want to ask your Royal Highness. When I first pursued you, was the Prime Minister chasing you? The reporter asked about a private topic. When Yin heard this question, she was a little taken aback. But she didn't expect it. I didn't expect to raise this question. But she soon recovered her calm, answered with a smile. Of course, the Prime Minister is chasing me, and is still chasing me. After enjoying this happy process, I decided to postpone the marriage. Enjoyed the beautiful time of love. Yin smiled and said to the camera. Chapter 597 Chi State Air Force. Regarding Yin's answer, the reporter also asked Shangwen. Shangwen is non-committal. Although there is no clear answer, there is one thing, that is, he is silent. Yin was not very satisfied with Shangwen's reply. At least he should agree in person. But one thing was exposed by the media. That is the rose. The paper rose in Yin's office was captured by reporters with photos. In this way, this flower symbolizing free love began to spread in Kin. Young people see her as a symbol of free love. Although it is paper, it does not affect the feelings between the two at all. Shangwen strikes while the iron is hot, proposed a draft about Kin's only love and marriage. At the same time, there is a draft of Kin's simple folk customs. Both drafts were distributed in the form of newspapers to allow the public to participate in the discussions, and then fed back to the Prime Minister Kin's office. Shangwen's move was to mobilize the people's enthusiasm for political participation. The attitudes of the people are still very different. The power of young people is beginning to rise. They are in favor of free love and simplified weddings. Some elderly people disagree, thinking this is unimaginable. This is absolutely not possible, and for this reason, refused to hold a wedding for young people's free love. But in this way, more young people choose to simplify the wedding. The reason is very simple. The wedding is mainly carried out using the savings of the parents. Very few young people who take part in work have a lot of wealth, and their expenses are also very high. Young people always have no plan to spend money. This money is huge. Of course it needs to be spent by parents. But on the issue of marriage partner, both parties are not willing to compromise. So in order to be able to hold the wedding ceremony is equivalent to a new couple becoming a legal couple, they naturally choose a simplified wedding. In this way, simplified weddings will become mainstream. The tone of the newspaper also began to change. The boss of Kin's largest newspaper industry was the first person to fall in love freely. So what reason do they have to criticize the person who pays them? The addition of newspapers is rapidly expanding free love and simplifying wedding requirements. But Yin let out a word. The wedding can be simplified, but it must be creative, so that our girl's family will be unforgettable. Therefore, Kin Gyo's wedding can be frugal, but it must be creative. This makes the man want to break the big day when he gets married. Kin State Xianyang is very lively. In the west, the army began to pull out. They needed to complete the frontline assembly within a month, then adapt to the local environment. and then go to war. Many people are not used to the cold in the West, although it is February. But the place is still cold, especially the soldiers who have arrived at the entrance of the western regions. Regions vary greatly. The snow and ice have melted in the hinterland, but the local area is still covered with white snow. Sometimes it can snow. It is simply unbelievable. And in the east, the Qin Heavenly Army stopped bombing, and their aerial bombs ran out. Need to be called urgently from the rear. The bombing did not make the Qi army a fear of bombing, but rather a ridicule. This idea of throwing a bomb from the sky is really stupid. They ridiculed Qin's voluntary heavenly army as a group of fat flying chickens. The airship's huge body can correspond to it. The ridicule goes to ridicule. Qi Go dare not care, especially Tan Heng. He proposed for the first time that Qi should also establish a corresponding military. So Qi established the first air force of Qi. According to the routine reconnaissance of Qin's heavenly army, a light airship took pictures of a ground target in the country at a height of 1,000 steps. Qin state always applies new technologies in the military field. The reconnaissance team is equipped with their first shooting camera. Hey, buddy. Laugh. A sergeant of the Celestial Army picked up the camera and took a picture of his flight technician. Oh my god, if the officer finds a picture of me in a photo, I can believe that he will definitely make you a second-class soldier, said the technician. Come on, we fly so high every day. The artillery can't hit us. Who can threaten us? Moreover, we have time. Those damned Qi troops are hiding in the trench all day long. The sergeant complained. The technician has nothing to say. Sergeant, continue your photo mission. A second lieutenant walked over and said, yes, sir. The sergeant replied in a dull tone. Obviously such a boring life makes the pilots of the Celestial Army feel very boring. The second lieutenant glanced down habitually. Oh. It is that Qi Guo's hot air balloon. The ensign exclaimed nervously. What? The sergeant yelled and leaned over to see. It's indeed a hot air balloon. They did it. The sergeant said nervously. Damn it, shut up, take a picture. This is a new situation, the second lieutenant ordered. The airship stays away from the hot air balloon. The second lieutenant ordered. Airships certainly have advantages over hot air balloons, and the airships of Qin State use internal combustion engines. But there is one thing. That is, the ghost knows what weapons are equipped on the airship. The ensign clearly knows that there is a huge safety hazard on the airship, hydrogen, and there is no doubt that Qin's heavenly army flew with a huge bomb on its back. If he was fired by the opponent, I am afraid that he himself would be the first person to be shot down by the heavenly army. He doesn't want to be such a historical celebrity. In fact, this is the first type of hot air balloon in Qi. The imported Kingo kerosene is used as fuel, and the fabric also uses high-density twill spinning. This fabric is a blend of silk, fine wool and hemp. No one knows the ratio. This cloth was exported to Qi. In the newspapers collected by Tan Hengming, there was a vague mention of hot air. Based on this limited reminder, Tan Heng made the first hot air balloon in Qi. Although there is no motivation, but it has great lift, can make people fly into the sky. In this way, the sky will no longer be Qin's world. Qi can also compete. In order to distinguish Qin's heavenly army, Qi State called this service the Air Force. They use hot air to fly, so it's called the Air Force. The liftoff of the Qi State Air Force greatly encouraged the Qi State soldiers. Hot air balloons can't fly to the opponent's battlefield yet, and the wind direction is not good for them, so they can naturally fly around on their own battlefield. The morale of Qi soldiers is high. The Yan soldiers ignored it. The information was quickly reported to Qin's commander. They couldn't believe that Qi Go had a hot air balloon. This is probably the first Qi State to become a competitive opponent with Qin State. The commander didn't believe it yet, but the photos clearly showed the existence of this kind of hot air balloon. The commander was aware of the seriousness of the consequences. His airship only had an aerial bomb as a weapon. Artillery, machine gun, none of them were brought, because they never thought there would be air combat. Chapter 578 Qin's plane. The fear of the commander of the Celestial Army is very necessary. In order to increase the ammunition capacity of their airships, all the defensive weapons installed were dismantled. This dismantling was deemed necessary. First, in the sky, the state of Qin has not yet encountered an adversary. Second, these weapon systems take up a lot of space. For example, a medium-sized airship is equipped with a 3-inch gun and 2 revolve machine guns. But now Qin will have to meet their first opponent in the sky. In fact, the equipment of the Qi State Air Force is far from advanced as Qin State airship thought. They barely mastered some techniques of hot air balloons after suffering heavy losses. For example, control the size of the flame and so on. Previously, the first pilots they experimented all died in air crashes. Either the airbag burns, either the landing speed is too fast and it will directly fall to the ground and die. Not many people join the Air Force, and the material price is very expensive. But after all, Qin had a rival in the sky. Qin Jun tried to communicate with the Yan Jun, hoping to use some weapons to install on the airship for defense. But the Yan Jun did not live or die. They don't have many weapons. The number of artillery was destroyed by the Mohist school. He was often attacked by unidentified people in black and some swordsmen, and the number of artillery and shells decreased a lot. Not only these, even their extremely trusted revolver guns were destroyed. There are only 3 in number. But Qin Jun wanted to equip 2 machine guns at once. This is something they cannot accept anyway. In desperation, the commander could only ask for help from the rear. The information was sent back by telegram through Qin's embassy in Xinzing, South Korea. The General Staff convened a meeting with the officers of the Celestial Army to study this new subject. The result of the meeting was the dispatch of Qin's new aircraft. The plane went to fight. There are only 5 in number. At this time, Qin's aircraft developed relatively rapidly, and Qin solved various steel production problems, such as the distinction between hot-rolled steel and cold-rolled steel. In addition, some special steel materials, such as stainless steel, are manufactured in small quantities, mainly for the production of special machinery. There is tungsten steel, and special alloy aluminium. The appearance of these materials has accelerated Qin's engine production a lot. At this time, Qin engine appeared 3 different fuel models: diesel engines, gasoline engines, and kerosene engines. The kerosene machine has some inherent shortcomings. It is easy to catch fire and become a very small number of engines. Diesel engines and gasoline engines have become the main models used. Diesel engines are mainly used in crawler-type machinery vehicles, because diesel engines are still a bit bulky, and it's very difficult to start. Mainly used on tractors. Some small and medium-sized companies in Qin State are improving the production of agricultural machinery to replace those slaves in the fields. The emergence of gasoline engines is mainly due to the appearance of spark plugs. If there is no spark plug, gasoline engines may not be developed. But now gasoline engines have come out. The advent of gasoline engines suddenly began to be widely used in various industries, and Qin with his advantages. Gasoline engines are lighter than diesel engines, and they are faster and lighter to start. And most importantly, there are many extended products for gasoline engines. Students from Xianyang Institute of Science and Technology used mechanical principles to manufacture Qin's first 5-cylinder star engine, which is powerful, much more convenient than diesel engines. A piston engine in which the cylinders are arranged in a star shape around the crankshaft, and the number of cylinders is odd. Prior to the advent of jet engines, piston aircraft engines mostly adopted star-shaped designs. They were widely used by carry-based aircraft because of their strong survivability in the short battlefield of the crankshaft, and because of their compact structure, which occupies a small space in the aircraft. The researchers of Qin State do not know these design ideas. They only know that if they use a star engine, the plane can fly faster and higher. After solving the most important engine of the aircraft, Qin's aircraft developed rapidly. The aircraft, like the aircraft of World War I, used wood panels and skins, and some aircraft also used lighter, strong and durable mixed press panels, also known as the 3-ply wood. This kind of sheet is made of isomorphic beach glue or loose glue and some white glue mixed on a hydraulic press for strong punching. The sheet often has the characteristics of more than 2 kinds of wood. Therefore, it has become an important material for aircraft. The aircraft's operating system is also more complete, and the pilot has an operating position, so there is no need to lie down on the aircraft. Most of the planes use straight wing, and the height is more than 2 layers. In this way, the wing can provide enough lift. However, the range of the aircraft is very limited. The aircraft is equipped with an instrument, an altimeter. The pilot has to wear a watch and a watch. Because the wings are solid, the fuel tank of the aircraft can only be placed in the skin in the belly of the aircraft, and because of this, the range of the aircraft is very limited. Pilots have to pay attention to the time. They can only fly for an hour. If there are too many, the plane will have to fall from the sky. It is precisely because of this that many novice pilots often ignore this reason. A large number of new pilots fell down during training. They either broke their legs, arms, or broke their necks and died. The height of the aircraft is also very limited. Fly to a position of about 1,500 steps at most. When it reaches this position, the gasoline starts to freeze, or other parts are malfunctioning. Therefore, the altitude and range of the aircraft are still very limited. Not only these, but also when landing. Since there was no landing gear, Kin needed a flexible wheel. But the researchers of Kin stated this kind of wheel can't be satisfied. Therefore, an alternative wheel, a bicycle spoke wheel, is lined with some softer wood as the landing wheel, but this will still cause the pilot to panic when landing. Landing became a fatal blow for the pilot. But such planes are still being supplied to Kin's heavenly army in batches. For this reason, Kin has set up a fast-flying brigade. Their planes are fast and flexible, lightweight, mainly carry out some reconnaissance, take photos and so on. As for the weapon system, only the pilot's gun. The idea of the high-level sending the plane is to let them drop bombs, because they can throw stones at low altitudes. This senior has seen it, so they thought they could throw bombs. Sending planes can also test the power of this new aircraft. In this way, a new weapon was put into use on the Eastern Front. Aircraft, airplanes and airships will dominate the sky together. The hot air balloons still used by the Chi State Air Force. The war was fought from the ground to the sky. The war became a two-dimensional space war. The scope of war can be extended to heaven. Chapter 579 Yellow-Green Fog. When Kin's senior officials dispatched planes to participate in the war, Yan finally acted. They will use poison gas for the first time. How is the weather tomorrow? I want to know in advance. Uksin came to the front line of the Yan army with a secret weapon. This front line is an open field. Only in the direction of Chijun, there is a small highland of more than 100 meters high. This highland is insignificant, but it can overlook all the surrounding conditions. The mobilization of the Yan Army's forces is under the control of the high ground, and this area is right in the middle of the 2 weather stations in Kin State. Therefore, Kin State usually sends a meteorological team to measure the meteorological data here. By the way, Uksen visited the Kin State's weather control area. In the end, we finalized this place with some high-level military officers. Because this place is on a flat ground, there are more people defending. There are probably more than 2,000 Chi troops, and the rebels jointly defended the area. Tomorrow's weather? Wait a minute, my lord, I'll check it for you. Qin Jun's weather officer checked the information. I'll look at the isobus, the weather officer said. Sir, is that drama master again to check the weather? A deputy asked. Yes, who knows what this adult thinks? Come to ask about the weather every day. The weather officer was a little annoyed. How's the weather conditions lately? The weather officer asked. A ridge of high pressure has passed. It is fine and suitable for flying. But we have no mission, said the deputy. Well, such high weather seems to be maintained for several days. The weather officer said. I think so. But there is a slight breeze. It's north, The deputy said. "I see. I'll tell this adult." The weather officer casually took a piece of weather data and said, "Obviously the weather officer has suspicions to deal with, because Kin's Meteorological Observatory needs to build many to fully unveil the mysterious veil of weather. This is only initially established in Kin, and here, it's terrible." Kingo only sent a platoon with about 40 meteorological personnel. These personnel can only provide extremely limited meteorological data, and usually the current affairs are very poor. There is a great risk of accidents. Fortunately, the communication between winter and spring. Just pay close attention to the situation in the north, especially the report from Xianyang. The meteorologists of the Kin state gradually discovered that Kin's cooling was mainly due to the oppression of the two same high-pressure systems in the west and the north. Considering the cold place in the north, they regard it as cold air. It was the existence of this gas that caused Kingo to cool down. This shows that Kin's meteorological observations are still incomplete, and the room for improvement is very large. This is mainly limited by the transmission and understanding of meteorological data. Meteorological data is usually calculated once a day. If it's farther away, it takes 3 to 7 days. When these materials arrive, meteorological phenomena have often occurred. It is this kind of primitive data that gave Kin State meteorology a solid cognitive process. My lord, the situation is like this. The last time a high-pressure ridge passed hasn't been long. We are now in the range of high-pressure control, and the range of high-pressure control is usually sunny. In other words, the next few days will be good weather, the weather officer said with great gesture. "Oh, is it windy?" Uksin asked. "Wind." "Yes, breeze, northerly wind," the weather officer said. What wind? Uksin didn't know what the weather officer was talking about. What high-pressure ridges and high-pressure controlled or what? He didn't even know. But just know that the weather is fine and there is wind. Northerly wind. It is likely to be northwesterly, the weather officer explained. Which direction? Uksin asked excitedly. One of the conditions has been met. That direction. The weather officer pointed to the direction of Chigyu-Oren. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will reward you later, Uksin said excitedly. Then excitedly left Kin State's weather station. The weather officer looked at this guy strangely. "I'm sick," the weather officer said. He took a bottle of soda and left. The time to release the poisonous gas has finally come. Finally come, Uksin exclaimed happily in his heart. Although he couldn't call it out, he was excited enough. This weapon is powerful enough to achieve a great success. Uksin began to secretly prepare. In the early hours of the morning, a very strangely equipped team walked into the Yan Army's position. They were wrapped in cowhide all over. Only 2 glasses are included for the eyes, and there is a huge metal disc in the area of the nose and mouth. It seemed very scary. Many Yan Army soldiers stared at these strange troops in a daze. They are more scary than ghosts. And they carried the cylinder into the position without hesitation. Some people also had weird metal pipes. These people were all wearing chemical gas protective clothing from the early Qin dynasty, and this chemical-resistant clothing did not play much role at all. Only the activated carbon in the gas mask still has some effects. Qin's water plant not only uses chlorine, but also uses activated carbon. The filtering effect of activated carbon has been recognized by the people of Qin. The people of Qin are very aware of the harmfulness of poisonous gas. Therefore, when they do the synthesis of chloride, they usually do it in a sealed space. But even so, it often causes some people to be slightly poisoned. The reason is that some places need to be checked manually. In order to avoid casualties, this kind of protective clothing with great psychological comfort but a little effect appeared. A royal guard of the Yan Army took on this heavy burden. Many of them have seen the cruelty of poison gas, and many of them have been unable to eat for many days after seeing it. There are also many people asking to withdraw, but those who withdraw are all killed. To prevent leaks, to comfort these people, Yango ordered such a suit. With this kind of protection, these people are finally a little more stable. Listen, We will deflate before the sun comes out, Uksin said protectively. He left after speaking. The protective clothing is boring, and also can't breathe. Early in the morning, the sun had not yet come out, but there was already some brilliance in the east, and a soldier of the Chi army yawned to check the surroundings. Staying up all night made this Chi army soldier a little tired. He was like a nap, but the leaders of Chi Jun were very strict. Those who slept secretly lost their heads in their sleep. This is a battle to defend the soil. The soldiers of the Chi army controlled their tiredness. Let's see what's new. Chi army soldiers stepped on a mound and looked at the Yan army's position. This look awakened him a lot. The yellow-green mist slowly drifted towards Chi Jun. We're wrong. The Chi Jun soldier rubbed his eyes vigorously with his hands. Chapter 580 The power of poison gas. The sentry didn't take it seriously. It was just very strange why there was such a peculiar fog. The fog drifted slowly along the northerly wind. No one is a terrible weapon in front of the fog. Soon the sentry started coughing non-stop, followed by a severe burning sensation in his eyes, and then felt very nauseous, and then slowly convulsed to death, while other people felt discomfort in their sleep, and then all the people started to cough non-stop. They rolled all over the floor, their hands were trying to cover their eyes, the pain in the eyes infected them and they felt very uncomfortable. But more people died of foaming at the mouth, and Chi Jun realized that the fog was poisonous at this time. But it was too late, and their lives were exposed to poison gas for too long. They died before they could report. Since the time for the release of poisonous gas was chosen before the sun came out, and many people were in their sleep at this time, the disaster continued. Yan Jun continued to release the poisonous gas, because they didn't know how much to release. In short, the more the better. It is this kind of thinking that will cause more innocent people to die. The mist was still advancing, and it was advancing continuously. At this time, Yan Jun had already released 500 steel gas cylinders madly. A huge murderous group has formed in front of the Chi army. The poisonous gas spread over the highlands, and then slammed into the villages behind the highlands. There was the main camp of the Chi army. The rebels, villagers, and Chi army gathered nearby were all stationed here. And here will become a recurrence of disaster. With the help of wind, the air mass burst into the village all at once. The first thing that felt murderous was the domestic animals. The dog kept barking. Chickens and ducks waited and ran. The cow also tried to escape. The old farmer who got up didn't know what was going on, so he felt dizzy, then nauseated, then coughed in time, and then slowly fell to the ground and died. Those animals also began to die, and they could not withstand the attack of poisonous gas. The Chi army camp began to sound the horn urgently, but by this time there were already several Chi army soldiers in tents unable to get up. They kept coughing until they coughed up bleeding, and then died of breathlessness. The state of death after his death was terrifying, and Chi Jun's psychological defense began to collapse. Everyone ran away naked before getting dressed. Run. The fog is poisonous. Everyone kept yelling and running away. For a while everyone began to flee frantically. The more you yell, the faster you die. Many people never get up after coughing and falling to the ground. In this way, Chi Jun's line of defense collapsed. The entire Chi army line of defense was full of dead people killed by poison gas. Animal corpses, human corpses, their faces are stiff, and their deaths are miserable. And Yan Jun was still releasing poison gas at this time. The number of poisonous gas cylinders has exceeded 1,000. This is a staggering number. Such a huge gas is enough to kill everyone. The sun probably couldn't stand his temper. He wants to see the power of this murderous gas. The scale of poison gas is too big. Yan Jun didn't even know how to release poison gas in a controlled manner. Uksin seems a bit wasteful like this, because the number of steel cylinders filled the trenches. Enough. Stop it. Stop it. Uksin felt distressed by the poisonous gas. This is sold for money. After Uksin gave the order, he put on a protective suit and went to the trenches to check Chi Jun's reaction. He was also afraid of death. He is well aware of the power of poison gas, the tragic state of death. Thinking of it, He felt terrible. Holding a telescope, he stared at the front. Chi-Jun did not move at all. Go. Sent someone to rush over. See what's going on? This commanded. Everyone panicked. Knowing is afraid of poisoning to death. Those who didn't know thought the adults were crazy. Everyone shook their heads and refused. Oakson also knows poison gas. He is very afraid of this thing. Just waved it. After waiting for an hour, I will go to see it. That's all. Yan Jun lost an excellent opportunity to counterattack and expand the results. As the poison gas stopped releasing, and the area is getting wider and wider, the power of poison gas began to weaken. Although Chi-Jun was afraid, but they stood firm. The news began to spread. The rebels gathered from nearby. They thought of a way to pour ashes with water. Hope it can be useful. In order to play a psychological comfort, lime powder is constantly being spread. One acid and one alkaline neutralizes the poisonous gas. But the fact has happened. Only a few hundred people escaped from that line of defense. Thousands of people died there. The tragic condition of the corpse made Chi-Jun fear and pessimistic. They dare not return to their old lines of defense. Can only stay on the spot. Yan Jun dare not move. Chi-Jun didn't dare to return. At this time the poisonous gas has dispersed. It's okay. But neither side moved. The effect of poison gas has been reduced again. Gin Jun was dispatched at this time. They need to scout the entire Chi army line of defense, and began to conduct a certain depth of reconnaissance. Gin Jun changed the bombing plan. The bombing of the front line was changed to bombing the opposing logistics supply line. This may be the earliest emergence of strategic bombing ideas, although still staying at the tactical level. But it was a major breakthrough. Only by bombing the enemy's rear can a huge influence be formed. Oh God, look at it soon. Kim Jun's cameraman looked at the ground in horror. What's the matter? The co-pilot came over and asked, "Here, what's wrong?" The first officer glanced at the ground subconsciously. There were corpses everywhere in the Chi army's position. The secret is numb. Animals, human. It was the first time they saw such strange and dense bodies. Take a picture, the co-pilot said. The photographer pressed the shutter mechanically. The tragedy was discovered by Kim Jun. Soon they reported the news to the ground. More than 150 such photos were taken at once. Frightened, confused, puzzled, Kim Jun felt a little uneasy. He relayed the news back to Kin State. The commander thought it was not a trivial matter. Chi Yajun are all nearby villages. Many people are related to this village. Their daughter or natal family. The family members are all villagers of the village. Holding an attitude of saving people, they entered the poisonous gas field. As soon as they enter, his face turned pale in fright. The body remained in its last minute state. Many people have 2 blood marks in their eyes. It's terrifying. Many people enter the gas field. They are going crazy. Such killing is more terrifying than killing with a knife. Even the veteran vomited. Junior sister, are you okay? A woman in white waved her hand. Death is too cruel. Many people can't accept it. This must be a new weapon made by Kim Jun. These murderous beasts. The white-clothed man looked at everything in front of him angrily. For the first time, Chi people have seen the power of chemical poisonous gas. The Kin State, who produced him, knew nothing about it. Chapter 581 Anti-Kin. But the influence of poison gas has not yet fully unfolded. The Yan army did not send enough troops to capture the Chi army's position for a long time after releasing the poisonous gas. The reason is low morale. They have not paid out military pay for 3 months. The soldiers used this as a reason, refused to send troops, and Chi Jun began to sort out the tragedy. They agreed. Gin State instructed Yan State to do this huge poisonous gas. Therefore, Chi people all hate Kin. The matter is not over yet. This incident began to spread to other Chi places along with the hatred on the front line. When people heard about it, all were surprised and angry. Anger needs to be vented. People began to aim their anger at those products of the Kin kingdom. Kin's products are all-encompassing: soap, mirror, shoes, and the use of various condiments. Most of them come from factories in Kin. But these things were taken out by the Chi people and burned, destroyed. Gradually, a wave of anti-kin people spontaneously formed in various places began to rise. But this is just a non-governmental initiative. This spontaneity is just a kind of dissatisfaction with the kin state's indulgent Yan state's release of poisonous gas to poison the Chi people. But it caused a great and bad influence on the kin state, especially the conservative nobles of Chi. The idea of starting to retaliate against kin with this form began to sprout. Chi state is the same as Chu state. It was also greatly impacted by kin's industrial products. This impact is very obvious, and the power is huge. Take commodity exchange as an example. Most of kin's industrial exports are light industrial products, and it is something that people use every day. These things not only work well, and it's very firm. It's not just product quality. Many things are not available before, such as mirror soap, laundry soap and so on. These things are all women's favorite things. Kin state chemical industry, especially after ammonia synthesis, glass has become an ordinary and popular thing. This also enables Chi people to use this kind of mirror. There are cleaner soaps for washing clothes, and after washing, there is still a smell of orange. This is something that Chi women love very much. Korean merchants brought in kin's products continuously, and put the food of Chi people. The people of Chi can only buy these daily necessities in exchange for food. It's not just food. There are also a large number of other Chi country specialties. Heian was originally the most popular product in various countries. However, there are a large number of inland saltwater lakes in the new occupied area of kin. These have greatly satisfied kin's demand for salt, especially the demand for industrial salt. Under the regulation of the commodity futures market, kin state's edible salt has been developed very well in Basu. The use of packaging bags makes the use of edible salt more formal. The fineness of kin state salt is also very good, very fine. Affected by this factor, the demand for sea salt in kin state and neighboring countries in Chi state has dropped drastically. Kin Gyo's products are unique. No country can make it. The sea salt of this country has been greatly impacted. The price plummeted. Chi state uses salt in exchange for kin state's products. In turn, kin took back the raw materials and continued to process and export to the country, and the price is lower. This suddenly destroyed the original order. Chi people's sea salt began to bleak. Not only that, a large number of commodities are flooded in Chi, and Chi state's dependence on kin state's products is getting higher and higher. Even paper has to be imported from kin. These directly lead to a great trade imbalance. The gold of the nobility was lost to the hands of the Koreans. Then it flowed into kin's pockets. It's not just gold. A large amount of food has been taken away. The food was exchanged for some daily necessities. But the food cannot be planted anymore. After the nobles lost their gold, in exchange for food, started to plant some cash crops, hemp, apple tree, herding sheep. These things can be exchanged for gold. This directly leads to farmers losing their land. The land began to merge, and the grievances of peasants who lost their land. In terms of taxes, kin's commodities are cheap, because it is machine manufacturing. Therefore, the price is very low. But it makes other merchants unable to compete with it. Native merchants do not have this advantage. Kin's commercial taxation is very equal. How much does the Chi people pay? Outsiders pay as much. Thus, all the advantages are on the commodity side of kin state. And Chi-go fought, imported large quantities of arms. It costs a lot. Taxes are gradually increased. This has become a disaster for the businessmen of the country. Kin's economy began to be hit by kin's cheap goods. This shock caused some people's dissatisfaction, makes people's grievances very heavy. And the literati class of Chi state has quite a criticism of kin state. Kin's factory uses female workers. Women's independence consciousness began to strengthen. Especially kin state uses a large number of women as public officials. Many office workers are women. This is nothing new in kin. A large percentage of women already exist in their company. But this is contrary to Confucianism. They began to aggressively attack the relationship between men and women in kin, which was extremely improper. described the barbarism and ignorance of the people of Qin. Confucianism tried their best to give full play to their ethics. For this reason, they also wrote a lot of articles to publicize the various bad aspects of Qin. The funny thing is, these are all from Qin's own newspaper. All kinds of dissatisfaction are brewing, hostility towards Qin. Anti-Qin forces have sprouted. They need an opportunity to attack Qin. The news of this poison gas attack became the fuse of the anti-Qin movement. Time is accelerating this hate propaganda. The Qin upper class thinks everything is fine. Shang Wen was also very happy to talk to the Queen of Korea about the plot of the Qin state dance drama. The Queen also invited dance dramas to be staged in South Korea. Then they discussed other aspects of Qin state. For example, the issue of international students, bank loans, etc. and the folk. Some people began to enter the literary circle. A large number of song and dance troupes began to be established. The theater began to appear. People began to use their imagination to write scripts, rehearse the plot. The people of Qin found an atmosphere nurtured by folk culture. The novel is no longer serialized in the newspaper. Instead, the book appears for sale. The dance of Chu people. There are also various musical instruments to play wonderful music for the Qin people. Chu people, Huns, Gus, Koreans, etc. Qin's culture is full. People are no longer empty, no longer numb. Old Qin people, Xing Qin people are under the influence of culture. Love life changed. Enjoy life. But royal music still retains its tradition. However, they are retained in the form of records and sheet music. In order to cultivate talents, the King's Chamber Music Academy of Qin was established. Although the purpose is to compete with the private sector, but it put art on the right track. And the artistic characteristics of Qin state also began to emerge. People pay more attention to the human spirit, human values. People began to become a subject. Chapter 582 Report from the Intelligence System. Although Qin's intelligence system has set up a secret department, but the ability to gather intelligence has dropped a lot. The main reason is, there is a large amount of economic intelligence and information processing. The superimposition of military, political, diplomatic, and economic information makes intelligence personnel feel very difficult, especially economic intelligence. This makes Qin state accustomed to collecting military, diplomatic, political, and some economic intelligence personnel feel a headache. Qin's military operations against the Kanto basically stopped. Precisely because it has basically stopped, the responsibility of the intelligence system is very heavy, especially the collection, analysis and sorting of economic information. Let the intelligence personnel not understand. They do not know the rules of business conduct at all. It is very difficult to do. In addition, Qin's economy developed very rapidly. Business activities are becoming more frequent and there are more exchanges. The amount of information generated has expanded. For example, Qin wants to collect South Korea's economic data and his transportation capabilities, road conditions. There are also Zhouguo's coal mines, iron. These are very common. In the eyes of intelligence personnel, there is no difference, especially coal. But in fact they were wrong. An inadvertent inquiry. They knew that there were as many as 10 kinds of coal. The coal produced by Zhaoyun's Hongdaidi has the best quality. The direct combustion of coal in the northern part of the Qin kingdom will release a large amount of sulfur-containing substances. It is this difference. So Qin's demand for Zhou's coal increased greatly. The intelligence personnel couldn't think of breaking the big sky first. There is such a big difference between coal. In fact, this also shows Qin's intelligence system needs to be reformed on a large scale, especially technically. Those skilled in professional skills should provide reliable technical support. Then proceed to interpretation. These professionals are prioritized for commercial use. The problem is funding. The funds of the intelligence system are not enough to support technical support. It's not just technology. There is also the expansion of personnel and the system of the intelligence network. If in the past, Qin's spy network would not have expanded that much. At most, they are expanding in the major cities of a country. It will definitely not extend much. But this time it was different. The rapid economic development, especially the establishment of new transportation. A large number of small towns and small cities that shouldn't have appeared in some road junctions and hubs. People in these cities communicate quickly. The amount of information updates is huge. It can be said that a waiter knows more than what the newspaper reports. Many strange things keep appearing to stimulate people's nerves. The area needs to be expanded, rapidly increasing from the original few to more than 100. These areas must be more manpower, because these regions have their own characteristics. The small town of Yango is more related to the trade of canyon. Zalgo is mostly related to coal mines. There must be an intelligence system in these areas. Not only the region. There is still a lot of information. This information is updated very quickly, and often the details of an event exist. Only by extrapolating from the details can we understand. The pressure on intelligence interpretation has increased. All the reasons above cause Kin's intelligence to enter a paralyzed state in self-development. This paralyzed state made Kin automatically ignore Yan's actions. This is also the reason why the Kin state intelligence system did not respond after Yan state possessed chemical poisonous gas. After all, development is too fast. Many things are constantly intertwined and changed in the active and passive. The intelligence system is actually much slower. This is a huge gap in thinking and understanding. This situation is now changing. Feng Ji took the post of the leader of Kin's intelligence system organization in Yan. He looked through all the information, found very messy, and there is no tune-up. Feng Ji not only thought that the new soldier, he had also accepted a more systematic college life. He learned some physics, chemistry, and primitive philosophy. Perhaps it is because the study is too extensive. He also dabbles in biology, medicine, and news gathering in particular. This makes him too academic but not precise. He didn't make any achievements in his line, but it is such a person who is proficient in everything is precisely the person most needed by the intelligence system. Feng Ji visited all the intelligence points set up by the state of Qin. It was found that the level of chaos was worse than he thought. After that, he put forward his opinion. After studying mathematics, he began to classify according to his own ideas. Set up intelligence sites in the major cities of Yan State. Start drawing the area from the center of the site for intelligence collection. Below the first level sites are the second level sites of each town. The first level site collects and summarizes the second level site and then reports to the highest site. This is the initial establishment of an intelligence network. In the details, he changed the professional practice of Qin state. Instead, the Qin merchants were used as cover. Mobile businessmen and fixed hotels became the main source of intelligence. This is not only a cover. There are also some sources of income. This allowed the intelligence network to develop rapidly. On the personnel, the intelligence station absorbed a large number of local idle personnel. Most of these people talk about curiosity. This inadvertently reduced the burden on Qin's intelligence collection. Strange things have a lot of articles. When reporting, the site should be summarized, and an e-line contact between each other. This level of secrecy suddenly increased. Feng Ji's appointment has partially changed the state of Qin's intelligence paralysis in a short time. This also made the chemical poisonous gas gradually surfaced. In a report on local talks, a piece of information is divided. Yan State imported a large number of unknown steel cylinders from Qin State. This attracted Feng Ji's attention. To know, steel is an extremely important strategic resource in this period. He can be used to make a large number of weapons and steel gas cylinders. This kind of steel is a special kind of steel than ordinary steel. This makes Feng Ji vaguely feel that there is a problem. The information undergoes extensive processing and subsequent processing. The use of gas cylinders began to surface. A royal guard had seen these cylinders when he was ordered to dispose of some corpses. Corpse, gas cylinder. Why do two unrelated things appear at the same time? What's in the cylinder is the key. The subsequent investigation gave Feng Ji an idea. Chlorine, a deadly poisonous gas. The report on the frontline status of Yan State is integrated. Feng Ji boldly wrote a speculative report. Yango used chemical poisonous gas again. Please pay close attention to Kingo. In order to have conclusive evidence, Feng Ji began to order people to collect relevant information, especially the situation on the battlefield. Simultaneously, he also asked Qin to pay attention to the control of chemical poisonous gases in the country, because there must be a reason for the loss of this thing, although there is no specific event proof. But this kind of unregulation is really a wise move. With a little chemical foundation, Feng Ji first proposed the idea of chemical gas warfare, and asked the Qin military to modify the definition of weapons. Request to expand the concept of weapons, because many civilian objects and weapons have only one purpose. Chapter 583 Air Combat. The war continues. But this time, the place of war was changed to heaven. The ground war between Qi and Yan has entered an endless state. It is difficult for both sides to make a breakthrough. And at this time, airships and hot air balloons appeared in the sky. The people of Qi have imaginatively placed the breakthrough point in the sky. They will attack the Yan army by surprise. Qi Air Force has spent a lot of thought. They soon realized the shortcomings of hot air balloons. No power, can only rely on natural wind to carry out random drifting operations. This suddenly makes the hot air balloon seem useless. But there was a turning point. A craftsman suggested, why not slide a hot air balloon like a boat? This idea was quickly implemented as soon as it was proposed. They experimented with large, enlarged doors. Although the speed is not only satisfactory, but achieved the desired purpose. Simultaneously, Qi people gave full play to their imagination. They put 2 more small sails on the hot air balloon. Thus, the hot air balloon initially has a certain degree of mobility. But this time, the consciousness of air supremacy has not yet been realized. But Qin Jun possesses certain awareness. Qin Jun's airship did not have aerial bombs. It would take a few days for their bombs to arrive, and they need to conduct target determination. The target was set at the village camp behind the enemy. An airship entered the rear of the Qi army at a height of 800 steps. The Qin Jun pilots took pictures of the ground in a leisurely manner. Qi Jun on the ground stood up and shouted loudly, "Come down! Come down to Grandpa!" The Qi Jun soldiers shouted and cursed. Qin Jun's reconnaissance activities became more and more frequent. The officer had guessed that the Qin army was likely to bomb the rear. This kind of fear of insecurity in the sky prompted the Qi Air Force to fly into the air. The airship is still very leisurely. The pilots all waved. They respond to each other in this way. Just at this time, a pilot called out loudly, "There are 3 hot air balloons in the lower left." The pilot shouted. Everyone sees the situation. The airship's leisurely daily aerial reconnaissance has long dissatisfied Qi Air Force. Then, they reacted immediately. That is to send a hot air balloon to fight back. Qi Air Force has only 5 hot air balloons, arranged in places where Qin Jun often haunts. At the same time, a large number of personnel were sent on the ground to observe, then notify its liftoff operations. There are 3 people to control the hot air balloon. Weapons are long-range weapons such as bows and arrows and muskets. The Qin army did not carry any weapons due to the bombing. Go up, let's attack them from above. Get close to them. Quickly, the Qi pilot shouted loudly. The 3 hot air balloons slowly moved up and approached. What do we do? They are flying towards us. The pilot yelled. This is the first air combat encounter. What to do? Shoot them down. The driver issued an order. Usually the captain of the airship is piloted by the airship. They are responsible for the specific missions of the airship. We have no weapons. The co-pilot said. Use a wrench. Use a screwdriver. We want to fly to a higher position to fight. The airship captain issued an order. As a result, the airship quickly avoided pulling up. Fly over the hot air balloon. The Qi state's hot air balloon was slow to take off. Mainly they did not speed up the burning tool, especially to provide oxygen equipment. The airship has an internal combustion engine as a mechanical propulsion device. At the same time they are hydrogen. A certain flying height can be reached by controlling the air room. Obviously, the airship occupies a great technological advantage. It is this advantage. All of a sudden, The Chi State Air Force realized the huge gap, so they turned offensive to defensive. Start to avoid the airship. Mother, fight, fight. Soldiers on the ground were getting excited. They saw signs of fighting in the sky. This gives a new perspective to the boring trench life. Smash them with a wrench. Hurry up, the captain ordered. The speed of the airship is much faster than that of a hot air balloon. After all, people are driven by machines. And you are human. When the airship caught up with the hot air balloon, he smashed the opponent with a wrench. But after losing a lot of tools, the hot air balloon is fine. Instead, the bow and arrow fired by the hot air balloon almost hit. This made the Qin Kingdom's heavenly army feel very embarrassed at once. So after catching the hot air balloon a few times in the shop, he threw everything that could be thrown away. Boots. I almost threw myself out. Helpless. There is no loss in the hot air balloon. The airship also felt helpless. Obviously have an advantage. It can't be shot down. Damn it. I could have shot down the opponent. The captain called out dissatisfied. If you shoot down the opponent, then he will be the first person to shoot down the opponent in an air battle. But now, we return. The captain reluctantly gave an order. So the Qin army first left the battle, and Chi Jun saw the opponent retreat. I think it won a huge victory, although his side has been beaten. But after all, the other party took the initiative to retreat. Then, the ground cheered the victory. This means, no longer in the sky is the situation where Qin Jun's family dominates the world. The hot air balloon also began to escape from the battle and land, taking into account the fuel. In this way, the first air battle ended. But the battle is far from over, and this battle, both sides attach great importance to it. Then, air combat became the second battlefield after ground wars. Both sides pin their hopes in the air. Qin Jun realized the serious consequences of not installing weapons on the airship. Then, they loaned some guns and ammunition to Yan Jun, artillery, because of its weight. The reason for the launch cannot be used. And so, the Qin army had to use guns as weapons. Chi Jun made a breakthrough in artillery research. Wooden artillery. The craftsman carefully studied the structure of the artillery. Although made of iron, bronze artillery is heavy. Qin Go has used pressure to advance compression casting. But Chi Go still did not find this problem. It's heavy. The carrying capacity of a hot air balloon is very limited. Under these circumstances, craftsman Chi thought of using wood. They make wooden cannons like wooden barrels. The result of the experiment is, in reducing the charge, and to reduce the number of launches, used well, and because it is wood, so it's lightweight, easy to manufacture. So this kind of wooden artillery began to be equipped to the Air Force. They will shoot down each other in the next battle. Chi Air Force upgraded its weapons directly to the artillery stage. Not only that, the status of Chi Air Force began to increase rapidly. They speeded up the manufacture of hot air balloons. Generally, women of 50 people will produce 2 hot air balloons overnight. Then, a large number of women were recruited to make airbags. Chi people began to increase imports of cloth and kerosene. The scale of air combat began to escalate, and the Qin Heavenly Army finally looked forward to their aerial bombs. They decided to teach them a lesson. Let them taste the power of the bomb. Chapter 584 LV Family Girl. For the war between Yan and Chi, the people of Qin were a little unconcerned. The media is not paying enough attention to status. Qin's domestic economy developed rapidly. People's lives have been greatly improved. There is a gap of at least 50 years in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation compared with the 6 countries. This gap will get bigger and bigger. The foundation and acceleration of Qin's economy are still accelerating. Maybe the economy is too good. This makes the people of Qin less and less concerned about the situation of the 6 nations, especially in Guangzhong. There has been a way of not having to wipe out the 6 countries. It is a peaceful mindset that maintains the status quo. And more people have this kind of thinking. Why should the people of Qin worry about the 6 nations? Doesn't it make sense? If you think about it carefully, Qin does have the root of this kind of thinking. In a very short period of time, the state of Qin has traversed the path that the development of capitalism will take for hundreds of years. and this is because Shang Wen deliberately instilled a kind of people-oriented thought in the senior management. This led to a substantial increase in government expenditures for civilian use. This is much more useful than building a royal palace. It is this kind of consciousness makes the life of the people of Qin a rocket-like leap. The living standards of the Qin people far exceed those of the Six Nations. Qin people work in factories and sell products to other countries, and they get paid, or the business is lucrative. People in Qin who have money naturally improve their living conditions, such as the emergence of porcelain, glazing technology, as well as furnace temperature, baking, especially after Qin state uses water gas for baking technology. Some porcelains appeared in Qin. The production speed of these porcelains far exceeded Shang Wen's imagination. Not only in daily necessities, even tiles are beginning to appear, and these things have entered middle-class families. The Six Kingdoms only have the royal family, differs greatly. It is also the emergence of this gap. Only then did the Qin people start to be reluctant to send troops, especially more and more businessmen. Factory owner. There are already some civilians, because a war will destroy the peace. Then it will interrupt the good trading environment. It is the existence of this kind of economic foundation that led to such peaceful thinking in Qin. But Qin people's peace is selfish. Qin people just want to maintain the status quo. External expansion. They are still merciless. Qin's wealth has brought more and more people from the Six Nations to Qin. They began to apply to become Qin people. Because after becoming a member of Qin, the various guarantee systems are very complete. Qin's laws protect individual rights. At the same time, it also provides them with corresponding protection. After the yeomen in various places in the Qin country had enriched some women, service functions began to increase. The affinity of women has made the government a great change. Qin State Unemployment Security Department. Various guarantees will be provided here, such as, a person from the Six Nations has just become a Qin. These departments will provide corresponding services, such as introducing work, conduct simple job training, or it is to provide some measures of living security. Qin State has a large amount of leftover food every day. These foods became a temporary food source for Xinqian people. After they get a job, it will no longer be provided. This guarantee is principled. You have difficulty, the government helps you, but you must move forward. If you don't make progress, sorry, the government will not help you. I help you because you pay taxes. You do your duty. You can enjoy your rights. This is the new principle of Qin people. This principle has attracted many people, such as this. Many men and women in love began to appear in Qin, especially after the eldest princess and the prime minister's affairs were reported. He immediately became the idol of young people. Obviously, the young people of Qin State are still a little restrained. I don't even know how to fall in love. Shang Wen had to play a demonstrative role. As Yinya's boyfriend, naturally have to behave. Now he is a public figure. Shang Wen has one more thing every day. That's when I took a walk with Yinu during the lunch break. Qin State's square. The park finally has a place to use it. The walk of the two has become an important way of love. My lord is here to pick up the princess again? A young clerk asked with a smile. Shang Wen is approachable. There is no official arrogance. In fact, Qin officials are losing this kind of official authority caused by social needs. Yeah, Shang Wen nodded. The princess is so happy. By the way, the princess is in the office. Adults can go directly, said the young clerk. Okay, Shang Wen said. After speaking, he walked towards Yinya's office. Sir, hello. Do you have an appointment? Outside Yinya's office, a little girl who looked like a junior high school student blocked Shang Wen's way. Yinu is getting more and more in the lead. Red carpet. There is also a secretary assistant outside. Are you new here? Shang Wen hadn't seen this little girl, but it must be a newcomer to Shang Wen, because yesterday was another person. Generally, he will not stop himself, because they all know the close relationship between him and the princess. Well, I'm a newcomer. But sir, we have rules here. There is no appointment. I'm afraid I can't let you in. The little girl looked at Shang Wen and said, Shang Wen wanted to explain, but the other party obviously didn't give Shang Wen a chance. "Sir, please cooperate with my work, will you?" the little girl said while looking at Shang Wen with a pair of eyes. Shang Wen thinks this little girl is too. Shang Wen can't describe it. It's a bit like Yinu. "I won't give you any chance, and be good at using some of the characteristics of women. Such as, look, what's the matter?" Yinu walked out of the office at this time. "Gong. Chairman." "He didn't make an appointment," the little girl said immediately. Ying Yu turned his head and took a look, then laughed. "Xiaolu, no need. He is free of appointments forever," Yin said. "Right. My boyfriend," Yin said with a smile. He took Shang Wen's arm and left. Is he the Prime Minister?" Xiaolu called, because Shang Wen's dress and the photo in the newspaper are too far apart. "Hey, who is that named Xiaolu?" Shang Wen asked while taking a walk. "Little Lu, a new goddess of mine." "Seriously, I'm pretty close to her," Yin said. "She's only 13 or 14 years old." Shang Wen said. "Yes, that's why I accepted her as a godsister." Her family came to Qin country the day before yesterday. When I applied for the job yesterday, I didn't know why. I always felt that it was quite destined. So I accepted as a sister. She very smart. "What's going on?" "You can see it." "So, I asked her to be my assistant secretary. Take care of some things," Yin said. "Oh," Shang Wen nodded. "Oh, by the way, what's your sister's name?" Shang Wen asked, because the two people are very similar. This Shang Wen left a deep impression. "Loser," Ying Yu said. Shang Wen was dumbfounded. She was. "That's it, Lu Hu. How would it appear here?" 2. What a surprise. "Why, fall in love with this little beauty?" Ying Yu asked with a weird smile. Chapter 585 Hide! Exclamation mark. "What? You don't like her anymore, do you?" Ying Yu asked after turning her tone of voice. "Ah, how could it be me? How could I? She is still a little girl," Shang Wen explained. Actually, Shang Wen was surprised by this Queen Lu. She is the 3 most influential female figures in China. "I'll let you remember first." Yin kicked Shang Wen's calf as he said. "Ah, it hurts," Shang Wen called. "Except me. No one can worry about it," Yin warned. My lord." Just when Shang Wen wanted to argue with Yin, a communicator arrived quickly on horseback. "My lord." "Princess, there's something urgent." The signal soldier dismounted and saluted. "I see," Shang Wen said. "Count you hiding?" Yin said. Shang Wen shrugged helplessly. "She has this temper." Shang Wen immediately returned to his office. "What's the matter?" Shang Wen asked Meng Yi. "Poisonous gas, chemical poisonous gas. Yan people use it to attack each other on the battlefield," Meng Yi said. "What?" Shang Wen asked back in surprise. Shang Wen couldn't even believe his ears. "Chemical poisonous gas." Yan Go even used chemical poisonous gas. There is no morality anymore. The Intelligence Department, various documents of the General Staff have confirmed it. The Celestial Army has also taken some photos, Meng Yi said. "Also, Wang Shang already knows. We temporarily sent people to control all the chemical departments and factories. In addition, the news just got. The poisonous gas used by Yan country is chlorine. Check through the cylinder code. We have 7,000 of these. The steel cylinder is not within our range." In other words, Meng Yi hesitated. The Yan people have at least 5,000 to 6,000 chemical poisonous gases, Meng Yi said helplessly. Actually, when the news came in the form of telegram, everyone can't believe it. Poison gas can also kill people, although I don't know what happened on the front line. But the facts prove one point: poison gas is a terrible weapon. All of a sudden, King Qin, Wang Jian, Wily Liao and other Qin leaders realized something terrifying. Qin state didn't even control these chemical poisonous gases. Therefore, King Qin immediately ordered strict control of chemical toxic substances, and everything must be registered. The military aspect. Let the Qin military's vision widen. The weapon still has gas. The scope of weapons is beginning to be redefined. Shang Wen didn't want to know all this. His mind is very confused. One of my own mistakes, especially the deficiencies in the control of hazardous chemicals, that led to today's tragedy. The specific number of casualties has not been reported, but rumors of the Qi army suffered heavy casualties. Damn it. They still have no morality to speak of. They use chemical poison. This, it's simply not a human thing. Shang Wen cursed angrily. The killing is crazy. Poisonous gas unexpectedly. Ugh. Shang Wen felt a little sad. I know that the development of the chemical industry will definitely produce this kind of chemical poison. But why is it not managed in time? Shang Wen blamed himself deeply in his heart, because of his own mistakes. Think of the innocent who died under the attack of chemical gas. Shang Wen felt that he had made a very big mistake. I know. Meng Yi wanted to comfort Shang Wen. I knew for a long time that there would be chemical poisonous gas, but Shang Wen calmed his excitement with his trembling hands. Something has happened. We have to control the situation, Meng Yi said. Yes, we should immediately control all Shang culture production. Don't let the poisonous air flow to other countries. Shang Wen suddenly reacted and said, don't get excited. We are already under control. Meng Yi held down the emotional Shang Wen. Thank you, Shang Wen said. Your Majesty wants us to handle this matter properly. My opinion is that we'd better conceal this matter, Meng Yi said. Shang Wen looked up at Meng Yi. Actually, the king also meant this, Meng Yi said. What? Conceal? Shang Wen didn't believe his ears. Yes, conceal. This incident has a very bad influence on Qin. It is likely to cause a series of violent reactions, Meng Yi said. In fact, it is true. If this weapon is announced, will bring huge negative effects, especially panic. Once learned that Qin state has such a terrorist weapon, in its own safety considerations, it is very possible for the 6 countries to unite to attack Qin. Fight. Qin is not afraid. What is afraid is that Qin is moral. In particular, huge obstacles have been formed in the great cause of unification. We can't hide it. Absolutely can't hide it. Shang Wen refused. At present, only the Qin family can produce chemical poisonous gas. Moreover, the more we conceal it, the more proof we have a problem, Shang Wen said. We can't hide it. We should be honest. Tell the people about this, Shang Wen said. Meng Yi was very surprised. This, impossible. This consequence will be very unfavorable to Qin state. Meng Yi objected. We have to tell the people. You know, this is different. This is poisonous gas, and Qin state has an absolute responsibility. Think about it. Qin state can build airplanes and trains. Why can't it make poisonous gas? At this time, you can't hide it. To conceal is to avoid responsibility, Shang Wen said. We want to be unified. It is not the land that is unified. It is Huaxia. The entire Huaxia people. At this time, we conceal it to escape responsibility. What prestige does an irresponsible country have to unify the Huaxia people? Shang Wen said. Meng Yi was a little shaken. If published, OMG, Qin Go didn't know what kind of censure he would face. We might as well ask the king, Meng Yi suggested. Shang Wen thinks it should be so. After all, this matter is big. The gas war has already taken place. The most important thing now is to properly get out of what happened and the impact after the war. However, Shang Wen was a little disappointed by the results of the meeting. The military thinks wait and see again. King Qin believed that it should be concealed. And Shang Wen thinks Qin should be brave enough to take responsibility. Although it was disadvantageous to Qin for a while. But Qin's responsible image will be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Face the gas war. Qin's high-level divisions are very different. Although this weapon is very powerful, almost many of Qin's weapons have lost their meaning. But this kind of indiscriminate killing has big moral problems. Yango used poison gas. Qin state only produced poisonous gas. There is no need for Qin state to bear this kind of responsibility. The military's attitude is not clear. They knew that they finally realized how powerful the poison gas was. But the specific political impact. The military does not want to involve too much. And Shang Wen thinks Kin should take the initiative. This divergent status exists. Let the issue sit aside for a while. This time, the people of Kin State did not know that poison gas had been used in war, and Chi has already spread the gas war. Chi State is already on the poison gas, especially the colored smoke is very alarming. Chapter 586 Side Effects of Slaves. Shang Wen's ideas were not recognized. The matter was pressed down, but other things need to be dealt with. Korea's related economic bill passed. These bills will agree to Kin State's capital outflow related matters, mainly stipulates some light industry labor-intensive factories. In addition to these, some related treaties have been passed, such as airfields were built in the border areas of South Korea, Y&Chi, and the highway was also covered by a railway from Xinzing to Kin's naval base. Parallel there are a large number of highways. Highway. Kin will build a railway from Liuoyang to Nanyang to the Yangtze River. Highway. There are also financial cooperation treaties. Kingo will open more bank operations in South Korea. The stock trading point also set up a branch in Xinzing. A futures exchange was also established. These are all to help the development of South Korea's financial industry. To be honest, Kin will greatly speed up financial control of South Korea. On the currency issue, South Korea does not seem to have enough knowledge. Kin's half and twa-coin banknotes have replaced South Korea's local currency in some major cities. The right to currency has been accepted by the people by default. The Queen herself seemed to like Xianyang of Kin State very much, because here is a collection of things that are not available in the 6 countries. Fine porcelain, floor toasting mirror. There are also various fashion clothes. Kin's clothing conferences are being held more and more. More and more manufacturers of high-end clothes. Press conferences are already commonplace. Xianyang Fashion Conference is a fashion co-organized by several large companies. They represent this country's fashion. It also represents the fashion trend of the 6 countries. Perfume and cosmetics are also the main products of the fashion industry. Facial mask, facial cleanser, hand cream, and the extremely luxurious milk bath allowed the nobles of various countries to purchase in Kin. The Queen is also a woman. Except for negotiation, dealing with things is to make crazy purchases at these large fashion conferences. The same is true for cosmetics exhibitions. What is good for the skin, the Queen will buy it. The Queen has bought more things than you knew. Even some intimate female clothing, such as underwear and special pajamas. These things, although the Queen cannot buy directly, but it can be ordered to go. Silk and lace sling design stockings are the Queen's favorite. As for the development of women-related items, a lot, for example, items needed for physiology. It's already very popular. Women's needs. This is a project developed by Kin State specifically for special groups. It is also a major improvement in Kingyo's sales. Besides, and toilet paper. This is a big improvement. People no longer need to use newspapers when going to the toilet. Before the newspaper, the blades of grass or the roots of grass were used. The appearance of these small daily necessities was developed by Kin based on the consumption situation of local people, such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, are daily necessities made by mixing salt and special paste. Soap, shower gel. I am proud of the appearance of porcelain and the appearance of a large number of boiler equipment. Various households in the state of Kin began to use household bathing equipment. It has become a habit of Kin State to take a bath every day. This also stimulates the segmentation of these bath products. With the increase of products, especially the branding of ordinary items, the people of the Kin country also have more choices in products. This prompted the emergence of large supermarket chains in Kin. The emergence of supermarkets was unacceptable to the public at the beginning, but gradually people have gotten used to it. Especially the promotional activities of large supermarkets increase people's desire to purchase. In food, pastries have become popular, especially sweets. has become the main item for people to entertain, especially at a festive wedding. The wedding candy appeared at the wedding. For meat, kin people have become accustomed to the daily life of eating beef and drinking milk. The weight of the new generation in kin is generally higher than that of children in the 6 countries, especially teenagers. Physical fitness is much higher than that of the 6 countries. But there is also a downside. The number of obese people in kin is increasing. This is proof of improvement in life. In medicine, chemical agents and Chinese medicine agents appeared. Injection devices and infusion devices appeared. Kin state can process finer metal products. The emergence of a special infusion tube. It is possible to input glucose and saline. However, a medical invention by kin state has been questioned. That is blood transfusion. Kingo had a case of blood transfusion in the north. However, subsequent medical attempts failed in large numbers. It is for this reason blood transfusions began to be questioned. Medicine has noticed the problem of blood type, but it takes time to research and solve this problem. Gelatin, especially the emergence of biological gelatin, allow medicine to produce a large number of chemical medicines or granular medicines of traditional Chinese medicine. The north occupied by kin state. In particular, a series of new Chinese herbal medicines such as licorice have been discovered in the grassland. These herbs are important medicines for cold granules. Especially add a certain amount of sugar. Let the taste become much more delicious. These are the prerequisites for kin's medical and health improvement. The popularity of cold medicines, the natural morbidity and death of kin state has been reduced a lot. These alone are not enough. Related supporting facilities appeared in kin's medical development. The appearance of the hospital made kin state medicine more professional. What is worth mentioning here is the ethics of doctors. The moral standard of doctors is probably the highest. They do not consider time, rest and money gains to treat patients. In this era of economic development, the moral standards of doctors are too high. Most of the medicines are made by doctors themselves. The cost is effectively controlled in the low price area. Pharmaceutical companies also only produce some popular drugs, such as alcohol, saline, and iodine, common cold granules, glucose liquid. However, medical issues are highly technical, especially the prescription cannot be announced. This makes medical research a certain obstacle. A prescription is a huge profit. Except for medicine, it is kin's agriculture. Agriculture has entered the sowing season, but there was a major disagreement over whether to use slaves or machinery. Mechanical equipment. Kin state's carriage manufacturer developed a crawler tractor. Use a diesel engine, powerful. It is also equipped with mechanical equipment. Farmers are still quite satisfied with this kind of mechanical vehicle. Some people tried to buy, but some farmers are unwilling to do this. First of all, mechanical reliability. Many cars crashed during the mechanical car race. Secondly, his speed, especially the depth of sowing, worry the farmer. Their land is very concentrated, and there are agricultural loans. Speak conservatively. They still choose slaves. At last, on the other hand, there are a large number of slaves in kin. Except for kin state for major projects. With statistics, there are still about 1 million slaves among the people. The number of these slaves is still huge. It is also the existence of these slaves. Let kin state's automobile industry cause certain obstacles. Chapter 587. The first plane shot down. Time slowly entered March. Queen shopping does not mean to go back. Kin is busy in spring plowing. Xianyang City talked about free love and simplified weddings. There is a lot of heated discussion on this matter among the people, although some young people boldly try. But basically they were opposed by the families of both sides. The society does not recognize it either. But Yina greatly encouraged them. Yinya's approach allows free love and wedding simplification to a certain extent. The two sides are temporarily deadlocked. The deadlock needs to be changed. Change requires the intervention of new forces. This power is the newspaper media, journalists, especially a large newspaper controlled by Yinu, and 3 famous newspapers began to intervene. They waved the flag and shouted according to their boss' will. Public opinion in the newspapers began to appear oriented. For a time, the media began to interfere with domestic public opinion. The domestic situation is stable. The air battle with the East formed a strong contrast. Qin's plane did not reach Qin by means of transit. Instead, it uses the ox cart transportation method. The reason is that the traffic situation in Qi is really bad, plus the landing of the plane is a technical activity. Many pilots were killed during the landing phase. In order to avoid such a situation from happening, the Qin Heavenly Army had to adopt this method. A large number of military weapons also arrived at the same time. The revolver machine gun was replaced with a new water-cooled machine gun because of its cumbersomeness. Aviation bombs have also been aggravated. 5 stone aerial bombs will be used for the first time. The second day of March, the weather is unusually clear, cloudless. It's a good time for a spring outing, but it is also a good place for air combat. About 50 hot air balloons in Qi were dispatched at once. There is no hot air balloon to carry 2 people. Space is a priority. They not only have to load fuel, there are also 3 wooden cannons reproduced, and a few stones of stones. Most of these Qi State Air Force pilots only flew for about 3 days. Qi Go exerted his enormous productivity. Almost overnight, Qi State made more than 200 hot air balloons. But his number of pilots is very small. Especially experienced pilots are very few. Qin's Celestial Army has a special flying school, and there is a special management agency to calculate the flight time of pilots. But Qi does not have these. Most of the pilots of the Qi State Air Force come voluntarily or for a few acres of land. Qi Jun promised that you only need to enter the Qi Air Force. Just give you a few acres of land. This is almost a great temptation. The Qi Army, which is mainly peasants, naturally has some people. The Qi Air Force dispatched 50 hot air balloons at once. Under the stroke of 2 huge wooden blades, they slowly attacked the Yan Army's position. They want to bomb the Yanjun positions. 50 hot air balloons are scattered widely. One is the level of training. The second is that their hot air balloon control effect is not very good. The bombing effect of 50 hot air balloons is not very good. Yanjun evaded one after another. The slow-moving hot air balloon has enough time for them to avoid. But it attracted Qin Jun's plane. The 2 Qin Army single-engine aircraft that had just arrived were ordered to patrol and inspect their aircraft. When reaching the edge of the Yanjun position, suddenly spotted a dense hot air balloon in the sky. The combat aircraft that entered the battle for the first time were eager to fight, pounced immediately. The aircraft was not equipped with any weapons at this time, especially the types of aircraft currently in service in Qin. Air-cooled machine guns did not come out. The water-cooled machine gun is a bit heavy. The aircraft currently in use is mainly used for battlefield reconnaissance, plus the power problem of the engine. Therefore, the aircraft cannot carry heavier weapons. The only weapon is the pilot's gun. The pilot of the lead plane made a gesture. Signal it to keep up. The pilot's face was very dark because of exhaust gas from the engine. 2 planes passed the hot air balloon group in tandem. Attack from the rear. The pilot also knows this is a light reconnaissance aircraft. Offensive weapon. Only the revolver in his hand. So the pilot launched an attack from the hot air balloon. Shoot a hot air balloon with a pistol. The Qi pilots also found each other. He immediately attacked with a wooden cannon in his hand. Attempt to knock down the opponent. But the speed between the 2 is incomparable. Cannonballs shot into the sky. The aircraft attacked the opponent with a lower attitude. The first is the range of the pistol. The second is accuracy. Qin's aircraft pilots have undergone rigorous training. They are also very bold. Often try to do all kinds of dangerous moves. They think that airplanes are the incarnations of birds. There should be the flexibility of the bird. The superb flying technique makes them almost close to each other's airbag. The pilot then fired. Damn it! Pilot Qin yelled. The bullet pierced the opponent's airbag. But the other party is a hot air balloon. not Kin's hydrogen airship. This difference gives the Chi State Air Force hot air balloon great survivability. The pilot continued to gesture, signaled to attack again. This time the pilot will lower the altitude and shoot head up with the opponent. Obviously, the pilot was bold enough to ignore the presence of the opponent's wooden guns and muskets. The tragedy happened. The two aircraft attacked again. They will pass directly through the opposing team. This is bold. The pilot fired again. The bullet missed. The pistol has only 6 rounds. The two only had 12 shots. The bullets went out very quickly. But Chi Air Force is not over yet. They also have wooden cannons and muskets. Damn it. They still have muskets, another pilot called out loudly. Because of the difference in flight time, the one in front escaped the bullet cannonball attack. But the next one was not lucky, or bad luck. Bang! A solid bullet directly hit the tail wing of the plane. The rudder was knocked out by 2/3. The plane quickly lost control. Buzzing, the plane headed down. The pilot was too late to parachute, just hit the ground directly. Oh, damn. The pilot looked anxiously at the wreckage of the plane on the ground. Kin's aircraft squadron was unfavorable. I was beaten by the opponent the first time. This day, the Chi State Air Force will be a proud day. The Kin Kingdom's Heavenly Army felt very dull on his face. They were the first to be shot down in the air battle. There are many of Kin's Heavenly Army, but this first. I am afraid that no one wants to get Kin and Jun. Chi Jun felt very proud of shooting down something like a bird. Chi Jun on the ground cheered loudly. They won the first round. If the plane was shot down, it is very possible to analyze it carefully. The overall load capacity of the aircraft is still very small. This directly caused Kin's aircraft to be unable to load suitable weapons. Kin State only had a preliminary weapon platform, but there is no good weapon coordination. Furthermore, the pilot is too bold. He even directly ignored the threat of the opponent's weapon. This may be the bitter fruit of Kin Jun's arrogance. The Sky Army has bombing airships. Afterwards, the aircraft felt that it could move independently from the ground forces. The fact is, their Shangwin wings are still very generous. Chapter 588 Air Massacre. You bastard. The Great Kin Celestial Army is the pride of the king. We were shot down by the opponent in the first battle. The Celestial Army Lieutenant Colonel excitedly grabbed the pilot's collar and called out loudly. The fact is, Kin Jun's plane fell into a pile of rotten wood on the ground, and Kin Jun also lost a pilot who had flown for 100 hours. The most troublesome thing was that Kin Jun failed for the first time. Submit this report. This flying team may be disbanded. Get out. Thought of this. The lieutenant colonel felt a headache. He decided to take the necessary actions tomorrow to find face for Kin Jun. The pilot bowed his head and left. This time it failed. The pilots of Kin Jun's Celestial Army were very angry. Everyone wants to find their place. Although the lieutenant colonel has a headache, but it was karma. There is a certain inevitability of Kin Jun's failure. The first is this type of aircraft in service. It is not suitable for combat at all. The Kin Army must have a special combat model aircraft. Compared to the immaturity of airplanes, the airship is very mature. But how to fight become a problem. The lieutenant colonel is very clear. Kin Jun's airship is hydrogen, flammable and explosive gas. Kin Jun currently uses a semi-rigid airship. The defense force is not very strong, but the load capacity is larger. If the airship is purely transported, 60 soldiers can be transported at once. There is a lot of room to equip weapons. Another point, it is the quality of Kin Jun's pilots. These pilots all fly for more than 100 hours, especially the airship unit. It's basically about 300 hours, especially some squadron captains. Their flying hours are around 500. The Kin Army is an elite force. On the contrary, the Chi Army's air force is very large. It has reached 200 hot air balloons. But its pilot qualities, especially the average flying hours, is less than 20 hours. Some even have no experience in launching. This is the gap. The other point is, Chi Jun's hot air balloon was very scattered. This is the reason for the poor flight experience. After the lieutenant colonel analyzed it, smiled slightly, a premeditated air massacre was staged. The next day, It's clear. The soldiers of the Yan and Qi armies looked up to the sky to watch the battle in the sky. The art of war of mankind has finally developed into the sky. The sky is no longer dominated by birds. The results of the Qi army air forces shooting down an aircraft of the Qin heavenly army inspired them. This time, they dispatched 55 hot air balloons to bomb the Yan army. Just as the Qi State Air Force's hot air balloon slowly lifted off the airship of Qin's heavenly army, the plane appeared. Qin Jun was dispatched this time. 12 airships and 10 planes took off for combat. Originally, the Qin army could take off 11, but the plane failed to take off due to a mechanical failure. A squadron of 12, 1 lost. 1 failure. Fight across. The airship had already been launched into combat at dawn. The airship remained on standby at a height of 3,000 steps. This height cannot be reached by the Qi army. The airship can be easily reached. Qin Jun first occupied a high degree of advantage. After Qin Jun discovered Qi Jun's movements, he quickly stood by over the hot air balloon. At this time, the aircraft quickly lifted into the air for combat. All they have to do is to constantly release the flares. Qin Jun's plan is clear. It is to take advantage of the flexibility of aircraft's status, and a certain high-level advantage of Shangwen. The plane can barely reach 2,000 steps in the air, but it is not needed now. The combat altitude is about 800 to 1,000 steps. Qin's aircraft maintain a high position of around 11,112. Then use speed. Flexibility advantage. Constantly release the flares. The flares have undergone a certain modification. The flare was temporarily fitted with a parachute to increase the amount of time left in the air. Flares can be used to illuminate or burn. Magnesium metal can easily ignite Qi Jun's hot air balloon. The plane continued to circle into a big circle over the Qi army. Then drop the flares. Some hot air balloons that were trying to fly away were too late to be ignited. The fire quickly engulfed everyone. Some Qi Jun pilots jumped out of the pod after seeing the airbag ignited. In this way, it forced the Qi Jun hot air balloon to continue to shrink. The situation of large dispersion began to increase in density by the flares dropped by the aircraft. 10 planes forced Qi Jun's hot air balloon in like shepherd dogs. The airship began to kill at this time. Qi Jun is not a sheep either. They continued to shell out with wooden cannons. But the plane is above, and it's fast. Subject to the firing angle of elevation, it was impossible to knock down the Qin army plane. After the loss of an aircraft, the Qin heavenly army had obviously learned a lot. It's time for us to play, an airship captain said. Signal. Drop the bomb. The team leader ordered. A mechanic waved a flag to signal. The 4 airships quickly lowered their altitude. The bomb was quickly dropped at a height of 1,500. What Qin Jun used was a 5-stone bomb. 1 airship carries 4. It's not that Qin Jun can't pretend, but there are not so many bombs. Who the bomb roared down. A bomb passes directly through the hot air balloon airbag. Then an explosion occurred. 16 bombs. Only 3 hits exploded. The huge explosion swallowed the hot air balloon in an instant. The blast of air also caused the hot air balloons that were getting closer and closer to suffer. More and more hot air balloons are being ignited. The sky is full of ashes of blended fabrics. The burned Qi army pilots screamed and fell. Their kerosene was also ignited. The reason is that they use wooden barrels. Second explosion, and be ignited. Let Qi Jun lose a lot. Some of Qin Jun's pilots even took pictures at this time. It's magnificent, said a sergeant of Qin Jun. But Qi Jun kept people falling to the ground. They did not take the initiative to jump off. It was falling to the ground with howling fire all over. That kind of scream made Qi Jun panic when he saw it. Only then did Qi Jun understand. They are going to be handled centrally. Feeling bad, Qi Jun began to flee frantically. The second team of airships began to release a large number of flares. Did not adapt to the parachute this time. But the pressing hot air balloon began to flee, or just lower the height. The airship is still reluctant. The airship equipped with 2 machine guns began to lower its altitude. Use machine guns to shoot hot air balloons that are trying to escape. That's it. The battle is coming to an end. Hot air balloons are rarely seen in the sky, and Kim Jun's loss was almost zero. An airplane parked in the air make an emergency landing behind the Yanjun position. However, he broke his arm while landing. More than 50 hot air balloons in the Qi army were knocked out and 42 of them were destroyed. 3 others landed too fast and 2 of them fell to death. 1 person was seriously injured. This battle allowed Qi Jun to see a huge technological difference with Qin Jun. There is no height. Qi Jun, who had the advantage of speed, was defeated. But Qi Jun has a quantitative advantage. Their ability to produce hot air balloons is increasing. Quantitative advantage has become the only choice for Qi Jun. But the Qi Jun craftsmen put forward their suggestions for improvement. That is to learn the advanced technology of Qin Jun. Chapter 589 Free Love and Marriage Draft. After the air battle is over, the 2 armies temporarily stopped the aerial duel. After all, the Qin Heavenly Army is a veteran air force. However, the Qi State Air Force alone can no longer fight the Qin Army's huge technological advantage by relying on hot air balloons. Simultaneously, a cold wave from the north to the south and the warm and humid air currents from the north converge to form rainfall. Let the air combat stop temporarily. However, the report of the Celestial Army will be forwarded to the General Staff for approval. After all, the news is too big. It was Qin Army's plane that was shot down in the air battle of Qin State. And it is the first Shangwen aircraft shot down in the world. And at home, Shangwen published a draft of free love. If this draft is passed, it will change the traditional marriage customs and other aspects that are not conducive to social development. This draft is related to the specific lives of the people of Qin. The social impact is huge. Many scheduled wedding ceremonies have been postponed due to free love and simplified wedding ceremonies in order to appease the hearts of the people. At the same time, the people's right to participate in legislation is increased. Shangwen asked the people to extract their opinions on this draft. King Qin thought about status the same way. After all, the folks oppose too much. Even if this bill is enforced forcibly, it will have a great reactionary force. The draft content covers many aspects. In particular, some customs related to property will be completely abolished unconditionally. Such as the man's bride price. The wife's dowry will no longer be allowed. The property registration will be replaced. The property of both spouses is divided directly in accordance with the principle of independence. This mainly caters to Qin's idea of women's independence. It is also the meaning of Shangwen. This is to prevent the husband and wife from causing discord because of their property, and because of property problems. The weaker woman loses her family independence. Shangwen's starting point is good, but the idea is a bit overwhelming. In fact, there are a large number of housewives in Qin. These housewives already exist. In fact, property registration is no longer possible. It is very difficult to implement. The difficulty of this implementation, not without consideration. It is unable to come up with suitable guidelines, because it is a draft. So the ones that were not considered directly were announced. On the issue of love and marriage, first of all, Qin State officially stipulated the age at which both spouses should marry. This age refers to the human body research report given by medicine. The age is set so that both men and women can get married at the age of 18. A large number of judicial amendments accompanied it. In accordance with the provisions of the draft, Yin is not yet the age of marriage. At least wait a year or a few months. It is still unclear what day Yin's birthday is. The second is free love. Parents of both men and women can't interfere with each other through other means. This includes property pressure and so on. But Meng Yi added one strangely, the principle of independent existence. That is, both men and women must be financially independent after the age of 18. This independent standard is taxation. This is actually adding a precondition for love. You must be financially independent. There is a certain material basis. Such conditions are forcing both men and women to enter social work. In fact, This is no longer a condition. In Qin state, it has become common for men and women to enter social work from the age of 14 to 16. Just like Les Pheasant who just came here, the age is only about 14 years old. If you put it now, this also belongs to the category of child labor. But in Qin state is already working age. It's not just work. Another point is Qin's education system. The educational system of Qin's education system is very chaotic, especially the social education system. In other words, you can study anytime as long as you pay the tuition. But graduation is academic achievement. There is no result than the inability to graduate. It is also the existence of this education system, especially the continuation of social continuing education. Let many young people choose to work, then make money to pay tuition, then work while learning. The advantage of this method is that what you learn and the work you do are basically the same. Most young people choose majors related to the industry. Once the learning results, promotion, or there is a lot of room for entrepreneurship. Qin state gives young people free space at the same time. It also enlarges everyone's social potential infinitely. You can say so. Without these basic guarantees, especially the existence of socialized production methods, so Qin's free love and marriage is nonsense. This is a social need. It is also a social trend. The last point. Just after entering the marriage of both parties will be recognized by the Qin government, rather than the recognition of a family. Downplay family consciousness. Enhancing the public's awareness of strangers is also a social need. And this foundation, it is the credibility foundation for the strengthening of Qin's legal system. These are not enough for the draft to cover Shangwen content. The content also makes clear provisions for some specific practices. For example, gifts for both parties. Changed to a specific gift with a value of no more than 10.5 tals. The gift money was cancelled. If found, the penalty will be 100 times the reward. In addition to the gift money, there is also a meal. The dining requirements of the wedding were uniformly changed to buffet style. The specifications have also made great restrictions. It can't cost 50 gold. If it exceeds, the same will be dealt with in an 100-fold fine. But for the ceremony, the bill did not interfere too much, because there is no way to intervene. But the principle is not to be too luxurious. Violator. Huge penalty. In this way, the draft can control Qin's extravagance. Let society re-enter healthy development. If we say that this is over, not enough to cause a huge response. Because of propaganda through the media. These things have been finalized by the people. The problem arises in the division of property. In particular, the issue of concubines is linked to Qin's many interests. The population of Qin is growing very fast. There are many new generations. There are a large number of mixed races in this generation. The reason comes from the spoils. See, women have some characteristics of the Western regions, especially the tall figure. Let the increasingly wealthy people of Qin take the possession of tall Western women as a symbol of wealth. Most of their existence are prisoners of war. So the status itself is not equal. Many people enter the house as a concubine, mainly used to reproduce offspring. Most of them played the role of domestic servants. Does not participate in social production. Asking directions is that the draft requires concubines and their children to enjoy the same rights as their wives and children. This includes inheritance rights and the same social status rights. Shangwen originally wanted to abolish concubines, but this is inconsistent with Qin's population policy. Shangwen made a compromise, but this section of the bill still had a huge impact. This is almost an explosive one. The status and rights of wives and concubines will be equal, and they will also enjoy the same inheritance rights. People were dumbfounded. They can't imagine what this will happen. Those mixed-race children didn't have national consciousness in the first place. But the foreign war allowed Qin to see the excitement of the outside world, especially some differences in physical and physical. These differences gave birth to racial discrimination. Marriage is not responsible, but it is complicated when it comes to property. But Shangwen accidentally touched on another issue. Race. Shangwen is in big trouble. Chapter 590. Danger. Poison gas. Shangwen's draft aroused discussion among the Qin people for wives and concubines, equality issues and potential ethnic issues. Let people discuss positively. This situation is more common, such as only families with concubines have women from ethnic minorities. Their status is restricted by their economic status. If equal, they are really unimaginable. If it is like this, it is possible for ethnic minority women to work in society. It also leads to the possibility of their escape. Various specific views. Let them reject this one. Not only the folks, there is also the royal family. King Qin believed that this article was suspicious of the royal family. Therefore, I advocated abolishing this article because of the bad influence. King Qin had several concubines and many other women. Don't look at the marriage problem as a big deal. But the scope involved is very large, especially after marriage with property. This led to a generation of familial marriages in Qin. In a capitalist Qin state developed on the basis of feudalism, this is normal. But family marriages can easily cause some problems, such as the circulation of talents and technical applications. There is monopoly. There are already signs of this. And there are many forms of monopoly. For example, textiles and garments are in the form of joints. Other daily necessities are the way of family marriage. Although the monopoly of family marriage is still advantageous at this time, funds can be used intensively. But it is not conducive to the development of Qin state. Qin state was a transition from an agricultural feudal country. Although the economic unit of the feudal family was suitable for the development needs of the Qin state, but it is very at odds with Qin's current free business competition environment. In order to adapt to the development of small and medium-sized enterprises in Qin, especially the channel connecting technology and capital, it is impossible for a family to use marriage. How many children are married in a family? At this time, an unfamiliar trust foundation established by an unfamiliar environment is needed. Shangwen breaks the traditional marriage and establishes a new free love marriage, which is the foundation of trust established in this strange environment. If the bill passes 55% of the terms, basically it can break this tradition. In short, the reform of Shangwen has begun to wipe out some unreasonable places of Shangwen in the feudal system of Qin. This draft is just the beginning. The state of Qin will continue to develop. These unreasonable places must be cleaned up vigorously. The newspaper also analyzed the matter. Judge the positive side of the draft. The reporter thinks this is very suitable for Qin's technology and economy. In particular, the technology of the Association for Science and Technology and small and medium-sized free investors represented by Qingge Education provide a favorable environment. Special hand family marriages will be effectively cancelled. This is an improvement in respect for humanity. Just when the Qin government collected and sorted out the revision opinions, the reporter stabbed a report of chemical poisonous gas. The cause of the incident came from the colored gas panic in Qi. After Yan State released the poisonous gas, there were 2 consecutive small-scale releases of the poisonous gas, caused more than 200 deaths. Many people are blind, although the results are not great. But it caused Qi to spread the poisonous gas wildly. For a time, Qi-go was in serious panic. The news reached Qin-go's reporter through the South Korean businessman. The reporter thinks this is important news, so Makeup enters Qi State's secret interview, and took photos of the field with a small camera. Subsequently, the news reached Qin State Xianyang via telegram. The photos were also published in newspapers as quickly as possible. Danger. Poison gas. Such an article revealing the danger of poisonous gas came out. Immediately draw people's attention to the gas problem. The reporter is very professional, judging by the state of death, the color of the gas, and the residue. Yan Jun uses poison gas. By understanding, Qin state is in chemistry. In particular, a large amount of chlorine is used for synthetic insulated wires in water plants. The chlorine is likely to come from Qin's chemical plant. The article also details the death toll after the gas attack. and will report some photos one after another. The report was severely criticized at the end. The reporter pointed out the government's ineffective supervision of such weapons, especially the supervision of hazardous chemicals. The Qin government ignored the dangers of poisonous gas and caused the poisonous gas to flow to the 6 countries. What if the 6 nations use poisonous gas against Qin? Toxic gas is an indiscriminate attack, especially the human body cannot stop breathing. Moreover, Qin's current medical aspect does not seem to have dealt with such a cruel weapon. What is the morality of Qin state? The newspaper report quickly caused fear among the people of Qin. Especially major newspapers have reprinted this article one after another. Intensified the spread of this fear. I heard chemical poison can kill people and dead people. That's a miserable one. An employee commented. Yes, tap water carries that kind of gas. Do you think the water can still be drunk? A worker said. Fear evolved into a gathering of people, especially people gathered around Shang Wen's office, asked Prime Minister Qin to give an explanation, and some medical scientists and chemists began to accept interviews with reporters. Explain the harm of poisonous gas, intensified people's fears. Shang Wen knew that things could no longer be concealed. So he went to the palace and asked King Qin to make the matter public. But King Qin still did not allow this to be announced, and tried to send someone to check the newspaper. Shang Wen discouraged on the spot. But invalid. The actions of King Qin made the reporters feel that there was a big problem. Then, a big revelation came out. According to investigations, more than 1,000 steel gas cylinders for tanking and transportation of chlorine production in my country have disappeared. The liquid chlorine gas weighs about 15,000 chi. These poisonous gas can kill more than 20,000 people. The people gathered spontaneously, especially after the newspaper's investigation. It aroused the anger of the reporters. The generals are the generals of the Prime Minister's house and the general staff. Guo Mansion asked for an explanation, but the spokesperson of the Prime Minister's office was vague. No answer to this matter on the grounds of unknown or unclear. Excuse me, was Qin and Yan cooperating to release this poisonous gas? The reporter asked. This, Qin state. Qin state only cooperates with part of Yan state's military. This. The spokesperson did not finish. So does military cooperation include poison gas? The reporter asked. This. The spokesperson didn't know how to answer. Have the Prime Minister considered the mass destruction of poison gas, especially the indiscriminate killing? Another reporter asked. This. I can't explain. We need further investigation. That's the end of today's speech. The spokesperson quickly left after speaking, but the performance of the spokesperson convinced reporters. The matter was carried out in secret, especially in terms of military cooperation. The Qin military developed this very lethal weapon. People began to doubt Shang Wen's trust. Chapter 591 Protest Demonstration. The Prime Minister's answer was vague, and the answers from the General Staff and the Lieutenant's mansion can be said to be amazing. We didn't even realize that this gas is a weapon of mass indiscriminate destruction. Therefore, we cannot provide a reference for weapons, said a major spokesperson for the staff. That is to say, the staff did not know the existence of this weapon from the beginning. Can we understand that? A reporter asked rhetorically. It is understandable. The major said easily. Our staff knows nothing about weapons research. It's amazing. An article wrote in acrimonious language. As we all know, the development of Qin state is very rapid, especially in weapon development. We can't imagine that we can use muskets when we use halberds in combat. When we use muskets, the appearance of machine guns makes us unimaginable. So, sometimes the consciousness of the government cannot adapt to the new technology in a short time. For example, the tungsten filament lamp filled with nitrogen can replace the carbon filament lamp. A civil official of the Guo Mansion issued an official explanation. Obviously, both military departments have the fault of shirking responsibility and not having technical prediction. Even more ridiculous are the civil servants of the Guo Mansion. It directly connects the change of new technology with the issue of human consciousness. Shirking responsibility. negligence, sophistry. The reporter used these words to express the anger of the people. Kin state does not allow weapons of mass destruction to exist in the hands of the Six Nations. This is a threat to kin state, especially in the period of rising civil rights. Newspaper reports aggravated the spread of this sentiment. Although this idea is very extreme, and it has the influence of Kin's native thinking, but now it is time to use it to curb the spread of chemical poisonous gas. The role played by Kin's newspapers can be said to be a catalyst for Kin's social events. The influence of special newspapers. Kin people read newspapers. This speeds up the spread of information all at once. The secret is not to become blocked news because of distance. It is a real-time report, such as, the Kin State newspaper reported several incidents of unknown Kin State officials' income. Although there were a few storms, but it suppressed the official style of Kin State. The officials became humble. The prestige of officials was replaced. Instead, serve the public like a supermarket chain, because the newspapers hyped up. Everyone pays taxes in Kin. So now that the people have paid, you should know what Kin officials did. It is this kind of enhancement of public self-awareness that allows newspapers, and increasing influence. Shang Wen is a person who lives in the future. Of course I know the kind of sharp reports in the media. You have no secrets. Sometimes you have to tell the truth in the face of secrets. Even if there are 3 points of falsehood, you must be sincere. And on the issue of attitude, due to the relationship between Kin, the government departments suddenly entered a passive situation. Some people in Xianyang voluntarily organized protest marches. Lack of responsibility, inefficient work, low efficiency, a waste of taxpayers' money. A series of slogans. The slogan yelled out. A chemistry alliance formed by chemistry professors and students from major universities in Kin asked the government to strengthen management. Although the state of Kin has taken certain measures, but that is temporary, doesn't have the ability of long-term supervision. The protest of the people. For a time, Kin State Xianyang was very nervous. King Kin ordered the Marine Corps to be on emergency alert. But head-on conflict is not allowed. But the people asked the Prime Minister to give a reasonable explanation. Explain, explain, explain. The people shouted loudly. "I'll just say it. If this matter is resolved sooner, it would be fine," Shang Wen said. Meng Yi couldn't answer, because King Qin adopted a concealed attitude. If we took action at that time, I am afraid we would not be so passive, Shang Wen said. The public's worry is very necessary. Qin Ge didn't even know that the poison gas was produced by himself. It wasn't until Yan State used the chemical poison that Qin State suddenly realized, knowing that he had produced such a terrible weapon in his hands. What's more ridiculous is, the professional department knows nothing. Chemical poisonous gas has leaked. People felt that Qin was threatened. King Qin still did not agree to make the matter public. But things have become uncontrollable. News of Qin's Space Army plane was revealed by Qin's reporter. The news released by the reporter turned out to be 1 day earlier than the news received by the military. All of a sudden, let the military and government functional departments all enter a passive situation. The army is incompetent. The Heavenly Army lost an airplane. The newspaper then turned the people's attention to the military. People began to be irresponsible and incompetent to the government, and low efficiency showed great dissatisfaction. Qin State is a country of martial arts. Everyone has a strong patriotism. People are not satisfied with Qin's failure in the foreign war. Qin's several foreign wars all ended in victory in the war. There are very few emotions of failure. And now, inadequate government supervision lead to the loss of chemical poisonous gas. The people of Qin State believe that chemical gas should be used exclusively by Qin in order to intimidate other countries. Shows Qin's military strength. The Heavenly Army is the pride of Qin. There can be no failure. But now he was shot down by an airplane. This made Qin people feel ashamed. We don't need to lose. We want to win. The people chanted slogans. Ask the government to send troops to save face. At the same time, Qin state ordered Yan state to surrender the remaining poisonous gas. We need an explanation. The people shouted. The government made mistakes and failures in the military. Let the people panic. People asked the government to explain. Qin state paid too much attention to its own economic development. The technological advantages brought about by the rapid economic development are too little recognized by the military's senior management, especially some major military innovations. Qin did not make a strong response. Actually, the state of Qin drastically cut military expenditures, then used the remaining funds for domestic construction, and the results are very fruitful. However, there is some imbalance between the two due to excessive suppression. The protest march of the people gradually became clearer, that is, the government cannot ignore the transformation of military power too much. At the same time, the military must recognize the importance of new technologies. These calls did not satisfy Qin's influence in the 6 eastern countries. It is the spontaneous patriotism of the people. Qin is already the richest country. His economic aggregate has quickly surpassed the economic weight of the 6 Kanto countries, and his products frequently shuttle through the major markets in the 6 countries. Not only that, Qin state has initially become the center of finance, fashion, technology, economy, and because of foreign warfare, especially for the needs of ethnic minorities to fight, leading to a sharp decline in the influence of the 6 countries, especially in terms of prestige. The incident of Prime Minister Qin's insult still has not been properly resolved. Patriotic, become a good reason to influence and control the 6 countries, although there is pacifism in the country. But they are more concerned about the sales of goods. Today, Qin is in a watershed period, especially the upgrade of huge production capacity. The steam engine was replaced, switched to using electricity as a power source. The era of electrification begins. Make Qin people dissatisfied with the status of unmatched strength. Parade to protest. It is a sign of expansion to the 6 countries. Chapter 592. The plan can't keep up with the changes in the face of the people's attention focused on the Qin government. Shang Wen can only divert people's attention as much as possible through negotiation. Get the initiative in the media. Shang Wen's first chapter card is the personal property declaration form. This time is already March. It is only more than a month before the Qin state collects taxes in May. In order to avoid excessive concentration of tax collection personnel. And so, Qin started his personal property declaration 2 months in advance. This declaration is almost a big show for Qin to show off his wealth. The richest man in Qin this year is still Yinu. The existence of Wenyang Bank is as high as 100 million gold. In addition, the income of service organizations such as stock exchanges and futures exchanges is also as high as 80 million gold. If you add steel companies and railway transportation, Yinya's income is as high as 250 million gold. This number has already opened far beyond the 70 million gold of the second chemical entrepreneur. What is the economy? It is the most active resource under the current technological situation. Yin mastered the steel, capital and future-based exchanges monopolize almost all important resources. So becoming the richest man is an absolute thing. The Warring States period. The benefit of salt and iron is the secret to the success of the wealthy merchants. Lubai profited from selling salt. Now, Qin has completely changed the current situation. That is, heavy industry, dominated by steel, becomes a new resource. Compared to Qin's richest man, people pay more attention to the wealthy families with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Investment and business. Open a factory, participating in transportation, or opening a security team, or opening a coal mine, etc. Because most of these people are the bosses of SMEs. They started from scratch. The development potential is huge. Moreover, The encouraging influence formed in a short time has made the people of Kin more inspiring, especially the publishing house published a successful book. Some successful experiences of these people are recorded. This makes people feel more real. There is a sense of intimacy. Discussing Kin's wealth list cannot fully attract the attention of the people. Especially the military pressure is huge. Kin go lost an airplane. To know the aircraft is still an advanced aircraft in Kin, especially speed, just like a bird, and this time was beaten down. People question the leadership of the military very much. King Kin was also very dissatisfied with this, ordered the investigation and punishment of the then chief military officer on the spot. Taking military victory as the only criterion for military qualifications made the Kin officers a little unhappy. In order to restore the situation, the General Staff of the State of Kin and the State Welfare Administration jointly established the Kin Junbao to strengthen the appeal of the news media. Air combat has become a major eye-catching report. The State of Kin publicized the Kin Heavenly Army's defeat of the Chi State Air Force, and also sent a large number of photographers to the front line of Chi State to shoot promotional videos. The military is making great efforts to carry out a media propaganda offensive. Movies, which are also expensive, are used by the Kin military. The military's efforts are still on weapons. Kin State hosted the first weapons exhibition. Focus on the power of Kin's weapons. Hope this will restore the current situation. These are just superficial articles. The General Staff and the National Lieutenant Mansion jointly requested Shangwin. An additional sum of 300,000 gold was requested in order to increase Kin's military power in the air. The Frontline Summary Report requested additional weapons for the aircraft. At the same time, all kinds of new aircraft are required. A fighting machine capable of maneuverability and strong firepower. A bomber with more than double firing, capable of reproducing 4 5-ton aerial bombs. Among them, the bomber is required to be able to fly 300 miles back and forth. This number is a difficult limit for Kin's aviation industry, because the load capacity of the fuel tank is really limited. Moreover, the engine power is small and the duration is too long. The wear resistance of metals is severely reduced. Kin's aviation industry also needs more new materials to produce better aircraft. Kin's entertainment projects have also begun to participate. The emerging song and dance theater began to stage a brand new repertoire. Even movies have begun to show, especially after using a tungsten lamp filled with nitrogen. The screening effect of the movie is even better, although there is no sound. But you can see moving things. Let people open their eyes. These pictures were all viewed by King Kin. These films mainly show scenes from various parts of the Kin country, although there is no fierce picture of war. But it's eye-opening. Even so, protest demonstrations still exist. Every day, people from Kin go to various government departments to demonstrate. The problem must be completely resolved. It's when the senior leaders are discussing how to solve the problem thoroughly. Kin's plan for the western regions was completely disrupted. According to the timetable deployed by the state of Kin, the plan for the offensive was initially set for April 15th. The reason is that Kin's preparations in the western regions still need some time to perfect. Plans often fail to keep up with changes. At the mouth of the southern western regions, the Kin army was attacked by Shangwin, the coalition forces of the western regions who were already ready. They mainly carried out long-range attacks with cavalry and camel soldiers. Take advantage of their familiarity with the local terrain. Suddenly attacked the Kin army south a defensive guard post, especially some patrolmen. The climate characteristics of the western regions are really different from those of the mainland. Kin State Pass is already full of spring opportunities, but here is still snowy. The Allied forces in the western regions in the attack wore white sheepskin coats. With the help of Xu's cover, he attacked the Kin army. In this way, the outer guard post was cleared in an extreme time. However, the highly vigilant Kin Jun already felt bad. The Allied forces of the three powers are gathering on a large scale 100 miles in the rear. There was a large amount of military supplies stored there and they had to be careful. It's not good. Shang Wen felt that it was quickly confirmed. March 15th, a full moon night. It was exposed when the Western region Allied forces attacked a Qin army steep defense support point. This point is defended by a battalion of troops. It's hard not to find it, and their defense barriers are extremely perfect. Qin Jun stopped within a year. The regular army repaired the fortifications without doing anything else. Their fortifications are as much as 20 miles deep, especially landmines. Qin's more mature Type 3 landmines do not have antifreeze devices. Qin Jun protected himself by wrapping the detonator with butter. The cold of the western regions can completely freeze landmines into air bumps. This kind of landmine has effectively played a warning role. The surprise attack of the Allied forces of the western regions was discovered under the detonation of such landmines. However, Qin Jun is still in a passive situation. They don't know how many enemies there are from that direction, especially some defensive support points. Due to limited forces, Qin Jun could only defend a few important passes. The rest is still loose. This makes it possible for the Western Region coalition forces to intersperse. These defensive support points were surrounded by the subsequent Western Region Allied forces. The point of support has become an island. It was also the nail that Qin Jun nailed there. Chapter 593 Defend first, hold it. Keep it all to me. A major walked back and forth to let the soldiers shoot from the shooting hole. Fortunately, Qin Jun, they are equipped with valve rifles. The reloading speed has increased a lot, and the power of the rifle has also increased a lot, although the shoulder hurts, mainly because the recoil is somewhat large. But it can shoot farther. There is no problem after 100 steps. Aim, release. A platoon leader directed 2 shifts to shoot. This platoon tactic is very effective. When the enemy was approaching, the infantry of the 2 squads took turns firing more than twice. Basically, it can repel the enemy's offensive charge. The necessity of platooning tactics still exists because of the small number of machine guns. Qin State equipped most of the new machine guns to the offensive troops. The defense forces had only a few revolver guns, and because of its cumbersome relationship, can only be placed on defensive support points, rather than a general outpost. Usually, only one battalion's defensive support point is equipped with 4 revolver guns. The quantity is very small. 2 revolver guns were temporarily adjusted from one end of the trench to the left wing of the support point. This direction, the opponent used a large number of infantry. Snow combat. Horses cannot ride at all. The thick snow will sink the horse's legs deeply, and the goal of action is very big. It is very helpful for the soldiers of the Qin army to shoot and kill with the rifle in their hands. So the Western Region infantry began to charge. They babbled and charged. In a sense, they have a great deal of justice. And so, they are very brave. The Qin army and a large number of security forces that belonged to the nature of employment are a special kind of expansion and plunder. One is justice. One is the primitive accumulation of capital. One weapon fell behind, although they think the iron weapons in their hands are very advanced. But in front of Qin's rifles, machine guns and cannons, they were only beaten. The 2 revolver guns rotated 15 degrees left and right to shoot the 2 machine guns back and forth, forming a crossfire. The rate of fire of the machine gun is only about 200 rounds per minute, and it is limited to the person's turning speed. But this is enough to stop this wave of offense, and paid huge casualties. We need to push away the corpses piled up in front of the barbed wire. There are too many dead, said the sergeant commanding the machine gun. The snake-shaped barbed wire set 50 steps away from the Qin army has been crushed by the killed soldiers of the western regions. Wait. I need firepower to repel the opponent's follow-up force, the lieutenant called. Then he dragged a person to the rear turret and let the artillery fire grenades at the opponent's follow-up force. Then repel the opponent. Only in this way can people be sent out. The artillery equipped by the defensive force is still old artillery. although the breech block has been improved, can be loaded from behind. But the recoil problem has not been resolved. For this reason, only granular black powder can be used. No new charge can be used. The new artillery is mainly in the hands of offensive forces. The number of them is not very large either. There are only dozens of new artillery pieces. The cannonball whizzed past, directly smashed the soldiers of the western regions who followed and turned them into a cloud of black and red mist together with the smoke. The red is the blood mist of the opponent. Many people were killed by shrapnel flying nearby. Kim Jun used a cone-shaped bullet and also used a new type of fuse. It will explode on the ground. Cut with scissors without measuring the distance. The firing of artillery made the Western Region coalition retreat and stop the offensive. Countless corpses fell down in the white snow. They shed red blood. Red and white look very dazzling. After the offense stopped, Kim Jun had to hurry up to eat. The supporting point stocked a large amount of various materials: gun bullets, food, clothing, medicine, and various equipment. These materials have been equipped for a year. So in the face of such a large-scale invasion, Kim Jun could still be nailed to the spot. It's the canned food again. Can you change it to something else? Kim Jun was still able to accept this kind of canned beef at first. However, those in charge of logistics only undecidedly believe that a large area should be supplied, because there is a lot of writing on the front line material requirements. Then, a large amount of canned food is provided to the front line. This is something that is not stingy with ammunition. The rear of this stuff is very productive. Weapons need to be purchased. The price is expensive, but this kind of thing is very cheap. The boss gave each other a disdainful look. Then leave. This thing has a lot of stock. It's too wasteful not to eat. But it can't be provided for 3 meals a day. Kim Jun has been looking forward to vegetables for a long time. They don't even like canned fruit anymore. That's all. Kim Jun's support point was surrounded. But the other party can't eat these points. What's worse, these points are on the traffic arteries, especially the simple and partly asphalted roads built by the Qin army. This prevented the Western Region Allied forces from advancing forward forces quickly and effectively, and 30 miles behind. The Qin army's offensive force temporarily converted into a defensive force. They were formed into defensive positions, resist the Allied forces from the Western regions who sneaked in. The coalition forces of the Western regions actively launched an offensive but failed. On the other hand, the 3-power Allied forces is actively defending. There is no intention to attack the opponent, because they are making a new combat plan. According to rules, Li Xin will have an offensive force of 20,000 in his hands. But now, he actually arrived with less than 10,000 troops. Most of the army is cavalry. Now they are fighting infantry. This number sent 6,000 people. Together with the local garrison and other armed forces, it forms a defensive force of 10,000 people. There are still more than 3,000 cavalry in their hands that are not used. This is for counterattack. Only an attack can stop the opponent's attack. Li Xin's plan is, let the opponent attack first, attract the opponent's forces with great defensive power, then organize counter-offensive forces to boldly attack the other side, eliminated in one fell swoop. This time will take about 1.5 months. That time, the forces from the rear can be fully reached. Only with sufficient forces can a large-scale counterattack be carried out. This idea was approved by all the staff. The defense force of the Qin army has attracted a large number of allied forces from the western regions. Kim Jun happened to be able to solve them once and for all. And at the rear, the large forces of the 3-power Allied forces are slowly advancing. Many roadside camps have been established. Mother, what the hell? It's been a few months now. It's still so cold. Fan Kui complained, and Liu Ji was drinking wine around the stove. Come on, it's done, as he said. He picked up the wine and said, I don't know how to fight this battle. I have been walking for more than half a month and haven't reached the ground yet. Liu Ji's heart. That itch. I saw other people's cows along the way. Sheep ran all over the floor. It can be like this anytime. If so, return to Zongyun. that. It's more comfortable than that of Master Hu. Thinking about it, Liu Ji fell asleep. And behind their camp, Li Xuoch was eating canned food. While looking at the exotic style, this desert gobi gave him the feeling that a good man was on the battlefield. Chapter 594 Qi Air Force's harvest protested in Qin State. When the war in the western regions broke out suddenly, an accident happened to one of Qin's planes. It was a gloomy and cold weather on the 8th day of March. This kind of weather is generally not conducive to flying. However, Qin's aircraft had to conduct a reconnaissance according to the original plan. The main purpose of this reconnaissance was to map ground targets. Qin State is working hard to find valuable targets for bombing. The plane took off at 9 o'clock as originally scheduled. Return in an hour and a half, up to nearly 2 hours in the air. Good luck, the ground crew said with a thumbs up. Thank you, the pilot called. Then the ground crew shook the propeller vigorously and the propeller turned. Then the engine turned suddenly. The plane slowly left the apron and taxied to the runway to leave. According to the original plan, this aircraft will leap 50 miles in depth towards the Qi army, to find the opponent's barracks in this range, a gathering place for food and grass. The pilot referred to the map. Fly aside. The altitude of the plane is 1,000 steps. When the plane flew over Qijun could only look up and watch the plane leave. The Qi State Air Force temporarily lost its air superiority. Their hot air balloon has no power, unable to fight Qin's heavenly army. Qi State craftsmen are working hard to solve the problem of power. The stroke is very slow, and there is no directionality. This makes it difficult to maintain good control in air combat. So the craftsmen thought of using bicycles as transmission and driving devices. However, Qi has no propellers. Even with bicycles, advancement is still an issue. The plane of Qin State was like entering an unmanned state. There is no meaning of hindrance, if it's not because of the fuel. The pilot, maybe you will do a few thrilling moves. For example, roll. Inverted flight. After the drizzle, Qin Jun often staged a flying skill competition over the Yanjun position. Yan Jun will shout loudly, but Qi Jun can only look up. Then he showed disdainful eyes. Airplane flight time is always insufficient. Qin's domestic researchers have racked their brains to reduce the weight of the aircraft, increase the fuel tank capacity of the aircraft. To this end, this kind of aircraft is still a kind of aluminium alloy fuel tank, although there is a great danger. But this kind of fuel tank can increase the volume of the fuel tank. The plane was pulled back home. The photo mission is over. But just when it turned sharply, suddenly, the greasy nozzle cracked. Gasoline sprayed out of the pilot's face. Damn it! The pilot scolded. Qin's aviation industry lacks rubber. Therefore, the connection area is basically connected with a metal connection ring. This connection lacks a certain willfulness. This situation often occurs when the aircraft is in a certain flight attitude. The aircraft quickly began to show up. The first is that the engine started to emit thick smoke. The pilot's face quickly turned black. The airplane's altitude began to drop. Tengtong aircraft usually stop rotating after 2 starts with asthma. It looks like I have to taxi to fly back. But the pilot understood. This is impossible. Through the enemy so far. Can you fly back? There was nothing in the pilot's heart. Fly back. Impossible. The plane makes use of the limited gliding as much as possible. But there is no wind in this cold weather. It's impossible to fly back. After several attempts by the pilot, reluctantly fell on a piece of heaven and earth. The bad luck of this plane is not over yet. The pilot only saw the ground when it fell to the ground and it was still 2 feet high, only to find that the land was plowed. But it was too late. The plane can no longer be pulled up. The plane landed on this soft ground all at once. No taxiing. The landing wheel suddenly sank into the soft soil. The pilot was hit hard in front of the instrument panel. The heavy impact suddenly stunned the pilot. This place is within the territory of Qi. The plane's forced landing soon attracted Qi people's attention. People began to surround the place where the plane landed. They are holding hose, shovel, dagger. It was the first time Chigo saw a plane landing. People are still a little at a loss. The third child, "You are brave. You come up and have a look," an old man said, speaking of a big bearded man standing up, going forward with a knife for killing pigs. Someone yelled from the prime of life. Then the crowd collectively stepped back. Then people boldly tried. Finally captured the first prisoner of war from the Qin army. Accompanied by the captives was a plane of Qin state. The capture of the plane was soon sent to Qi state craftsmen for dismantling and research. Then imitate. The research value of this aircraft promoted the development of the Qi state Air Force. The craftsmen of Qi state once had the idea of propellers. But this idea is just a rudimentary form. No practice yet, and the propeller of Qin state aircraft finally untied Qin state aircraft, the reason for the propulsion of the airship, although they still don't know why the propeller will propel this big guy to fly. But their carpenters began to manufacture these propellers in large quantities. The Qi state hot air balloon has a propulsion device. There are also wings found by the craftsmen of Qi. That is to say, behind the appearance of what they call the wings there is the operating system of the Qin aircraft. Although it is only a copy, it provides the Qi state Air Force with a rapid development opportunity. The Qi state Air Force has gained more than just an airplane. There are also Qin's pilots. Through violent interrogation, Qi Guoren finally solved the Qin-Go pilot training process. Qin-Go pilots have a strict training process. Choose a physique, mainly to prevent the appearance of fear of heights. Then there is physical training. Then there is safety knowledge, followed by skydiving training. Then came the plane distribution of airships. Then arrange positions based on personal performance, driver, co-pilot, mechanic, etc. In addition, there are ground crews and weather guarantee personnel. If it weren't from Qin's pilot, it is really hard for the Qi state Air Force to imagine that there is such a large academic study in flight. But in general, after the plane stopped this time, the Qi state Air Force has benefited a lot. After the Qin kingdom lost a plane, the commanders were very upset. Then it urgently ordered the suspension of all aircraft grounding. This incident caused Commander Qin to have a distrustful and skeptical attitude towards the aircraft. The trickier thing is, one of Qin's pilots was captured. The problem of captives is difficult to solve. The Celestial Army hoped that the pilot would be replaced, because the training period of a pilot needs more than half a year. Some need a year. If one has experience, how many flight hours are needed? Qin cannot afford to lose. And at the other end of Qin state, a new type of arms will be put into actual combat. Airborne troops. Perhaps it is the relationship between Li Xin as the general of the Heavenly Army, coupled with the need to encircle the main force of the Western region's coalition forces. Paratroopers have the possibility of being used for the first time. Chapter 595 Airborne Operations. Li Xin determined the combat train of thought, but it is very difficult to implement. The first is the advancement of ground forces. The whole terrain is very strange. This is a large pass. There are only two channels, north and south. In the middle is the large desert Gobi, difficult to traverse. This also means encircling the opponent requires at least two armies to act simultaneously, but there are mountains on both sides. The roundabout is a little difficult. Qin Jun only has map markings in some areas. The rest are all unknown areas. The second is the depth of this battle. Qin Jun had to cross at least 100 miles to complete the large encirclement. The attack distance is very large. Li Xin felt that his plan was unworkable. The last one is the most daring place. The ministry of Li Xin, with a total strength of no more than 25,000 men, will defend the 100,000 troops of the Western region allied forces. The small-scale reconnaissance force of the Qin army can be regarded as preliminary detection of the enemy's strength, even though they are all small countries in the Western regions. But if united, its scale is also extremely large. 25,000 people surrounded hundreds of thousands. This is truly a miracle of war. This idea is too bold. No matter what, Li Xin decided to give it a try. But the specific implementation needs that force. That would be too difficult. Cavalry force needs to be filled with infantry and rest for a period of time before being used. This was rejected. Time. Time is used to prepare for the offense. He didn't have much time. Then there are terrain factors and arms factors. The terrain traverses high mountains, and the cavalry is an offensive force. Lee Xin hopes that an infantry force will block the retreat of the Western region Allied forces. In infantry combat, I'm afraid to climb over those mountains. But what happened in it, no one can guarantee. Maybe the troops could not arrive on time. It was in trouble at that time. Lee Xin suddenly thought of passing over the enemy's head. The idea is bold, but it is very effective, and it can best preserve the physical strength of the soldiers. And if needed, this supply line can be provided from the air. No one can interfere. Thought of this, Lee Xin began to inform Wang Ben of this preliminary plan. Wang Ben's troops can't even be assembled. Some troops still stay far away at the other end of the Hexi corridor. A fence is not even considered. Lee Xin's plan is simple. It is to change all the existing bombing airships into transport type. These airships are preliminarily estimated to be able to transport a battalion of troops. But a second return is needed to deliver supplies. The troops of this battalion will quickly occupy the passage by parachuting by a company, then do a defensive posture. Then the other two companies will quickly reach the ground by landing in an airship and start fighting. But Wang Ben pointed out the biggest problem with the whole plan. The troops are very weak. Lee Xin believes that it can be compensated by supplementing the number of machine guns. But as a result, the logistical pressure is huge. Especially the airship unit need to go back and forth. If the weather is bad, then this force is likely to encounter a pincer attack. In the end, the entire army is likely to be destroyed. But there is no way. The airborne troops were placed under the jurisdiction of the army. The army has a somewhat indifferent attitude towards this kind of freak force. After all, these troops were originally controlled by the Heavenly Army. And so, the airborne troops are only the size of one company. This is entirely an experimental force. Lee Xin hopes to fight through airborne, to save the airborne troops. But the power is too weak. The other two companies in combat are temporarily supplemented. Enter the battle by landing in an airship. This is an early airborne operation. Lee Xin is deployed in accordance with the existing forces. This is also helpless. And the air transportation power is very limited. If all were dispatched for the first time, then there will be a decreasing trend. This trend becomes more obvious towards the end. Lee Xin has some gambling possibilities. Wang Ben preliminary calculations. Qin Jun wanted to block his retreat. At least one regiment or more is required to reach the rear. But the current situation is, Qin Jun can't do it. And so, Wang Ben only submitted the memorandum of the battle plan. Then it is to request the country to send a large number of transport airships and various aircraft. The memorandum was urgently transmitted to Xianyang via a temporary telegraph line. After repeated screenings, the 1,000-word memo shocked Wang Jian, Yang Duan and other military leaders. And this news was also delivered to Li Mu at an extremely fast speed. Li Mu was surprised by this bold idea. He had this idea when he saw Qin Jun's skydiving performance. But I didn't expect it. Qin Jun actually wanted to use airborne operations this time. Lima's matter is very important. Decided to go south immediately, take a train from Xinzing, South Korea to Qin State quickly. Check it out for yourself. The Qin military, especially the general staff and Guo's mansion, ran in all directions. Do everything possible to purchase things that can fly. It's not just purchasing. There is also training. Weaponry. The staff and the captain's mansion were busy. When Shang Wen saw the military plan, I was surprised for the first time. Then he recovered calmly with the phrase requisition civilian aircraft and then quickly transferred back to the two war departments. Then Qin's airline began to cancel all flights. The reason is that the country urgently mobilized air power. A large number of airships began to register. Transitions. Obey the army's dispatch. This is the benefit of returning a large amount of military transportation potential to civilian equipment. Qin State currently has 4 major airlines. They are Wenyang Airlines, Royal Airlines, United Airlines, and Jet Airways. The first two are Qin Zhongxi Airlines. The latter two are private capital companies. In addition, there are large and small air leasing transportation companies. The total number of airships of various types that these companies fly has reached 1,000. This number is very staggering. In addition, there are 300 aircraft of various kinds, mainly used in agriculture to sow pesticides. They belong to an agricultural service company. Shang Wen's move solved the problems of airships, number of aircraft and pilots at one time. Then there is the issue of fighters. Qin State relies on its potential commercial air transportation capabilities, provided a guarantee for airborne operations, especially the pilot. The Qin State Flying Club has registered 20,000 talented flying talents. This is the initial assets of a major aviation country. And Qin's aviation industry also began to accelerate production, especially the transport aircraft urgently purchased by the military. Let the Qin State Air Force strategy begin. The Celestial Army is no longer a mere combat type. It is a comprehensive improvement of comprehensive performance, especially the transportation capacity. The next step is the combatants. The time given by the staff is only 2 months at most. It is impossible to train a large number of paratroopers in 2 months. As a result, the temporarily supplemented airborne troops began to be carried out in an airborne manner. In order to shorten the time, the front line urgently recruited volunteers for training. The rear researchers began to change their minds to develop a large number of light machine gun weapons. Because the water-cooled machine gun can occupy almost 1.5 soldiers' position. Chapter 596 Elite Combat Veto. According to the order of the highest command of the coalition forces, our coalition forces will build an airborne assault force. This unit will be the elite of the elite. The treatment is good. The risk factor is high. Who of you wants to participate? The major of the Heavenly Army, wearing a boat-shaped hat, shouted to the crowd surrounding the coalition camp. It was communicated back and forth between telegrams. Wang Jian and Li Mu finally finalized the plan. Implement an airborne assault operation plan against the coalition forces in the western region. To this end, the highest command of the coalition forces will urgently establish an airborne assault force on the front line, organized into a brigade of more than 7,000 people. This is the maximum value of Qin's air transportation, saturated transportation. If needed, the coalition forces may withdraw 2,000 of them. After all, this is a very risky battle plan. Is there anyone? The major asked loudly. Sir, me. A young man stood up. Very well, the major nodded, although the physique of this young man is not enough. But after all, someone came forward. Are we Zhao people okay? Asked from the crowd. Yes, this is an order issued by the highest command of the coalition forces. It is effective for all coalition forces. The major explained. If we die, what will the family do? Asked the crowd. Obviously this is Zhao Jun asking again. Zhao Jun does not have any salary. For the family, they are more willing to change. Your family will be sent to the state of Qin. Become a native of Qin. The state of Qin will treat your family as casualties. The major can only explain so much. I did it. At this time, Zhao Jun walked out of the crowd. The straight military uniform shows that he is a military academy studying in Qin. We are the officers of the future. We should take on more responsibilities, said the cadet. The major looked at the cadet, nodded. What's your name? The major asked. Handan Muzi. Cadet answered. Very good. I will remember you. You have a sense of military honor. The major applauded. We also participate. I also participate. For a while, many people began to participate. The Qin, Zhao, and Koreans formed a new unit to fight on the front line. Although I don't know what to do, but they know. This task is somewhat difficult. And just when the Qin army organized a large number of soldiers as an airborne assault on the front line, Captain Juban Sol proposed an elite combat plan. This plan proposes to infiltrate the enemy's rear, then adopt sneak attack tactics. Disrupt the opponent's layout at the cost of minimal casualties. Wang Ben is not very satisfied with this plan. But this is after all the first time Qin State proposed the concept of special operations. The concept is very confusing, and the above understanding is not sufficient. A simple sneak attack. It is possible to obtain a huge battle victory, but, I think, this task, cavalry can also do it. Don't you think it is better to switch to cavalry? Wang Ben asked. Sir, I think we are very different. The first is our equipment. We are equipped with explosives, and we can climb mountains and ridges. Sneak attack on each other, Juban Han explained. Wang Ben still shook his head. I think your method still has certain problems, and this problem has great limitations. Wang Ben said, the cavalry's sneak attack. It's because they have strong mobility, that is, speed. The relationship between speed and time. This physical relationship, I don't need to explain it, right? Wang Ben brought up a physical problem to compare, sir. Juban Sol continued. I admit that your company is the best. But at the moment, this situation is not suitable. The terrain is plain, suitable for cavalry maneuvering. Infantry, it is difficult. Wang Ben explained. In addition, there is your mobility. Combat power requires mobility to exert war effectiveness, doesn't it? Wang Ben stated the reason for his refusal, and this reason is very good. Mobility. You are good elite. But you cannot reach the combat area, or it is impossible to retreat in time after completing the task. These mobility issues are the biggest obstacle to special operations, and at this time there is still a lack of effective equipment. Radio. The communication problem is not resolved. Juban Sol has a good idea. However, the Qin army still lacks a large number of such experiments using air superiority in mobile operations. Qin used airborne assault operations. It's already a great innovation. Reject this kind of combat. It should be considered reasonable. Special operations rely on its rapid mobile response capabilities. To be honest, you must be fast. Fast reaction, fight fast, retreat quickly, hit and run. The idea of this sneak attack is still in its infancy. Special operations still need time to mature. His sight shifted to Qin's country again. Qin state, Shang Wen decided that he could no longer delay the inaction of the government. He decided to take the initiative, even if it is removed now, must also be resolved. Because things have changed. The news that Qin's plane was captured reached Xianyang. The laying of the telegram has greatly accelerated the speed of information dissemination. The newspaper offices to speed up the dissemination of information. Captive on advanced aircraft was captured. She is very likely to develop a new aircraft. Qin's air superiority will not exist. Newspapers intensified this panic. People began to examine the safety of Qin's own surroundings, especially the fact that the Qi State Air Force and chemical poison gas exist. I know, it's a bit late now, but now we have to face a fact. Shang Wen mentioned this issue for the first time in his State of the Union address after the protest. The first is the chemical poisonous gas incident. I have to admit, the government has a serious unfavorable situation in the supervision of chemical poisonous gas. This is a fact that directly led to the use of chemical poisonous gas. For this, I can only say, I'm sorry, Shang Wen said. Then how will the Prime Minister deal with this matter? The reporter has been unable to restrain the mentality of the information prophet. Chemical poisonous gas incident. Qin State will negotiate with Yan State. The chemical poisonous gas will be handed over at a certain price. As for the quantity of chemical poisonous gas, we will thoroughly investigate the specific number. There is also the Qi State Air Force. Although this problem is difficult, the government will adopt the following policies to complete it. Shang Wen opened the folder and flipped through a document and said, Qin will increase pilot training, encourage the application of new aircraft and expansion of air transportation companies. Shang Wen's move is intended to expand Qin's commercial air transportation. In addition, it is the military aspect. Qin's aircraft is not equipped with any weapons. Qin will develop new fighters for war purposes. In order to solve this problem, Qin will issue 1 million gold aviation defense bonds to promote the development of my country's aviation industry. Shang Wen raised his fist and said, Chapter 597 The emergence of air defense. Shang Wen uses the air problem to attract the influence of the chemical poisonous gas incident. This is mainly due to the influence of high-level military personnel. After all, poison gas is a weapon of mass destruction. There is a huge difference between the cost of its use and the ratio of benefits obtained. This difference made the senior Kim Jong think it is necessary to preserve such a weapon. The air problem successfully attracted people's attention. Regarding the issue of prisoners, I think Kim's attitude is to do everything possible to get the prisoners back home. We should not look at the prisoners of war with discriminatory eyes. After all, they have contributed to the country before. We have a responsibility and an obligation. We have a responsibility to take them back safely home. This is what the government should do. The Kin army was rarely captured. This is not just a matter of military honor. There are also questions about the treatment of prisoners after they return to society. According to the tradition of the Kin people, a war dead is more honorable than a captive survivor. The latter can only be humble survival of shame. But today the situation has changed significantly, especially the value of people is rising. Especially Kin's war with increasingly higher technological content. There is no major problem with the infantry. After all, the threshold is low. But the pilot is different. It takes a long time for Kingo to train a pilot. There are also staggering costs, people's ability to accept education and so on. Kin cannot afford to lose. If you let the pilot lose it, Kingo was really wasting his country's energy. Shang Wen explained the reason. But the scope of people's understanding has not yet been converted. They think, if there are prisoners, and the captive has no shame, then soldiers have no sense of honor and responsibility to serve the country. The life of a pilot is precious. Kin's training costs are also very high. But if the whole country's army has no shame, so what power does the country have to fight? The newspaper was very dissatisfied with Shang Wen's irresponsible remarks. The Prime Minister's move is for a deserter. The cowardly and weak are justified, the Observer pointed out without evasiveness. Many newspapers have followed suit. Just when Shang Wen faced criticism from public opinion, an overlooked issue was mentioned on the schedule, and it must be resolved immediately. Shang Wen received a call from King Qin himself. King Qin on the phone was very annoyed. It turned out that a small plane flew to Xianyang City during the test flight. It stands to reason. This is nothing. An airship appeared in the sky of Qin State. Airplanes are not very strange anymore. But the problem happened in no surprise. The small plane stopped suddenly after doing a few rolls. The altitude of the aircraft is not very high. At that time, many people were on the ground watching the airplane flight show. This is also an entertainment. After the plane stopped, unable to fly out of the city, had to make an emergency landing. But there is such a big place in the city of Xianyang in Qin State for the plane to land. The telephone poles began to be erected. Some people use electric lights. And some three-story concrete high-rise buildings also appeared. The architectural pattern has broken the flat situation. The pilot made an emergency landing directly on the open space in front of the Xianyang Palace Hall. The pilot made a forced landing. But it also caused a catastrophe. Xianyang Palace is forbidden by the royal family. Not everyone can enter casually. It's fine now. Someone can fly in directly in a plane. Today there is a plane that can enter the Xianyang Palace. Tomorrow someone will fly an airship to the top of the Xianyang Palace and drop a bomb. What is the safety of the widow? King Qin asked loudly on the phone. Shang Wen was startled in a cold sweat. The aircraft has already come out. As the improvement work progresses, the load capacity of the aircraft has been greatly improved, and the speed is getting faster and faster. The engine began to use new aluminium alloys. This can reduce the weight of the engine, and some aluminium alloys have wear-resistant properties. This also allows the aircraft to have a faster speed. This is like the sharpness of a spear increased. The shield was ignored. Until this happened, only then did the Qin army discover an extremely embarrassing scene. Qin has no air defense weapons himself. and whether it is the palace or the military target of Kin State, the sky turned out to be open. If one day someone suddenly piloted a plane to attack the palace, or in the case of ground targets, Kin's ground personnel are like a chicken meeting an eagle, only those who were beaten and caught. And there is no power to change hands. Kin's participation in air combat was only the beginning. It hasn't been 2 months since the adversary came out. The level of awareness of air combat is still being explored. When people are discussing how to eliminate each other, especially Kin State actively attacked the victim, and being beaten by others can't beat his own situation. Anyway, Kin's air defense consciousness began to pay attention after King Kin encountered this kind of incident. The parties were taken to a military court, relegated directly from sergeant to second-class soldier, and was sent to the front line of the western regions, driving an airship. Subsequently, the state of Kin issued an order, prohibition of airplanes. The airship is in the royal family, military, flying over the government and other heavy ground, and ordered the establishment of a large no-fly zone. But Shang Wen thinks it is meaningless. After all, you have no radar, no radio, not even anti-aircraft guns. Just when Shang Wen thought so, King Kin has ordered it to be completed. First of all, 4 large airports will be built around Kin State at one time. A fighter jet equipped with a water-cooled machine gun with 50 rounds was urgently put into use as Kin's first fighter jet. The machine gun was installed in the back seat of the 2 piloted aircraft. One person used a machine gun to shoot through the air. This aircraft is Kin's first fighter. This is obviously the product of recharging. The second is the aerial machine gun platform. 12 airships equipped with 7 machine guns patrol the no-fly zone every day. They are to prevent other UFOs from being put into use. Shang Wen believes that such anti-aircraft weapons are really useless, because of his mobility. It's really bad. The plane can easily shoot it down. The airship uses hydrogen. At last, it is an anti-aircraft force that has no anti-aircraft guns for the time being. King Kin transferred a brigade force into a special artillery unit. These units will be equipped with specialized anti-aircraft guns for air combat, and they still have artillery. Kingo is in development. They want to extend the anti-aircraft guns based on field guns. In order to increase the sense of security, King Kin ordered the use of a batch of 6.5 caliber machine guns as temporary anti-aircraft machine guns to be arranged around the Xianyang no-fly zone. That's all. At the urging of King Kin, the state of Kin was regarded as the first airborne ground air defense system. The air is no longer so free. This is also the case if the other 6 countries have airplanes. Kingo didn't need to fight. Strategic aerial bombing can solve the problem. Accidents always prompt people to realize the existence of danger. Kingo learned the importance of air defense after this incident. Air assaults have gradually become one of the main threats. The emergence of air defense forces is proof. Chapter 598 Resources. Let us go to sea. Air combat has undoubtedly become the fashionable war of Kin's foreign war. With the issuance of national debt by Kin State, people's attention almost shifted to the air. Aviation stocks have attracted much attention. In particular, several mechanical vehicles are referred to as locomotive manufacturers. See funding for research and development. Manpower and material resources are mostly concentrated on aircraft manufacturing. This has affected Kin's locomotive production to a certain extent. But the aviation industry will be greatly improved, especially the engine's surface. A 5-bitwo radial engine appeared. This has more than doubled the power of the engine. This means that the combat capability of the fighter has a great refreshing. In addition, plexiglass is put into use, although it is only used on the dashboard and pilot's windshield. But there is indeed a big improvement. This progress needs to be reflected in future development. As Kin State manufactures more and more internal combustion engines, according to the engine code registered by the Kin State Economic Department, at least 10,000 engines of various types are in use in Kin, mainly airships. aircraft, followed by agricultural tractors. Some farmers in the Guangzhong area of Qin State use tractors. The reason is that slaves are in high demand, and the supply of slaves is seriously inadequate, especially in winter. A large number of slaves were seconded to the Qinling area, and these slaves could not be returned in time. But agricultural production must continue. The government had to pay for its slaves to use farm tractors. The third item is the transportation of Qin State. This ratio is relatively small. They use track transport vehicles, or special vehicles, mainly perform some special transportation tasks, such as the transfer of large-scale machinery and equipment. Still short distance, metal parts will wear out during long-distance transportation. There is also a special place, for example, large-scale bulldozing equipment, lifting equipment and so on. With the use of these machines, Qin's demand for oil exploration has greatly increased. Especially the shallow oil has been exploited almost. In order to extract oil, it is necessary to find another shallow oil zone, or to develop new technologies. Develop deeper oil layers. What Qin can do at present is the latter. There is also an oil field in Qi State. It is roughly the annex of Shandong Shenglai oil field. Oil is very important to Qin State. Aircraft. All locomotives need gasoline and diesel. There are lubricants for large machinery and equipment, and asphalt for highways. In addition, Qin's chemical industry needs to extract various materials from petrochemicals. This ratio is increasing from less than 1% to about 20%. Oil. Qin State has been unable to leave this fuel. Qin currently has only one place. This place needs to be upgraded before it can continue to be used. Can imagine. There is a lack of oil in Qin's industry. There are not many known oil-producing areas in Shangwin. Mainly to the northeast, there is a place for mountain people. The combat situation is not optimistic. The primeval forest gave them a natural cover, and the combat power is also very fierce. Even if you have advanced weapons in your hands, they can also do everything they can to fight you. Weapons can no longer be solved. Another place is Siberia. That is, Russia's Alkaline oil field and Caucasus oil field. But this distance, it's too far. Shangwin didn't know if he could occupy that area. Even if it can be won, then the transportation problem. It has also become a major problem for oil. Qin must build a large number of transportation pipelines. This project is also a big problem now. If rail transportation is used, then the transportation pressure will be great. Foreseeable. Qin's demand will increase exponentially. Railway transportation is a difficult problem. After abandoning this place, Shangwin focused his attention on the Bay Area. There is a barren land, but there are abundant oil resources underground. Shangwin feels that digging a hole in that place can produce oil. Although this is not the case, but it is a big advantage. And the oil production layer here is far lower than the Caucasus oil field. Low technical requirements. The most important is transportation issues. This place is close to the coast. Qin State can complete the oil transportation task by sea transportation. So next, Qin must open the sea. There is not much time left for Qin's development. In the past, Qin State had no good use for gasoline and diesel. But now there are many oil exploration platforms. Reserves after oil extraction have fallen sharply. If further development, the oil shortage is bound to appear. Navy Shangwen said while looking at the map, strikes hard at the Qin State Navy's Yangtze River base. How do you know? What happened to the Navy? Meng Yi pushed the door in. Hearing what Shangwen said, he asked, "Navy? What's wrong with the Navy?" Shangwen asked. "Look at this." He handed Shangwen a very luxurious piece of paper. This kind of paper has no practical use except luxury. Shangwen looked at it. "I can't read the text above at all." Shangwen couldn't even recognize Xiaozuan. What's more, It is a brand new ancient writing. Oh, that's right. I have to translate it for you, Meng Yi said as he took the paper. This is a document from Chu State. It is written in Chu State. Of course you can't understand it, Meng Yi explained. Shang Wen was completely speechless. It probably means, General Xiang Yan of the state of Chu asked us not to build a navy army in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Otherwise, the Chu army will defeat us completely, Meng Yi probably explained. Meng Yi knew. You read the original text again. Shang Wen couldn't understand it. It can only be said in plain terms. After hearing this, Shang Wen was a little dismissive. Navy? They are the Navy. We are the Navy. We want to go out of the Yangtze River and into the sea. Shang Wen thought of naval strategy and felt that Chu state generals were short-sighted. Threat. We are not afraid of any threat, and the Navy must go out. If financially possible, we must develop the Navy next, Shang Wen said, pulling Meng Yi to tell him the important strategy of going to sea. Qin State can take advantage of the convenience of ocean transportation, get a lot of resources overseas that the Qin State does not have, such as rubber, petroleum, iron ore, cotton, sugar cane, cocoa. Although Qin people don't know if they can accept coffee. But Shang Wen has a demand. He hasn't had coffee for a long time. Only drink honey tea water every day, either soda water to refresh your mind. Shang Wen introduced the strategic importance of these materials to Meng Yi one by one, especially rubber. 2 strategic resources of oil. Qin industry must need these 2 things. The state of Chu is in security consideration to prevent the Qin State Navy and downgrade it, and he is in the position of the Navy. In fact, this is indeed the case for the Navy. Many of their ships are new. There are still many ships under construction, but their high-level knowledge far exceeds the knowledge of the generals of Chu State. No one can stop Qin from going to sea. Chapter 599 Insurance. But going to sea is not just about determination. Other guarantees are also needed, especially risk. Compared to mature land development, the risks at sea are much higher. This is also the most difficult point in ship transportation. The risks at sea come from many sources. Natural factors. Severe weather such as typhoons and storms is often the main cause of ships sinking. The losses caused by the shipwreck are as huge as the huge profits brought by the ship's cargo transportation. There are many treasures overseas. Some of these treasures are things that the Qin State does not have. Shang Wen said to himself. What is it? I don't have Darkin. Yin quietly walked into Shang Wen's office and asked. Number. Nothing, Shang Wen said. Don't hide. Ying Ye looked at Shang Wen and said. It's okay. There are many things overseas. Darkin doesn't have any. You can only see it when you go to sea, Shang Wen said. Go to sea? I haven't seen the sea yet, Yin said while looking at the map on Shang Wen's wall. Have you never seen the sea? Shang Wen asked in surprise. You said that? Yin squeezed Shang Wen's arm severely. If I can go outside, what else do you use? Yin was angry. Oh, later. Let's go out and see the outside world. Take a trip around the world, Shang Wen said. Travel around the world? Yin said. Yes, Shang Wen replied. The outside world. It's a lot. There is not only the sea, there are also islands and beaches. The scenery is great, Shang Wen said. Ying Ye listened to Shang Wen's explanation. There is also the aurora. Do you know? There is a kind of light like a dream in the sky. It is beautiful. There is also the desert. It is endless. Tropical rainforest. It rains almost every day, Shang Wen said excitedly. Oh my god, it rains every day. It wasn't a leak that day. I don't want to go to that place, Yin said. The damp weather made her unhappy. Right. Is there anything delicious out there? Yin asked. Yes, a lot. A lot. Let's take fruit. Have you ever had coconut milk? Shang Wen asked. Ying Yu shook his head. There are also watermelons, bananas, pineapple, grapes. There are too many to count. Shang Wen said that Yinya's heart was itchy. It was the first time that she had heard of so many things she hadn't heard. Although Shang Wen are common things, but consider the limitations of this era. Many things have not spread, such as watermelon, this fruit from Africa. In addition to food, there are many animals. Did you know? There is an animal with a bag in Australia. On the southernmost side, there are a lot of cute penguins. There are giraffes with long necks, African lions, and zebras, hippos. South America, especially in the mountains, there are alpacas. Shang Wen told Yinu about the outside world. Alpaca, isn't it like sheep and camel combined? That's too ugly. Qin State still had this animal after harassing the western regions. So, there is not even a donkey at this time. Well, it's almost. Shang Wen couldn't explain the difference. Can only talk about it casually, right? There is no such thing as a diamond in Qin State. Shang Wen asked. Masonry? Yinu asked. Oh, yes. There are so many. There are everywhere on the construction site. Yinu thought that Shang Wen was talking about masonry. No way. Shang Wen looked at Yingyu suspiciously. If I remember correctly, it seems that diamonds are rarely mentioned in ancient Chinese history. How could it be everywhere? This guy won't miss it. Shang Wen looked at Yingyu. What do you see me doing? Don't you have the bricks and stones on the construction site? Shang Wen listened. That joy in my heart. Yinyu's ignorance has a lovely side. Shang Wen smiled. What are you laughing at? Yingyu felt that Shang Wen had a big conspiracy. The diamond I'm talking about. It is the hardest thing in the world. You can drill anything. Although they are very small, they are beautiful. They are the best for making diamond rings. Shang Wen said. The hardest diamond ring? Yinu blushed suddenly. Is this guy going to give me a ring? In fact, the biggest use of diamonds is not decoration. It is used in industry. Drill bits and some extremely tight instruments require all kinds of diamonds. Qin State industry, especially oil extraction. It is also because of the lack of diamonds. At least it is best to have diamonds. Where is it? You can find out. Yinu asked eagerly. Yinu can't imagine what a gem looks like, because there is nothing to refer to. This era, pearls are already gem-level things. Yeah, it seems that Sri Lanka has them. There are rubies, sapphires, and topazes. South Africa has all kinds of diamonds. There is also a lot of gold. Shang Wen said. What card? Yinu asked. Hey, no matter what the card, they are all overseas. Our ship can't even go out of the Yangtze River. Also mention Sri Lanka. South Africa, that has to cross the long sea. You think that going to sea is all fun? That's risky. Shang Wen back to the original starting point. Risk issues. Tells so much. I didn't say it. Humphrey, Yinu said unhappily. If you want to, you have to build ships and go to sea. Shang Wen said. Make it. Yinu only wanted diamonds. I didn't think of anything else. Pure thoughts. Going to sea is not so easy. Risk. Risk. Correct. Insurance. The insurance industry appeared during the European voyage. Both profit and risk appeared in the insurance industry. Hey, I thought of a good way to make money, Shang Wen said. What's a good way? Yinu said happily. Insurance. Shang Wen finished speaking and began to introduce the usefulness of insurance. What to insure, how to pay and other issues. How to make a profit during this period. Yinu also patted the table at first. She yelled at Shang Wen for being stupid, even doing a loss-making business. But by the probability, Yinu thinks it's okay. Shang Wen told Yinu. This can greatly facilitate navigation, and it can make a fortune. Yinu asked Shang Wen to write down the original words. Then he went back to Xiaohe for discussion. After Xiaohe saw it, I think it can. Accidents of transportation vehicles often occur in the transportation of Qin State. These accidents are also one of the causes of bad debts in banks. Although the accident cannot be avoided, but with the help of insurance, then this worst-case scenario can be reduced a lot. So a relatively extensive insurance appeared. The first insurance company in Qin State. When Yang Insurance Company was established after the third day. Although people still don't know what insurance is, And it's not that Shang Wen devoted himself to sailing as he thought. But insurance did appear. The salesman used their eloquence to give an overview of the insurance business. To be able to impress people, a lot of publicity work has also been carried out. Since it can appear, there must be a market. The first insurance policy was born in the carriage and horse transportation industry, mainly traffic accident insurance. After paying a certain amount of insurance, even if the risk is reduced to the carriage, as the time goes, more insurance will be borne. Chapter 600 Allied forces show weakness in the western regions. The war gradually subsided, both sides tended to calm down. Allied forces in the western regions no longer attack. The Allied forces of the three powers are changing their defenses in an orderly manner. The two sides are so peaceful because one side has temporarily exhausted its offensive power. However, the three-nation coalition is due to preparations, temporarily unable to attack. The three countries first solved the command problem. This war will be mainly completed by Qin and Zhao. Therefore, the position of chief military officer is generated in the two countries. After numerous telegram discussions, finally, Wang Jian was determined as the main commander of the war. Li Mu appeared as the chief of military staff. This is the result of national power competition. It has nothing to do with the general's talents. Then there is the question of names. The intelligence agency of the state of Qin referred to the coalition forces organized by the western regions as the Allied forces of the western regions. On the other hand, he is the Allied forces of the three kingdoms, Qin, Zhao, and Han, referred to as the three-power Allied forces. The Western region Allied forces and the three-power Allied forces are easy to confuse when reporting. To avoid this situation, at the same time, the name also draws closer the relationship between the three countries. The state of Qin proposed to change the Allied forces of the three kingdoms into the Allied forces of the three kingdoms. This separates the coalition and Allied forces. The offensive of the Allied forces of the western regions was quickly smashed under the advanced weapons of the Allies. First, they besieged the support points of the Qin army's defense. These support points are very difficult to hit. The firepower point is set very cleverly. The uphill that was less than a few meters high beside the road could be used by the Qin army, and those vantage points have become vantage points for artillery firing. And there are extremely dense traffic trench connections between them. As long as there is a situation there, through these hidden trenches, a quick counterattack can be launched. The Qin army arranged three lines of defense. Each lane has a barbed wire arrangement. There are also dense mines hanging in the barbed wire. These mines have been brought to the extreme. In particular, anti-infantry mines transformed from wooden-handled grenades became a nightmare for the coalition forces. This fuse grenade uses copper wire and glass tube to ignite sulfur by friction. Very suitable for infantry mines. Usually, he was tied to a post of barbed wire. It is tied to some barbed wire by a drawstring. It's more cruel. Qin Jun bound a canned food box at the exploding head of the wooden-handled grenade. The box is full of stones, or the warhead is wrapped in a can. This is equivalent to installing a fragmentation device for the grenade. In fact, this kind of anti-infantry device kills amazingly, especially within the range of the Qin army's rifle. Once someone triggers a landmine, it caused more deaths and injuries to people around, especially those stones. Many people fell to the ground and yelled loudly. These calls can easily disrupt the opponent's offensive morale, and these wounded soldiers who fell to the ground could not be rescued. The coalition forces have sent people to rescue these people. But these people, especially those with rifles in Qin, the effective range of the trap gun is about 100 to 150 steps. Within this distance, the injured person becomes a good bait. Those who tried to rescue became living targets. It is also for this reason the rescue was abandoned. Those baits kept moaning until the last drop of blood drained, or be frozen to death alive. This situation caused the morale of the coalition forces to plummet, and they couldn't break through the barbed wire, landmines, rifle, Machine gun, a firepower network formed by artillery. They can only give up the offense, turn around, then take a detour. But they are often attacked by the opponent's artillery. These support points have seriously disrupted the coalition's offensive. The offense on the front line is also often not smooth. All the Allied forces invested in fast-reacting cavalry units. But they have all become infantry now. They began to dig trenches and defend. But the ground can't be dug at all. They can only use ice or trees to make temporary working hours. The barbed wire uses a large number of snake-shaped barbed wire. This kind of barbed wire only needs to fix a few points. And this barbed wire has undergone 3 innovations. The first is the material. The barbed wire was changed to steel wire, or a mix of steel. The original wire hook has been replaced with a sharp bar blade. If this kind of blade is caught, that's unfortunate. You will be severely scraped off a piece of meat. Many coalition soldiers have suffered from this type of barbed wire. A small piece of flesh was scraped off the human body abruptly, although there is no life-threatening. But it was extremely painful. This allows many coalition forces to focus on avoiding the barbed wire. The disadvantage of the concentration is that it was strafed by Kint's machine gun. But the artillery bombardment speed is a bit slow, mainly after increasing the range. The overall line of defense is enlarged, especially the artillery distance. They are usually 2 or 3 miles away from the infantry. Telephone can only reach command at the regiment level. The artillery could not get the position in time. This makes the artillery very depressed. In addition, the barbed wire equipped by the Allied forces was made in rolls. A small roll of shangwin carried by the cavalry usually has a length of 20 steps. If the team continues to expand, the defender has a great advantage. In addition, there are a large number of anti-personnel landmines. The defense surface is very large. The number is small. Landmines have become a good means of blockade. A large number of minefields were arranged by the Kin State Engineering Corps. These minefields play a very good role in blocking Shangwin. The coalition forces once sent a large number of cavalry to outflank the Allies. Blockades are often large vacancies. The cavalry directly attacked the minefield. The consequence is, the casualties were heavy. This made the coalition forces have to be cautious, no longer dare to take the ground at will. Barbed wire, defensive mines, minefields make it difficult for the opponent to move. After increasing the range, the team's artillery caused a sharp increase in the number of coalition casualties. They had to step back, basically outside the artillery line of fire. More terrifying is the offense. As long as the thud sound is basically an attack, it will be disintegrated. Because this machine gun can kill offensive coalition forces like a harvester, only 2 to 3 machine guns exist. The riflemen are aiming and shooting very leisurely. If the time is longer, artillery will also join the killing army. In short, the Allied defense was easy. Some new infantry replaced those cavalry. A large number of weapon observers also came at the same time. They want to summarize the use of weapons, disadvantages, then make improvements. The Allied forces completed defense and defense tasks very leisurely. On the other hand, the Shangwin coalition attacked less and less. This prevented the photographers of the Kin State battlefield from shooting intense and exciting war scenes. You know, this is what King Qin wants to see. The situation of the opposing coalition forces is very bad. 120,000 horses were dispatched this time. In less than half a month, more than 30,000 people were killed. In addition, there are many injuries. The fight to this point is already obvious. Withdrawal is the best choice, and their opponents, Allied forces. It takes time, especially to hold back the time of the coalition forces. In case the opponent ran away suddenly, then the Allied forces will be prepared for nothing. Wang Ben thinks the Allied forces should show weakness.